The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series 2022 season opener, the 14-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander, and special guest commentator Bob Varsha, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. So let's take a look at the thrilling Road Atlanta, located just north of Braselton, Georgia. As we head out onto the front straightaway, exiting off of turn 12, we're really hauling the mail as we cross that start-finish line and barrel into turn 1 with a lot of speed. But that's good because turn 1 is a very fast, sweeping corner. Climbing the hill, it's so easy to get lost with the continuing crest that never seems to end, and then suddenly turn 2 appears. Drivers have to be ready to whistle through the 2, 3, 4 complex, and car position is so critical here as they'll then dive down the sweeping S's, the car barely hanging on as they accelerate to the hard left-hander turn 5. A quick gear change and you're headed downhill to brake hard for turn 6. With a quick squirt of the power, it's time for the all-important turn 7. We're always seeing a lot of action in this corner as drivers fight for the driving line. And then it's time to see who has the real power under the bonnet. It's a drag race around kinks turns 8 and 9 as teams row up through the gears, racing towards turn 10. But wait, now we have to slow this car down and we're braking downhill, super steep and slow into the 10A, 10B complex. Again, a lot of argy-bargy to get the line off of 10B because it takes us up the steep hill under the bridge for turn 11. But wait, it's not over yet. Turn 12 is very fast and can be tricky over the bumps, upsetting the car. And it's back onto the front straightaway, and that is a lap around the famed Road Atlanta. 2.54 miles is the distance, 12 corners, and that's what our teams will be facing this weekend. And a blessed good morning, everyone, here from ChampCar.Live, the staff here to all of you as we begin the 2021 racing season in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are poised for 14 hours of continuous, we hope, continuous endurance road racing here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. The full course, our traditional return to the track, our 10-year anniversary, if you can believe it, here at Michelin Raceway. Good morning. Bob Varsha is with us today. Good morning, Bob and Tiffany.
Good morning, Paul. Good to be with you folks again.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. So, how's the weather out there, folks? What do you see outside your tower view? Can you see anything?
Well, not much right now. We have a lot of morning dew here on the windows in North Georgia. It's bitter cold, I would say, about 30 degrees Fahrenheit when I got here this morning. And it'll warm up no higher than the high 40s. So, Tiffany, I'm guessing people are probably looking at those 4 rubber things at the corners of the car and thinking, how are we going to handle tire strategy?
Right. They're going to start out really cold this morning.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to be careful for a couple of laps. We do have sun out, so that will definitely help, but this track is cold to start this morning.
2.54 miles around, 12 turns. The track now in its 52nd year, and I've been here for 40 of those years, so I've got a lot of memories here around Road Atlanta. It opened with a Can-Am race of all things back in 1970. Quick Vic Elford sat on pole in a Chaparral. It was the heyday of that monster series. And a lot of folks had great memories of it. Modified quite a bit, mostly for safety reasons over the years, but still very fast, very old surface with a lot of speed secrets that it keeps to itself unless you can pry them loose with great car setup and inspired driving.
Yeah,
Bob, you're tattling on yourself now.
I beg your pardon?
You're tattling on yourself now. 40
Oh,
years.
what the heck. Yeah, sooner or later, you just stop lying about it.
well, and so many of our teams that come to this event, we're used to racing. It looks like cars are beginning to roll here, but so many of our teams are accustomed to racing out here. But as we were going over some of the history here of the last few years, we're noticing quite a few teams that finished well are not even here this weekend from our past. We've got teams such as Pinky's Out, Parts Badger, Crowd Control, Tuttle Motorsports, and McKibbin's, Biohazard. None of those teams are here this weekend, all of which finished in the top 5 back in 2019. And again, for last year, for 2020, Parts Badger, R-Bank Racing, Crowd Control, Birmingham Racing, Yoda Sport. Again, none of those cars here this weekend, so that really does open things up in the field for opportunity. Last year's winners, Cone Crushers, are back again this year, and so is John Allen Special in that Mini Cooper. Visceral Racing Group out here in full force with both of their cars, along with the MR2 of Leviathan Motorsports. Did I just say MR2? Oh no! But yeah, they finished 5th. So we don't want to repeat that while Bill's listening, because we'll never get off topic. So.
Well, the old rule in motorsports commentary is we don't talk about people who aren't here. We talk about the ones who are. And as you mentioned, 4 of the top 5 teams in the overall are here. And I believe 3 of the 5 class winners are also here. So it's a smaller field than we had a year ago, about 60 cars, but a very competitive field and an evenly spread of about those 60 cars. We have 13 cars in Class A, 11 in Class B, 19 in Class C, and just 3 in Class D, plus 11 so-called exception class cars that are not otherwise eligible and aren't running for awards. But it is a diverse and evenly balanced field, and I think we're going to see that because traffic is always a factor here at Road Atlanta.
Absolutely. We have a few drivers that've been here before in some of those top 5 teams that are driving with other teams. Like Roger Cohen from Birmingham is going to be driving with Leviathan, and I believe he may be getting in the Cone Crushers car as well. Just pimping him out everywhere.
We're on the short backstretch leading to turn 6, and anybody who's driven here can tell you this is a very deceptive corner, slightly uphill so you can brake much later, slightly banked in the driver's favor so you can go through here faster than you might otherwise think. And then you have a short run, still fairly significantly uphill, to the all-important turn 7, because this is the one you have to get right. It leads onto the long back straight here at Road Atlanta, where we've seen so much action over the years, including prototype cars doing backflips and all sorts of shenanigans. And you may have seen it in lots of car commercials, or even Ford versus Ferrari, that smash movie where a set was built on this backstretch to look like the front straightaway in LaSalle.
Yeah, and of course then they have that downhill braking zone heading into 10A that they have to set up for, which is always tricky. And we it seems like that gravel trap just calls to you as you reach the bottom of that hill, and some answer that call as they often get stuck out there in the gravel. Right. Fortunately, we're not expecting any of the wet stuff today, so 0% chance of precipitation, but 100% chance of participation this weekend at Road Atlanta. So highs are going to be around that 48-degree mark Fahrenheit.
Yeah, we have had a lot of rain recently, we should point out, here in Georgia. There are flooding warnings down toward where I live in Midtown Atlanta. But that means that the track is dry, but the off-track areas of grass and so forth are still fairly damp, even though this is the red clay region of North Georgia. So you get a lot of runoff. But still, you get off the pavement in this race, and you might find yourself with a difficult circumstance in terms of grip. There's a good look down the famous S's here at Road Atlanta. Turns 3 through 5. We'll have a camera there. Field coming around to complete its first pace lap.
Yeah, there's RVA graphics and reps going by. So we do have some of the heavy hitters out here this weekend. Of course, the course is currently under full course caution as they're getting ready to go green here at the top of the hour. Dana Morrison, our trusty and faithful race director this weekend. If you're just joining us,
go ahead, Paul.
I'm sorry. If you're just joining us, folks, it's Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander this weekend as we call a race for you.
I mentioned the classes earlier. If you're not familiar with Champ Car Endurance Racing, the cars are separated by performance, particularly engine displacement. Class A is for cars with 1.91 liters of engine displacement or less. Class B is 1.91 to 2.41. Class C, 2.41 to 3.91 liters. And Class D are the big motors, the V8s in the Mustangs and Camaros and such like.
Yeah, and then we have the EC class, which we call our exception class. And those are for cars that lie outside of our rule set. They are scored differently, and they are not eligible for a podium position. Although, if we have at least 5 EC cars start the race, the lead car at the end of the event will receive a trophy. It looks like we have a car already stranded on the racetrack, and I believe it might be up near turn 3 at the top of the hill. Drivers left, and I saw emergency vehicles were already there. And hopefully that doesn't shorten the our anticipated start time here, or lengthen it, send it out further.
Okay, so we're getting words that they're looking at the transponders as the teams are coming across this front straightaway, and they'll want to make sure that all the cars are, the transponders are working with timing and scoring before we get the race started.
Yeah, and you'll see some. Well, go ahead.
Well, we have a car running well behind the field. If that was the car that was off, they're back underway, which would be good news.
Oh, good. And, of course, today being 14-hour race, we're going to be racing into the night. And you'll notice many of the cars already have lights on the cars, many of them using one of those center LED bars. Turns out headlights work great on the street. They don't work so good night racing for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not an engineer, or I don't know. But for some reason, they don't. Unless you're racing at a really well-lit track like Daytona, you need to add lighting to your car. And so a lot of the teams you'll notice have added light bars, additional lighting to their cars. We have in Champ Car a threshold. You can only go so crazy with it. But I think it's a minimum of 4 lamps up front. And then there's a candle power limit too.
Well, you mentioned Daytona, Paul. We certainly saw on the Rolex 24 recently that those headlights work great. All you need is about $15,000 worth of headlight equipment.
That's all.
Which is anathema here in the budget-minded Champ Car Endurance Series. You want to go racing, folks? The only cheaper thing than Champ Car racing, well, I was about to say karting, but my son did some karting, and I found out you can burn through your wallet pretty quickly there.
Well, they say
vehicle pulling one of the BMWs off, so maybe that was our problem.
Yeah. Well, they say if you want to have $1 million in racing, you just start out with 2.
Right. How do you
So
make
true.
a small fortune? To start with a large one.
Yeah. So a car was pulled off there at the base of 5, and it sort of looked like the Prefect car, but here we're on board with the Prefect racing team. With that kind of a wild-looking wrap they have on the front of that Lexus SC300. I don't know what an SC300F is. I've never...
We've gone green, but the cone
Fast.
crushers have come in because their transponder was not hitting.
Oh, you're kidding. That's terrible. Now, that's last year's winner already in the pits. You know, that team just seems to be hot and cold here. They had a number of years ago, they caught fire here at this racetrack, and that kind of started the season for them of catching fire several times throughout the season. And then they came out here
a fuel rail issue that they were chasing, kind of an aftermarket fuel rail, and it just kept giving them trouble.
Did your timing and scoring clock start? Mine did not.
Mine
Sometimes-
is inaccurate, folks. I apologize. I'll get that corrected.
Yeah, I think we may be relying on that as the day goes on. Let me check the other.
It just
scoring.
may not be up yet. Sometimes they don't put it up until they've got everybody binging.
Of course, why would you want to start the clock at the start of the race? That's just crazy.
Well, our clock has started. They just haven't sent
Right.
it out to the third party, so you can see it.
We are through turn 6. We are getting some information about the personalities in the driver lineup at some of these teams. We'll be talking about that during the coming 14 hours. But for right now, this driver is Yellow Gloves.
Well, I can tell you who Yellow Gloves is.
Oh, you can? Excellent.
Yes, I can. Let's see. That is 901. I have them right here. Mr. Yellow Gloves is Brent Shanneman. Shanneman.
Shanneman
Yep, in the 901 Motorsports car.
or Shaman.
Man.
Downhill, here's that braking zone Paula was talking about. Around the outside goes Mr. Shanneman. 10A here, then turn 10B. And let's stay on this onboard camera because as we go under the bridge through turn 11 and downhill, just as you're looking for the apex of the high speed turn 12, you get this morning sun right in the driver's eyes.
Oh, boy.
And that is sketchy stuff. All part of the fun.
Yeah, you can see OFC also getting doused with that. All of the teams as they head around this 2.5, 4-mile road circuit in Brazelton, Georgia. Freddie Mercury, the Capri.
When was the last time you saw an 86 Mercury Capri?
Around 1987, I think.
They've been racing that car for quite some time. They actually just recently won their first race at VIR North.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
The
You know,
cars.
at the high professional levels of racing, my old colleague and mentor, Chris Economaki, used to say, why don't cars get used year after year? I mean, back in the day, the Indy 500 cars would last for 6 years. I mean, nowadays, everything is brand new each season. Not here.
Right.
And it's fun.
What fun to see what breaks next.
Well, just fun to see all these cars that
Oh,
go
yeah.
back to the early 80s being raced.
Rocket Ham Racing pulls into the pits.
No.
And let us know, Tiffany, if you notice Cone Crushers heading back out. I think
Okay.
I saw them on one of the, may have just seen
Not
them
going
as
to
I
see
said
it from
that.
where we are.
Yeah,
Oh, I see.
we haven't defogged yet.
Gotcha.
Lovely frosty windows.
On board with John Allen Special, the Mini Cooper, the car that finished in third place last year. On the hunt, still waiting for timing and scoring to come on live through Race Hero. I don't have an update for you there.
John Allen Special also won their class B last year. These
They sure
minis
did.
make terrific race cars.
They've had good luck with that car so far.
Mhm.
I think they switched. They had a BMW a couple of years ago, and then they switched to this car 2 or 3 years ago and seemed to be doing really well with it.
If you're just tuning in, we're at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 14-hour Enduro. It is the season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bob Varsha, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander calling the race for you. We're just getting underway. There's Ed in the Shark car heading by the start-finish line to begin another lap out here. We have both of the RVA graphics and wraps machines. The usual litany of BMWs and Mazda Miatas. The Visceral Racing Group Porsches are here this weekend. And we can expect to see big things from them as this race plays out.
Look at the cars coming through the S's. You can see the morning sun has not reached that part of the racetrack yet. So it'll still be quite cold for those tires as they race down the hill and then up again and then burst into the sunlight on the run to turn 6 and 7.
Yeah, heading down the hill here, it looks like towards 10A is 901 Motorsports in the 903. We were on board with them moments ago, and I understand from Bill this might be one of their pro drivers. So that's one of the reasons we placed a camera in this car.
Mm-hmm. That's another great thing about Champ Car endurance racing. Yes, I mean, most of it is just enthusiasts who want to race on a budget, but you also find some real driving talent out here, people who do this for a living.
Yeah, well, Mr. Randy Popes is in the Kraken Racing Acura this weekend.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
He's going to show all of us how it's done, right?
Well, you never know. A star is born every day.
We can dream. A girl can dream.
There you go.
Heading down the S's, the sweeping S's. If you've never been here to Road Atlanta, that's going to be that's one of the best places to watch the race from, in my opinion, is at the base of the S's out there in the field off to this driver's right. Watched there many years as a kid, as the cars would come down the hill there.
The big events here at the track, AMA motorcycle racing, or the Petit Le Mans with the IMSA WeatherTech cars. That hillside will be covered with canopies and tents and folks spreading picnic blankets. I think I'm going to shut up for a while. I haven't got the old tongue loosened up yet.
You must have picked up the wrong set of lips this morning. That's what Doc used to say.
Mm-hmm.
I just love this racetrack, and I get all crushed up trying to say everything I know about it all at once.
We still think you're classing up the joint a bit, so.
Too kind. This is a BMW 325 IS. BMWs are maybe the most popular car in Champ Car racing.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
It's a very popular platform, either the E30 or E36.
And there's lots of them out there.
Lots of them.
Which is good. Parts are readily available. Fun cars.
I'm just going to give you a rundown a little bit of who's in the car. We have Dan Tilley in the Freddie Mercury car. In Visceral, the 918, we have Steve starting. And in the 959, we have Justin starting. In Running Bulls Racing, the number 160, Andrew Sods is starting in that car this morning. 901 Motorsports, we have Brett, I always want to call him Brett Shanaman. And we also have Phil Daniel in the 901. In Booksmart, I think it's Booksmart. Is it Motorsports? I didn't write the other part down. Anyway, that's Ray Haney starting in that car. In the Kraken Racing Acura, we've got Crafton Locke starting with them. And in Leviathan, we have Ben Dasher starting.
Yeah, you've got the hard job there, Tiffany, trying to come up with all those pronunciations.
Yeah, I apologize now if I butcher your name. I'm going to try.
Rockingham. With the sun shining in the rear right-hand window, the driver's names are on that window, so they just flash across the back of the driver's seat. Yes. That's perfect.
Yes.
Should be in the rule book.
So looking at Race Monitor, we're showing Visceral Racing Group leading this race in the 959 car, followed by Prefect Racing, followed by the sister Visceral car. Then it's Rotary Rocketeers, Crank Yankers Racing, that's the Tyler Pedersen team, and OFIC Racing, along with Running Bulls, all in that top 10, jockeying for position. And here we'll go on board with Prefect Racing. As you can see, the sun beaming into the cockpit of that race car, playing havoc with the camera, trying to decide what to focus on here. As we head up to the highest point of the racetrack, it looks like whistling through the turns 3 and 4 complex of this 2.54 mile road circuit.
This is what drivers call a flowing set of corners.
Oh, yeah. If you'd like to follow along with your favorite team timing and scoring, you can do so over at Race Monitor on the website. It's race-monitor.com. I see that's up and running. Race Hero doesn't show that it's up right now, but it may come up later.
Early front-running lap times in the 1 minute 46 second zone. Visceral Racing Group in that 88 Porsche 944R at 146.413. That's about the fastest I see, although we have a lot of times not too far off of that.
We've got Rob Bowen starting in the Roku car, the Stout car. I think, doesn't Brew Crew have 2 cars here this weekend?
They do. They've called them Stout and Lager, which is great.
Perfect.
And
Doc would approve.
Perfectly capturing the spirit of the team founder, Doc Waldrop, who we lost last year. Wonderful guy. Got me involved in Champ Car Endurance Racing. And of course, if you've been following the series for years here on the internet, you've heard Doc's voice. What a character.
Yeah, he was the best. He got me involved in all kinds of stuff that I'm going to get him for one day.
Jerk.
That'll scare me. Wow, the Freddie Mercury Capri just dropped in a 144.863. That's picking him up, putting him down in this field.
So in the Mad Wag Motorsports, the number 251, we have drivers Brandon Brilliant starting out this morning. Mad Wag. I like that. I don't know what it means for sure, but you know, maybe they'll tell me later.
Brandon Brilliant.
I wonder if that's his real name or if that's his stage name.
All right, I'm calling BS on that. I think that's a nom de pilote, as they say in France. That's some driver's assumed name, so I don't know, maybe mom and dad or his wife doesn't find out that he's out here. Or it could be a woman if she's really going for a deep dive.
AKA.
New fast lap, a 143.617 from the Highmark Racing BMW M3. That's an E-class car, so no cash or trophies in their future.
Right. Timothy Elliott over here on our YouTube channel saying, 2 idiots in a garage. That's one of our racing teams, Bob. Should be at Road America 2 months from now with a new female driver, and she's also an AutoZone employee.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
And we've got someone...
Girl after my heart.
Yeah. Working on a rabbit.
In the Hong North number 8, we have Nabil starting out this morning. My good buddy from Just Track It.
So Visceral Racing Group shown in the lead over their sister car, the 918. Then it's the Rotary Rocketeers. Running Bulls is behind them, followed by OFIC, 901 Motorsports in the number 903, and Crank Yanker Racing. Prefect has tumbled down to 12th place overall, but we do have some EC cars in there, so that doesn't it's not really accurate.
Everybody's still settling in, I'm sure.
Thanks for joining us over here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. If you're just joining us, good morning. We are covering the 14-hour Enduro at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, the season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, and maybe Bill Strong at some point. We'll see. We're not holding our breath.
3 times.
Where is Bill? Do we need to send out a search party?
That is always the question. But then when you find him, what are you going to do with him? That's the big question.
Got to get him lost again.
I'm going to drink his coffee is what I'm going to do.
Okay, in the number 92 Taters Garage, we have Jimmy Britt starting out this morning.
This is the run out along the pit straight here at Road Atlanta. Got to be very careful of the curbs to the right because they end and then it's all Georgia clay.
They're liable to get stuck in that, huh?
Well, you're liable to swap ends.
Ooh, neither is good.
No.
Back on board with 901 Motorsport in the number 903.
Polly, our spammer, is back on the chat.
Oh, okay.
In the Wittenhauer Motorsports Mini Cooper, the number 732, this morning is starting out Dylan Wittenhauer. I think I'm actually even pronouncing that one correctly.
Yeah, I think you are too.
They're out of Detroit. They had to come through that storm to get here.
That's right. They think we're going to Georgia. It'll be nice and warm there. Sorry.
Yeah, guys, don't bring that weather here. It's actually really gorgeous here right now. It's just cold. But you know, when it's cold like this and it's sunny, after the tires warm up, the cars make great horsepower. They use a lot of fuel. So that's not the way this race has been the last couple of years. So, you know, we'll see how guys adjust to that.
Yeah, and they're virtually all front engine cars. So you have all that engine compartment heat coming back into the cockpit. That'll help keep your toes toasty.
Yeah, all that cold air coming into the engine, making it chugga, chugga, chugga.
Looking down the inside at 12. That's
Whoa.
no, that's at the top of the hill.
Almost had contact there.
Yeah, bold moves.
Definitely.
3 wide there. Oh.
Things get very congested at the top of the hill there, Bob. You know, you come as you're heading up the hill, you could probably stack 10 Champ cars side by side, but suddenly things get very narrow.
Yeah. That turn 2, that is one of the blind corners here as well. You kind of, when I took a driving school here many years ago, my instructor said, just aim for that tree because you can't see where the apex of the corner is. So you just line up with that tree, turn in after you brake, and good luck.
It's a very deceptive corner.
It really is.
Yeah, turn 11 is also a bit blind over the brow under the crossover bridge.
A bit blind.
A bit blind.
I think you see nothing but sky and bridge as you come into that.
I guess you can't be partly blind any more than you could be partly pregnant.
Good point.
Well, it did just occur to me too, Bob, as you were talking about how as the drivers come down the hill through 12, head down that front straightaway, that sunlight coming right into their face, and then they hit up hill to the dark turn 2 with a ever cresting, ever disappearing corner. Your eyes are still spotted from staring at the sun. It's got to be very challenging.
If this was easy, everybody would do it.
Good point.
That doesn't stop us from coming out and trying.
Got a lap down to the 143s now from car 983 in the exception class. Race car experience 95 BMW E36 at a 143.324. And these lap times are going to continue to drop as the cars and drivers settle in and the ambient temperature rises a bit. Fuel comes out of the tank. The car is lighter.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I've got 2 different results showing here between my. Let me refresh this and see. Yeah, I'm showing on my panel, which is separate from the pylon that's currently scrolling, that Visceral Racing Group is actually the top 2 cars when you pull the EC car out, followed by Rotary Rocketeers, then Running Bulls, then Freddie Mercury, then OFIC, then 901 Motorsport, again avoiding the EC cars. Our timing and scoring pylon, although the clock is the same, I'm showing a different running order. So I might take that down for a moment and just give it some time to...
We'll check on it in a second.
I assume race control wouldn't turn anybody loose if their transponder was not working correctly.
Well, they would at least let them know, yeah.
Yeah, we had cone crushers brought into the pits to get their transponder up and running properly. Look at this as the cars come down through 12 onto that front straightaway. And if you ever visit over here at Road Atlanta, there is a rather popular viewing spot right about where our camera is. There's a set of stands I remember there from when I was a kid at the turn 1. So you can look up the racetrack there as the cars come down.
big tip of the hat to Michelin for the money they've put into this Road Atlanta circuit to make it Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Beautiful new hospitality and race control tower from which Tiffany and I are speaking. Separate pits for the pros and the club sport. We're using the club pits this weekend, the old pits, if you will, at Road Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the weather. The weather is much better in here.
Yes.
So does that put you guys on the outside of the racetrack or the inside?
We are outside the
You're
racetrack.
on the outside tower. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Prefect Racing bringing that Lexus SC300 into pit lane. And it doesn't look like it's a black flag or anything that brings them in, so something unscheduled here is bringing that 742 machine into the pits.
20 minutes or so into the race.
I think we have several cars that are not pinging on timing and scoring, so I think they're trying to get that sorted.
Did he turn into his pits or did he turn behind the wall?
I did not see.
Looks like he was going behind, but
Yeah, looks like he's brought the car behind the wall, so
Yeah.
must be something serious here that they need to work on. We do have a rule in Champ Car, if it's going to take more than 30 minutes, just take it behind the wall.
yeah.
And they're going to go ahead and bring it into their paddock.
We've got a crewman in the window right away, not going for the engine hood, which is probably a good sign. Just some kind of electronic issue, perhaps.
I think so.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he's talking to one of his crewmen, but it's indistinguishable. And then we have Team Infinity, the car that won Daytona last year. What a great start to the season it would be for Ed and that team to snatch up a win here in that automatic transmissioned Team Infinity Nissan or Infinity car, the J30.
So in the Poverty Auto Sports, that's one of our B class cars. We have drivers Dan, and I'm going to butcher Dan's last name. It's see if y'all can help me. Cianci.
Sounds Italian.
Cianci?
Cianci? Okay,
We'll go with that.
I'm gonna go with that.
Cianci? I can never remember the C's in Italian.
And just as I say that, they've brought the Infinity into the pits as well.
Wow.
You see the driver shading his eyes. That's how bright that sun is down there. And when you got people in the pit lane, you have to be exceptionally careful. So well done to him or her. Once again, it's conference only as far as I can tell.
It looks like he's having the driver make an adjustment to the outside mirror, but
Yeah, I mean, no team wants to start out this morning, this early on, coming in for an unscheduled stop. But at least if they have that early, maybe they can overcome that later during the race with their strategy.
Car
Possibly.
19 goes right back out again.
yeah, not sure what was going on there. It almost looked like they had the left front jacked up a little bit, and then they suddenly dropped it and sent him out. So whatever the case may be, if you're going to have a problem, you want to have it early and get it out of the way, give you an opportunity to make that up over these 14 hours.
My point exactly. A 14-hour race gives you time to solve a lot of problems. But as always, it's going to be the team with the fewest problems that's going to wind up winning.
That's right. And
Stay off pit lane.
And it really is surprising, Bob, how many of these races we see. They'll be out there racing for 7, 8, 10, 14 hours, and they still end up with the two lead cars on the same lap. It's it's amazing. On board with John Allen Special in that Mini Cooper. Still showing Visceral Racing Group leading 1-2 with Rotary Rocketeers in third, followed by Freddie Mercury and Running Bulls Racing behind them. We've already seen a couple of cars come into the pits. Prefect Racing, they've shut their camera off. They're behind the wall. And Team Infinity also coming in for a brief pit stop, but has rejoined the race as we're on board in that Mini Cooper, working their way through the 10A, 10B complex. Top of the hill, will come sweeping down towards turn number 12. Here we've got a Miata off to the left. Going to be very careful through here. Miata holding that outside line very nicely, which is not easy to do. As they head down into one, of course, you can see how blinding that sunlight. There's a local yellow being displayed. In turn one, looks like a car way off driver's left at the exit of turn number 1. And as Bob said, well, as you said, Bob, the grass has got to be pretty wet out there. So once you do get a couple tires off, it might be March before they're able to pull you back out.
Well, we saw before then the kudzu will bloom and that'll lift all boats. We saw a car off in practice yesterday, and I think not only the car, but the tow vehicle got stuck in the mud. It's
oh boy.
We had a lot of rain.
Through 6 into 7.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Polly.
No, go ahead. I'm just calling where we're at here.
Oh, well, several cars are not showing turning laps, so they're trying to get that sorted. I think John Allen is going to have to come in and get a new transponder.
Yeah, quite a few cars, as you see on the pylon to your left, are not showing lap times yet.
That are actually out there, so they'll have to get that fixed.
We come down to turn 10A. Whoops, and we switch over to
Freddie Mercury. They've moved up into second place, Bob, splitting the two visceral Porsches. So Freddie Mercury on the move. But I do that all the time, Bob. I used to do that all the time to Doc. It drove him crazy.
Hey, I've had the best directors in the world do that to me. Especially in the Formula One days when the feeds were provided by the individual countries that were hosting the Grand Prix. So if you went to Germany, you saw the German drivers. You went to Japan, you saw the Japanese drivers. And you never knew what shot they were taking next. So you had to be agile, let's say, to keep your narrative somewhat comprehensible as the pictures kept changing.
That's a lot of adjectives, Bob.
Well, Ivy League education, I got to do something with it.
All right.
On board with Freddie Mercury in that 86 Capri, turning some strong laps here this morning, starting the race, getting a good jump on things as they've moved into third place here on lap number 16.
Watching the driver's hands. Car seems to be handling pretty well. Another thing I've noticed as the cars come down the hill from turn 11 through 12 and on to the pit straight, a lot of them are running their headlights. Yes, it was darker this morning, but none of them, well, not none of them, but a lot of cars are running their headlights all day long, it would seem.
Well, I think this morning they needed them.
Yeah, actually you did.
When we did the driver's meeting, it was still dark.
Mm-hmm.
And Tiffany, if you could bring up Bob's gain just a little bit on the board there, just give him a notch. Appreciate that.
Okie dokie.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So we had kind of a miserable practice day yesterday, as was indicated. Bob mentioned a lot of rain out here, but today's forecast calling for nothing but mostly sunny skies with a high of about 48 degrees. As we head into the evening here, checkered flag expected to fall at 10 p.m. The big question is this year the year that we're going to break the curse of the snow that seems to keep showing up? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, here's a quick video here as we head off to commercial. So check this out. The 2020 season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta opened like any other. But by 9:30 a.m., snow showed up for the first time in season opener history. The white stuff continued to fall heavy and hard until noon, when the race had to be shut down with a black flag all, bringing all of the competitors into the pits. 4 hours and 15 minutes later, cars returned to the track to take the green. But persistent yellows would continue to slow the field and plague the race deep into the evening. The racers soldiered on until the 13th hour, when finally visibility was so poor the race had to be checkered 11 minutes early, with Parts Badger Racing taking the win over Arbank Racing in second and Crowd Control Racing capturing third.
You know, Robin Bank was only one car separating them from Parts Badger.
Then for 2021, weather again began to move into the racetrack at 7:15 p.m., with rain changing over to snow by 6:30.
White, so
White, so sleet.
blue is sleet, I believe.
Okay.
I think it's snowing right now. That does not look like
It's
rain.
not falling
At
like
6:55, a black flag all was displayed, bringing the field into the pits to red flag the race. The race was subsequently called just before 7:30 p.m. due to visibility issues. And with that, Cone Crushers took the win over Arbank Racing, followed by John Allen Special. And so after 2 years of race-shortening weather caused by snow, Champ Car teams are hoping for mild weather this year. And with that, we'll be right back. Stay with us, everyone.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And it looks like we are under our first full-course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 10th annual season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. There we can see a wrecker along with at least one car, maybe two, off to the left there. As Team Infinity speaking with their team, it looks like they're heading down the back stretch here. And looks so, again, we have a car, at least one car, multiple cars, perhaps off at on the left, driver's left of the back stretch. And I hear Team Infinity driver saying he's going to be pitting the next lap. So obviously the Team Infinity machine having some problems. Freddie Mercury here following the teams down into turn number 10. We'll see if we can get more information for you and bring that to you as soon as we can.
No, they had one car they were calling in. Their window net had fallen down. I didn't catch the car number, though. If I do, I will pass them along.
Gotcha.
18 laps complete. Coming up on just past 39 minutes into the race. No change up front. Visceral Racing Group with their Porsche 944 in Class C leads the way. Freddie Mercury with the 86 Mercury Capri in Class D based on engine size. Running behind an exception class car, a BMW M3 from Highmark Racing. And another Visceral Porsche in the 4 position, but third in the overall running. Quite a number of exception class cars in this race, based on my brief experience. And as we went to commercial break, you saw the snow conditions that the series has dealt with here at Road Atlanta for 2 previous years. I mean, I came here last year for the first time and thought it was my fault that it was snowing, but then I found out the same darn thing had happened the year before.
Yes,
which
indeed.
is very strange. I live about 45 minutes drive time from here in Midtown Atlanta, and we had no snow there.
Hey, guys.
Got a dump here.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, I'm down here at turn 10. I just saw Arjun's 86 car get towed behind a car, or behind a tow vehicle again.
Oh, no.
They're just there you can see them just rolling into the pit lane.
Oh,
yeah, they didn't do too well on the outlap either.
Oh, boy.
So these guys, we've already had a couple of cars like miscalculate turn 10A and head off into the sand. Luckily, they made it out with no issues because I still think it's frozen hard. So it slows them down a bit, but they're able to get out of it. But it is cold out here, guys. Is it cold up in that tower too?
Oh yeah, freezing.
Thanks, Bob.
Very cold, very cold. You just stay right where you are, Bill, and you'll be no worse off than we are.
Yeah, I know. Paulie said he'd give me a $5 if I just stood out here and reported from 10A all day.
There you go.
Coat, muckalux, or any good cold weather equipment, because he said it was Atlanta and it was really warm down here.
No, actually, it's fine up here in the booth. The breakfast buffet is still hot and tasty.
Yeah, I'm going to head down there in a few minutes. But, yeah, good race so far. I mean, that Visceral car, it is taking every corner at the limit. I mean, that car, 2 wheels going through some of the corners. The other car that's right behind it, I don't know what position they're in, but the Shark car, one of our camel cars, he is also trying to catch that Visceral Racing Porsche just at the limit. Looks like the pace car lights are out now as they come down to the braking zone to 10A.
Well, Team Infinity's already pitted once, and they've reported they're going to be pitting again this lap. So some issues for the Shark car. We're not sure what's going on.
I know there's a lot of cars that are having transponder issues this morning, and a couple that aren't even being counted. I think the Mini from, what's her name?
Wittenauer?
Not Wittenauer, but the other Mini is
the John Allen Special.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to go get a new transponder.
About 10 cars were having transponder trouble.
All right, looks like we're getting ready to go. All right, I want to take pictures.
Okay.
Safety car is off. Yellow flag withdrawn. We are back under green here at Road Atlanta.
This time looks like Team Infinity staying out. Nope, he has come in. He has brought that car into the pits. I stand corrected. That's hard to believe. As the cars whistle down through turn 12 to take the green again today here at Michelin Raceway. 901 Motorsport on board with them in the number 903. Visceral Racing Group leads in the 959 car. That's that 944 RSR entry, followed by Freddie Mercury, then Visceral Racing Group in the number 918. Behind them, it's OFC Racing, Running Bulls Racing, Crank Yankers Racing, 901 Motorsport in the number 903, it looks like. And then it's Loose Change, followed by Soggy Bottom Boys. Madwag's behind them.
And 2 of the last 3 cars mentioned are in the A class for the very smallest displacement engines. So they're doing a great job. Sun beginning to filter through the trees up there between turns 5 and 6. They are coming through the S's and up through turn 5.
As we look out over turn 3, you can really see it just seems like that sun is, no matter where you go, it's in your eyes.
Right. Yeah, this camera is going to be inhibited, I guess we'll say, at least until that sun gets higher in the Georgia sky.
On board with NLS Racing, one of the series top contenders in Champ Car. Brought 2 cars again this weekend, that Nissan 300ZX and the 240 SX here on board with them today.
We saw the driver give a wave to a car he passed. Good sportsmanship. Good heads-up driving, too. It's important to know when you're getting caught so that you can make way for a faster car.
Very difficult to see in this camera, but braking hard, heading down into 10A, now reaches the top of the hill for 11, and then whistles down that steep run towards the front straightaway as that sun bathes the interior of that car.
That's a great corner, turn 12 here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
3 wide there on the front straightaway as they head into turn number 1. Welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us, it's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Bob Varsh reporting with us. Paul Veltum, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong also calling the race for you this weekend.
For our 2022 season opener.
Hey guys, we got a really, really slow car coming into 10 and a whole bunch of people coming down on him pretty badly. Looks like an E36. Can't get the number. He hasn't come by, but he is going slow.
I hope he's staying offline.
Yeah, it's the 846 car.
That's the Kiss the Wall Motorsports 99 BMW 328. Yeah, we can see him now on the camera. Creeping up to turn 11. Let's see if he hits the pit lane. No, he did not.
Okay, 846 is coming in with a flat tire.
Okay, I am seeing a red BMW heading into the, looks like they're heading into the pits after all, so. Yeah. So
yeah, there he is, just passing our position.
Something afoul with that car.
I believe that's a flat tire is what they were calling in. And I found out why Rockingham left the field so early this morning. They had an issue with their radiator. So Three Racing gave them a spare but questionable radiator, and they're putting it in and hope to be hope to be back out.
Work.
Yeah.
Well, they won't be worse off than they are right now.
Right.
It's worth a shot. It's the backup, the
Mm-hmm.
loaner. On board with Second Thought Racing here. Currently scored in 20th place. I got some EC cars up ahead.
Third place, Freddie Mercury and the Capri just set their fastest
just
lap.
made a heck of a pass on Visceral going into turn 10A.
Okay.
I believe the Brew Crew Lager car, the 86, is going to join the race again. Not sure what was going on with that car, but I think they're going to make it back out onto the field.
RVA Graphics and Wraps out here this weekend. The 111 car shown down in 28th place right now. They're trying to bring that machine up through the field. Crank Yankers Racing inside the top 10. They cross the start-finish line with a 151. Freddie Mercury just sets, again, their fastest lap time of the day with that 143.4 in second place. The gap just 13 seconds to Visceral Racing Group, who leads. So
See that loop of pavement there, that was added for motorcycle racing and give the track a bit more utility in terms of other events. Actually, it's very popular with the drifting set. It's a stop on the annual national calendar here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. But the bikes have gotten so high-tech and so quick that they had to be slowed down here at Road Atlanta. And several new pieces of racetrack have been added, including 2 chicanes like the one you just saw, to slow it down. And there at between turns 11 and 12, it's the pit entry for a race like today's, but there is also a right-hand turn before you enter the pit lane, and that's where the bikes make a very slow right-hander to keep their top speeds down on the pit straightaway.
On board with second place, Freddie Mercury, as they head down the hill there. There's a distinct bump in the pavement there as they crest through 12, that apex, and come down onto the front straightaway, which is always a little bit unsettling as the car finally drifts all the way out to the exit of turn number 1. We're going up into 3 and 4. Near the highest point of the racetrack as we whistle down through the S's.
Well, I mentioned at the top of the show, this is an old racetrack now. The surface is old. It's got patches. It's got the kind of bumps you were just talking about. Those are the secrets to finding a great lap time around this track. So when people talk about, well, maybe time to repave the old girl, a lot of veteran racers will say, nah, let's not do that. Let's keep the secrets that were hard earned by all of us who race here often. We want to know where those bumps are and where it's grippier than other places.
Yeah. The little characteristics of this track.
Right.
You know?
And it seems like that's a common thread. You hear that said about Sebring many times as well. Known for a track that just will pound the fillings out of your teeth.
Right. Well, on the other side of town, down in Hampton, Atlanta Motor Speedway recently repaved. And a lot of the NASCAR stars were frustrated by that, let's say, because they really loved that old surface. And they'll come to love the new one. They're just going to have to start a whole new setup book.
You know how racers are, though. They've got to complain about something. I've got an update on Prefect Racing. We saw them come out of the race early on. They had an alternator crap out on them, as they said. They've got a new one in, and they are ready to go.
I love it when you talk technical.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just chose to use their words. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
So on board right now with John Allen's special team. That's Richard's team. Did so well here last year with that car, finishing in third place behind R-Bank Racing. Cone Crushers, again, under caution for the second year in a row last year, bringing that race to a close due to weather visibility issues with all of the snow we had. Doesn't look like we're going to get any of the wet stuff this year. It's going to be a long, hard-fought race all the way to the end of 14 hours. That's what we're hoping for.
Well, last year, the snow brought the race to an end a little over 2 hours before its scheduled 14-hour distance. The year before that, and you can chime in on this, Paulie, I mean, that race was stop and start for the entire 14 hours.
Oh, it was
how much
miserable.
green flag racing actually got in?
It was just miserable because there was so many cautions. We would go to green for a very short period of time, be back to caution. And finally, with about 11 minutes to go, the race was called. Just horrible conditions, and nobody was having fun. So,
No chance of that today.
Yay. Polly, I sent you a couple of live feeds if you don't have those or need those.
Yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Just passing along what's being sent to me. Oh, I guess I'm passing along my hair too. It's everywhere. Sorry. It's stuck to my microphone and kept touching me. Stop touching me.
Keep it to yourself. I don't want to go home and have my wife ask, who's the redhead?
You can really see the cars using all of the racetrack as they come out right into the rumble strips there to the left. Some of them just kissing the edge there like that beautiful blue Miata.
Yeah. Having raced here, all I can say is that's a very intimidating corner exit. I mean, usually you get through the corner as an amateur driver and think, oh, phew. But you get to the end of turn 12 and you see that curbing running out and you're over there rattling your left side tires along that curbing. You think, I have got to get back on the asphalt before this curb ends.
The wall looks so close to
boy.
you. Yeah.
But don't look at it.
Don't look at it.
No, because your hands are going to take you where your eyes are looking, as all the driving instructors say.
Over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And over the years in both pro and amateur races, we have seen terrifying crashes coming down to 12 and getting into that wall down there. It's just the worst situation you can imagine. You're coming with such an incredible speed. And that does dovetail nicely into one of the changes that they made here at Road Atlanta. Bob, how they, if you'll recall, they didn't used to have a 10A and a 10B, did they?
No, they didn't. They used to have what everybody called the dip. It was basically a straight-on blast. Looking at the map here, turn 9, you're reaching maximum velocity. Then you go downhill, and there was no left-hander at turn 8. You went straight up the hill to turn 11. Gravity cavity, others seem to call it. Once I was out here with a well-known racing book author, Jonathan Ingram, who also lives in Atlanta, and he got taken for a drive in one of Rick Hendrick's experimental turbocharged Chevy Corvettes around this track. Remember the old good wrench cars? Elliott Forbes Robinson did the driving. They got to the dip, gravity cavity, and John passed out.
Oh.
G-forces were such. No, it wasn't faint of heart.
The G-load.
The G-load on him was such that he just was knocked out.
His brain had had enough.
Yep.
Okay.
And my old colleague David Hobbs once had a spin there, and to this day he'll tell you it was an absolute miracle that he didn't hit anything. He just went round and round like a top.
Yeah, my dad used to say that when they would come down to that hill, down into the dip there, and come up to crest the hill, he said it was always a gut check to see if the guy next to you had the guts to stay on the power all the way over the top of the hill.
Yep.
And then Dad looked at me and said, I didn't.
Like you mentioned crashes earlier, and it's not a subject we like to dwell on, but some of them have historical significance. And it was on that downhill run into gravity cavity that Mark Donohue lost the bodywork off the back of his Penske Porsche 930 10 Can-Am car and had a massive wreck and was injured. And so the car was taken over by George Fulmer, who took it to the series championship. And then, of course, Penske and Porsche rolled out the 917, I said, not 910, 917-10, and then the 917-30, the famous Sunoco car that we all know. But it was an accident on the backstretch that robbed Mark Donohue of the chance to win that Can-Am title.
And, of course, as we mentioned, the Brew Crew team has brought 2 cars out here this weekend. Sam's car is on the track this weekend, so it's good to see that machine out there. Brew Crew up into 21st spot with one of their machines. And that's the, let's see. I'm going to have to double check here. It seems like I've got some discrepancy between timing and scoring from the pylon to what I have on this other screen, so I'll have to look at that as we head towards the break.
This is Mr. Yellow Gloves, Brett Shanaman. I think I said it right. Maybe that time.
Well,
maybe.
We'll find out sooner or later.
They've got the 903 car and the 901 car, but the team name is 901 Motorsports. They do that just to mess with us.
And Tiffany, can you see my camera?
Yep.
Okay, we have the opportunity for another break here. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, in the 14 hours. Stay with us.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. And after 32 laps, we are under green with Visceral Racing Group leading the way. Now down to 5 seconds is the lead behind with Freddie Mercury behind them in that D-Class Capri, followed by the Visceral Racing Group sister car, the number 918. Then it's Running Bulls Racing, who's just set their fastest lap time of the day, that 143.7, nearly tying the leader's lap time of a 143.4 on that last lap. Then behind them, it's OFIC Racing, Crank Anchors Racing, and 901 Motorsport in the number 903, rounding out the top 10. Thanks for joining us, everyone, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Please like and subscribe so that you can receive notifications every time we go live. And we'll be bringing you most of the races again this season here on the show. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong calling the race for you this weekend.
Woot, woot.
It's great to be back, isn't it, Tiffany?
Oh, yeah, we had such a long break. I mean, you know, our off season is just such a long time.
You're being sarcastic, I sense.
Just a smidge.
We are now coming up on 66 minutes into the race. Only one brief caution thus far, which is somewhat remarkable. I think last year we may have set the record. We had a caution on lap 1, as I recall. So this has gone down fairly cleanly thus far.
Yeah, I think we've only done a lap or two under caution at all. Rockingham is back out in the mix now, so they must have swapped out that radiator. So let's see if that rather, shaky one they got from Thrive it will work. Fingers crossed for those guys. That's our buddies from Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, rowing up through the gears is Rockingham Racing. I was watching over in our YouTube feed as Paul Roddy was saying, yeah, glad to see them back here. And we're under caution. We are under caution.
Fault. We called it.
Commentator's curse. It just never fails.
I wish I had that kind of power, Bob. I really do.
If I really had that power, I'd rent myself out. NASCAR would be a great client.
Wait, isn't that really what we do anyway?
Just run ourselves out.
Yeah.
Just as people are getting into their rhythm. No sign yet of what the cause was. Lots of cars taking advantage of the opportunity to pit at the 67-minute mark, if they hadn't already. Now, the way the grid is formed up is somewhat random here in Champ Car Endurance Racing. It's not based on practice times or qualifying laps or anything like that. So I'm looking at the field, and of our top 10 runners, most of them started in mid-pack between positions 30 to 35, let's say. And they have come up an extraordinary number of positions.
Yeah, I believe we started this morning with pit stall 16. The way they do it, they just pick a random number, and whatever pit stall that is, they do 16 and then 17. And
you're the pole sitter, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
And then if we have two races, like on those double eights or 7 and 8, we'll start the other way the next day to make it fair for everybody.
Sure. That 7 and 8 was run at Barber Motorsports Park this past year and dedicated to the memory of Doc Waldrop, whose Brew Crew team has a couple of cars in today's race. And Doc is very much missed by all of us.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like there's a car off, driver's left, just at the exit of 7 up against the barrier. 2 emergency vehicles are at the site working to collect that car or remotivate it.
When we were talking about that turn 7 will call, it's deceptive.
I'm just
See
looking
people wreck
here.
on the outside and the inside.
You can get off easily there.
Freddie Mercury in the pits. And another car that's pitted, Clark Motorsports, Poverty Autosport, Garage 65, Soggy Bottom Boys, but both the EC car of Chandler Skull and the EC car of the Red MX-5 team are shown not turning laps. We're not sure if one of those vehicles might be the one that's up against the wall. Our leader,
the Chandler School car, was running pretty hot laps. I mean, they had the fastest lap of the race thus far. Granted, they're not eligible for awards being EC class, but a 140.065 is the quickest loop anybody had put in. So I wouldn't be a bit surprised if maybe somebody overcooked a corner and found themselves up against the fence.
Yeah, and it looks like the Stout Brew Crew car hasn't turned any laps today. That's Sam's car, so maybe they were not able to get that car out on track today. I'm showing John Allen Special way down in 50th place.
The parts firm is saying that the 75 Brew Crew car is out for a bad fuel pump.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, that's a pity. Driver change going on here in the Freddie Mercury car.
The field under caution here at Michelin Raceway. Just at the exit of 10, we have a car off on driver's left as crews are working the scene as we speak. And I noticed it was a hard barrier there, so hopefully won't be a lengthy yellow.
There's a mess on the left. Looks like they've got the rollback. That car's going to have to be literally lifted off the ground and brought back to pit lane.
Well, if you're just joining us and you're wondering what's all this about, it's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. You can head over to the ChampCar.org website to find out more about the series. It's grassroots motorsports racing for the entry-level driver, but we have a lot of highly experienced, polished, and even pro drivers that join the series. It's the best bang for your buck. Endurance road racing.
No question about that. And I'd like to compliment whoever put that website together. It's very nicely written for the average fan or the layperson who wants to go racing, who isn't involved in all the technology and so forth. It's a very straightforward explanation of all you need to do to go racing in the Champ Car Endurance Series, with an emphasis on safety.
Yep, we try to keep it simple. Bill says, "You're welcome, Bob."
Yes, of course. Bill had to jump in on that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but Paul told me Bill takes credit for everything. So.
Yeah, that's true. He does.
I mean, especially if it's good. We've got the cars down to a crawl coming down the front straightaway behind the pace car. She's just probably bunching up the field so that give safety, the safety crew out there just some room to work.
There are some really nice liveries on these cars, I have to say.
Aren't they? They're very nice.
There's the shark car. Now that's goofy but fun.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some really nice paint jobs. Well decaled. Kudos to everyone. Most everyone.
Most everyone.
Yes, I was gonna, yeah.
Few outliers, but
be pretty, be entertaining. So
yes.
there you go.
Yeah. If you can't be handsome, be handy. That's what Red Green says.
It's very smart.
It is very smart.
So after 35 laps of racing here at Road Atlanta, we're showing Visceral Racing Group leading the field over John Allen Special, followed by Visceral Racing Group in the number 918. Then it's Running Bulls Racing, OFIC Racing, Crank Yankers Racing, 901 Motorsport, and Loose Change. And then Hong North in their Mazda Miata rounding out your top 10. You can follow along with your favorite teams at racehero.io or race-monitor.com.
Charles is saying we are racing, woohoo, the number 109, but I don't have a 109 on my list. So let me know who you are.
The Phantom race car.
You know, they register with one number and then they show up and change their number once they get here.
Old trick.
Mm-hmm.
And then they change it once again for timing and scoring by the time I get it, which is, thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. Then I end up making phone calls and emails. And all right, so there's enough about me. There's a rollback coming through turn 11 there. And hopefully heading down the hill back into the pits so we can get back to racing here at Michelin Raceway. The track has quite a history. They whipped this thing together, and I think it was 6 months, Bob, is what Wiki says, to get ready for that Can-Am race that was, I think, wasn't it something to do with a track that was flooded? Maybe it was, New York?
There we go.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button.
My engineer totally messed that situation up.
I goofed up.
Anyway, yeah, it was put together by Arthur Montgomery and his partners. 350 acres of farmland, rolling farmland, it must be said, and turned into just a wonderful racetrack in just 6 months. I don't know what the price was back in 1969, but it would probably make your head explode.
Yeah.
And they were called into service to host, the biggest, hairiest racing series in the world, the Can-Am. I mean, there had to be a few knots in some stomachs that weekend as this track made its debut on the world scene with the 1,000+ horsepower monsters of Can-Am.
Those cars were just insane. I can't believe human beings raced them. And can you imagine the first time those cars rocketed down the hill through turn 12 here at Road Atlanta?
Oh, yeah.
It must have been quite a scene and quite a storm of noise as they came down the hill.
Well, I totally mangled the story of Mark Donohue's accident testing in 917-10 here at Road Atlanta. But this track has played a major role in lots of different racing series. It's had colorful ownership over the years, lots of stories. Really, really amazing stuff. So many series have raced here, including NASCAR.
Yeah.
Atlantics, and of course sports cars of every stripe. It's a very, very busy track for testing. All the big teams in the country come here to test at Road Atlanta, and it's you can just drive by on an afternoon. You never know who you're going to see out there womping around this racetrack.
On board with John Allen Special, excuse me. Trying to chase down the Cone Crushers Porsche 944 in 16th place. Then it's the two NLS racing machines, the two Nissans, covering 14th and 15th position, just to give you an idea where they are in the field right now.
Very elegant wiring loom there on that John Allen Special Cooper. Mini Cooper S.
Yeah.
These are
what's
fabulous little cars to drive on the street.
Yeah.
My son-in-law had one, and I hated him.
37 laps turned. Our leader has passed 32 cars for position and is shown 5 seconds ahead of an EC car. See, we got a couple EC cars actually splitting the two sister cars as they now lead 1-2. Then it's Running Bulls in third. In fourth, it's OFIC. In fifth, it's Crank Yankers Racing in the number 186.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
So I was down on pit lane there for a couple of minutes, and I saw Frank Reineld, owner of the 901 Motorsports 901 car and the 903 car. 903 has all the fast drivers in it this weekend, they said, which means 901 probably has all the fast drivers.
Right.
Or else the 901 guys want to talk to the team owner.
Yeah, that's right. And he said that they're struggling out there. They just don't have the top end horsepower as a bunch of the other E30s have out there. And they're just having to push it as hard as they can just to stay in touch. But yeah, he won a couple of races here recently.
I mean, they've done really well.
Yeah.
If anybody's going to push it and get everything out of it, it's going to be that team.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
They can definitely. They've shown that they can get it done.
Yep. But yeah, when he says it's struggling, these guys are quick, and you can really see the difference in. We just had the 248 just came off the access road off pit lane and rejoined the field as these cars are coming down off of the bridge turn there. Was it 17 right here?
12.
17?
What?
12.
That's Atlas Welding.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a safe re-entry, but it was a little scary as these cars are coming at really high speeds down the hill.
If you make 17 turns at Road Atlanta, you're not going to have a very good lap time.
Well, at our out lap this morning, I'm standing up at 5.
Mm-hmm.
And as the cars crest the hill, there was a blue BMW kind of wiggling as, trying to get some warmth or scrubbing the tires or whatever. And all of a sudden he spins.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was just like everybody kind of barreling down on him for the pace lap. But it was, that was a little sketchy moment there.
That's happened more than once in racing history.
Yeah.
I've seen Formula One cars hit the wall while trying to.
Indy.
Yeah. Yep.
Big incident at Indy. And
a million years ago, I was calling an IMSA sports car race with a driver named Whitney Gans. Lovely guy. He used to bill himself as the world's fastest art history major. So Whitney and I are there. I think it was on ESPN, and we're watching the cars do all that weaving for the start of the race. And so I want to involve him in the broadcast. So Whitney, what are the drivers trying to accomplish by weaving like that? He said, I don't know. I only did it because everybody else did it.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
And I'm pretty certain there's a lot of guys that do that.
Yeah, right.
Because they see their
supposed to.
Yeah. But while we're warming up our tires, from what I understand, just using your brakes actually heats up the tires quicker.
Right.
Right. Heat the brakes and it heats through the rim.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we've done. I kind of doing that with the last couple of races I've run, just to kind of put heat in the tire before you restart.
Yep.
And because you can tell the difference between like 27 pounds and
35 pounds.
Mhm.
It's a big difference. The car just, especially on a really heavy car.
Well, I've heard of about people doing that also for if they're running slicks to try to get the
clag off.
the clag off. Yeah, but you know,
Is it
we
clag?
don't do that here. We have street
Threaded
tires. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
But you
180
can
tread
still-
wear or
but
higher.
You can still get that on there. The VW, when we were at Indianapolis after the race, we had to go out and try and find parts off cars, transponders and stuff that fell off. So Dana and I are out there running around trying to get it. And I want to say, it was Ray Frank and I, after the next morning, we're going to the restaurant. And I'm like, man, the tires feel funny on this car. Stopped at the restaurant, got out, and clag all over the tires just from going offline and picking up all that rubber. And I think what's happening is all these 180 tread wear tires or higher are getting so sticky that they're actually leaving marbles everywhere now. We've seen that over the last year and a half with some of these super sticky, quote, 180 tread wear tires.
DOT tires.
Yeah, we never saw that in the earlier days when the tires were much harder and less fast. Right, Paul?
You bet. So Visceral Racing Group still leading the race after 40 laps. And it looks like their sister car kind of holding position back there in second place. Running Bulls following them. A lot of teams turning in these 144s right now. Those lap times have kind of stabilized as the track is beginning to warm. And the drivers are settling in for the remainder of their stint.
That's still a really, really fast time here for us, for 144s.
We've got down in 142s.
Yeah, I think some of those were EC cars, right?
No, one was visceral.
Oh, wow, 142s. I used to be so happy we could do like a 149. You know, that was like the absolute max.
Best time is 141.
Yeah, Visceral's best is a 141.
Wow. That Porsche, Baran had pretty much body off on those cars over the winter, pounding bits out, and I thought he was going to come here with a new shell on one of them, but it's he did put a longer bumper on it.
Yeah, fastest time of the day is an EC car at 140.065.
Yeah.
They're cooking it, but that was the Chandler School car, and I think they are.
That's the Mustang, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're not turning laps right now, so they did a couple of fast laps and then
Yesterday
took
in the
a break.
paddock, they had a problem passing tech. They finally got through tech, but it was very rough sounding. It did not sound good at all.
Oh.
And even out there, even with that time it's doing, it still didn't sound as sweet as some of the other Mustangs at high RPMs. It sounded kind of rough, but it could be the exhaust sound, you know.
Is that the one that was like the exhaust was
one.
coming
Yes.
straight down out of the rear? Okay.
Yeah.
Not towards the back, but at the ground.
I think they have their exhaust exit at the axle.
Ah,
You know, old school 60s, you know. But yeah, it was pretty nice. So I sent an email out to all the membership about the tire rack decals. It looks like most teams have fixed their cars. I just saw one go by without an actual tire rack sticker on, so we're gonna have to get Dana to fix it. There's another one.
We'll just have to black flag them and bring them in for
There
the
you
sticker
go.
violation.
Yep, that's a violation.
Just kidding, guys.
No, I'm not kidding.
Well,
I don't like getting those angry emails.
Well, you mentioned the lap time of the 141 being fast. Keep in mind the lap record here is a 107.
Ooh.
And somewhere on the internet, you can find onboard camera of Marc Genet, Ferrari's official test and development driver, taking a Ferrari Formula One car, I think it's a V10 car, around Road Atlanta, and you'd think he's going to die at every corner. It's the most amazing lap.
Doc was down here for that, and he was standing over on the pro pit side, and it was just when he came.
Yeah, I was here too. It was during the Ferrari days. They had a whole bunch of Ferraris out here. It's a fabulous weekend. And Marc Genet did a demonstration every day, a couple times a day, as I recall, and he just womp around here and minute 7, no big deal.
So the 959 just came down the hill here, and the left rear tire got off into the grass a little bit as he went right past the curbing, and you could see him making corrections on the car, and the car kind of started darting a bit, and it was a little scary as he came down.
I think even if you get that turn right, it's a little scary.
Oh, it is, because all you see is wall, tire wall now.
Try it at night in the rain.
Yep, been there. It's like it's scary. But it's once you know in the rain though, you do get a nice line, and it drains off the hill well.
Yeah.
It's at the bottom that you really have to, the corners. But I think
all the
fixed a
draining
lot of it.
happens.
Yeah. You don't want to get off into the grass in the wet.
The car looks like it's going kind of slow there.
They have been going slow pretty much
have.
most of this race.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's just staying offline and letting the other cars pass him probably.
Yeah.
That's I'm venturing a guess here. That's somebody who is making their debut here.
Possibly.
And they have realized that this is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, it's really intimidating as you go under that bridge. It's okay up to that point, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're looking at the top of the tower here. And yeah.
You think you're going to launch off to the moon.
I'm going to fall off the world.
It feels like you fall off the world as you come down that huge hill.
Yep. There's the 255 Toyota MR2 with grass and mud all over the front of that car. So he got off somewhere there.
He did a bit of off-roading.
Yep.
On board with NLS Racing, the 240SX, that two-car team. Looks like he's rocking the marine-colored Stilo this weekend.
That's the orange one, right?
Yep.
So they can find your head in a
Right.
bob in water.
Right, exactly.
Out in the woods somewhere.
It's
Right.
golf ball mentality.
Is that the 959
that is
creeping onto the
The
pit lane?
visceral.
That's one of the visceral cars. Ron really has to fix them colors so we can tell which is which.
So all the commentators rush to the window to look down.
Right.
A bunch of kids looking in a toy store at Christmas.
Well, we can't see pit lane from our position.
No, we can't.
It is the 918 car. Going real slow.
So that's Steve bringing that car in. Wonder if they're using a little more fuel than they thought they might. I mean, that car usually can go forever, though.
Yeah,
No,
they don't have fuel
not
issues.
They might be coming in off cycle too.
Right. Yeah, strategies are kind of a little bit different for a 777, but that's 14 hours, so that's an even number. So it really, you should be still aiming for those 2 hours, right, Tiff?
Right. Yes.
But it's a pretty tight pit lane too. So maybe, I don't know.
Didn't look overly packed down
Could
there.
be cold.
He could be. It's like, I'll take a hot chocolate and some hand warmers, please.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking to us for strategy, you've come to the wrong place.
Strategy. We can't even spell it.
With 44 laps completed here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, Running Bulls Racing is following the Visceral Racing car in first place. In third, it's OFIC Racing, followed by Hong North, Crank Yankers Racing, 901 Motorsports in the 903, and Loose Change Racing in their Honda Civic, rounding out the top 10.
Okay, you're watching the 2022 season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back. Stick with us.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We have a waving yellow over in turn number 7 at the 47th lap of racing here at Road Atlanta, with Visceral Racing Group leading in their Porsche 944. About a lap over Running Bulls Racing, beginning to stretch out that lead. Also showing an emergency vehicle on track at the same time. Looks like just a local yellow, though, right now. Bob, I'm not seeing a full course caution as of yet.
No, nor am I. Have a quick look down. Well, you can't see the flag stand.
Can't
Let the
see.
windows look clear sometime. Before the end of the day.
Yeah, we're still showing it green, so.
And you had mentioned, crew, that it was pretty chilly out there this morning coming into the tower to begin the day.
Kind of chilly. At 29 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ooh.
Right now it's only 63 in the room we're sitting in. So I put my puffy coat back on.
You could hang meat in there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And looking through timing and scoring, not sure who might be off right now. We're still showing Visceral Racing Group in the 918 not turning laps, along with Momo Champ, Stupid Fast, and Brew Crew in the Lauger car, the 86 car that we expected to do so well out here, not having a good start to their season, shown down in 43rd place. Going back on board with 901 Motorsports in the 903, the team owner saying, we're having trouble with the pace. The pace of the field is so high, we're falling back. We can't seem to keep pace with these other teams, although I'm showing the 903 car is scored in 7th place. Make that 6th. So, drivers have to have something to complain about, so they'll find anything.
Or just make it up, whatever.
The search for speed is never ending.
Nice switchback heading up the top of the hill to 11 there as they went under the bridge, down onto the front straightaway to begin another lap here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Recently renamed, and as Bob had said earlier, if you hadn't joined us by then, they've constructed a beautiful new tower out there on the outside of the track.
And rumor has it, it actually has heating and air. It is a beautiful facility. There's a wonderful paddock club floor for hospitality, great views of turn 12 and the pit straightaway. It's really a lovely facility. There are even better days ahead for Road Atlanta, I'm sure.
I really enjoy the elevators.
The elevators, not going up and down the stairs?
Yeah. In the old days, we have to pull all that equipment up and down the stairs. You made sure that you had everything you wanted before you came up the stairs because you weren't going back down again.
And you'd squeeze by all the folks in the media center, which has now been very much expanded. More great views and lots of workspace for the press.
It was absolutely beautiful.
It became Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in 2019.
Wow, has it been that long already?
Yeah.
Time flies.
First NASCAR, what was then called the Busch Series, now the Xfinity Series. First ever road race for that National Touring Series took place here at Road Atlanta back in the 80s.
On board with Freddie Mercury, the team that was up into 2nd place earlier this morning. But, boy, it's been Visceral Racing Group all morning long so far. I say that, but we've only been green for an hour and 38 minutes. That's when the green flag came out, at least. We've had some minimal cautions here this morning, mostly green flag racing. Cone Crushers, last year's winner, currently scored in 7th place. 901 Motorsport, the 903 just behind them.
Yeah, there's actually been very little yellow flag running. I think we've only had 3 or 4. They've been pretty brief, only a lap or 2 behind the safety car while a stranded vehicle was removed. So the track crews are doing a great job to keep us under a green flag.
Speaking of track crews, we've got, looks like a couple of wreckers moving through turn number 5 right now, and a lot of cars kind of stacked up, piled up behind them. Very slowly, it looks like so they may have that area of the track yellowed. Very often they'll follow the emergency crews with yellow and white waving flags.
Boy, yeah, there's the yellow and white flags, but the idea of having a service vehicle on track under green flag conditions at all, I think I'd prefer to see a full course yellow.
And there they are pulling off to the left. Seems to be a popular meeting place, Bob. Maybe we should be down there.
Yeah, that's Calamity Corner thus far.
Like we said, it's deceptive. So I think there was some contact. Waiting for some confirmations on who and what
Looks like Hong North has ducked into the pits from 9th place. 50 laps completed here so far. Welcome, everyone, if you're just joining us. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series season opener at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong, calling the race for you. You can see 901 Motorsport here working their way up the hill towards turn number 2 again. And Marky the Farmer saying, hey, it's warming up here now. It says 27 degrees. It was 26 earlier. Like I said, if there's a racer, we'll find a reason to complain, even if there isn't snow.
Yeah, why are we complaining? Life could be so much worse.
Yes, it could.
Bad day at the racetrack is still better than a good day just about anywhere else.
Freddie Mercury on board with them, getting past as they're headed what looks like into turn number 6 there. Might see some action to the left here. That's where the there may have been an incident. Difficult to tell from this vantage point. As he heads down that very fast backstretch. Got a little bit of a kink there, so still a heads-up part of the racetrack. Reminds me of Mid-Ohio, that kink, the dog leg there on the backstretch. There we see the emergency vehicle sort of at the crest of the hill there, off to driver's left. And another emergency vehicle, so some activity going on down there on the backstretch.
Can't quite make it out.
Here we have one of the wreckers coming, and I believe they have a car in tow.
I believe they do. Either that or the driver thought it'd be fun to tailgate the wrecker, which is not a good idea.
Well, let's just hope he's keeping the tow rope taut.
Can't quite catch a car number.
It's blue. It looks, I wonder if it's the Rodney Earwood BMW. It's got that beautiful blue livery, and that is a new build for that team. We're still seeing caution and emergency vehicle waving flags there at turn number 7. But we'll go on board with Second Thought Racing here.
Okay, approaching turn 6. Late braking, down a gear, maybe 2. Uphill run to 7. Use the curb on the right, use the curb on the left. I don't see any reason why they'd be waving. Oh, yeah, I do. They're on the left. 2 more vehicles.
It's a big mess of
it. Car up on the flatbed.
I'm telling you, that's the party central over there. What are we doing here?
Absolutely. We need to go out there and
call the race from that spot.
Yeah. In between crunches. Always fun down here in 12, though, I must say, to watch slower cars come through right on the apex and about 4 guys trying to get around. Can I do this on the outside? Yeah, I guess you can.
Just one of the 2 Mini Coopers out here this weekend, coming down the front straightaway, starting another lap out here at Road Atlanta.
Got a slow mover coming down the hill into 12. Bright red car. Can't tell if it's in distress. It's a BMW. Didn't catch the number. I think it's just being driven slowly.
Yeah, there they are on our screens, too. As you said, it just looks like they're off pace in that BMW E36. And we know this track is highly, highly technical, isn't it, Bob?
Oh, yeah. and fast. It's fun to drive around with an expert who can explain the nuances of finding speed at Road Atlanta. Most of the corners, as I say, are faster than they look, but by the same time, you have to be aware of very precise braking, very precise turn-ins. And of course, it's all great when you're on the racetrack all by yourself. But when there's cars you're trying to get around, trying to navigate traffic, trying to stay out of the way of faster cars, it's an all-day sucker.
A little wave there from the 901 Motorsport driver as he heads by another car down the hill to start another lap here at Road Atlanta. So 33 cars passed for position is the Visceral Racing Group number 959 car that's leading this race over the OFIC Racing Machine. I believe that is actually Rodney Earwood's team. And so they're doing quite well for themselves. Thank you. Then we have the number 903 of 901 Motorsports and Cone Crushers. Surprise, surprise, up to fourth place. Crank Yankers Racing in fifth. As these cars cycle through their pit stops, we're going to see these running orders get shuffled up quite a bit.
We're approaching that 10 o'clock hour, which would be 2 hours in now. So anybody who hasn't pitted will be coming in the next 13 minutes to do that driver change.
Good point, Tiffany.
By rule.
By rule. And strategy.
Yeah, you have to get that driver out of the seat. You can't have them in there any more than 2 hours at a time. Then they need, at minimum, a 1 hour break. And so, the hopeful strategy is, can we keep the car on the racetrack for 2 hours? And that might sound amusing, but really fuel consumption is the question. When you're running around these racetracks at full throttle, it's difficult to not have to put fuel in the car shy of 2 hours. But if you can stretch it out to 2 hours, you make your driver change at that time, and thus you make yourself most efficient, the fewest pit stops as possible. Champ Car races are not a lap count race, it's a timed race. So you want to turn as many laps as possible within that given time. Checkered flag is going to be thrown at 10 o'clock tonight. And he with the most laps up ahead wins.
Yeah, I think the 636 is being called in for a black flag for a pass near the safety vehicle.
Yeah, those vehicles are now off track, by the way, so the yellow and white flags have been withdrawn. As you see, they're at turn 7. Or don't see, as the case may be.
Yes, there we see the John Allen Special car has also brought their car into the pits, that Mini Cooper with a driver being fitted back in. They got that flat bottom steering wheel up on the hook there. Just able to reach the switches, making sure that he can reach those kill switches and other switches on the dash fully strapped in. The removable steering wheel going on the steering shaft there. As we head back out onto the racetrack with Freddie Mercury in their 86 Capri.
Hands in the 10 and 3 position. Reaching terminal velocity.
I knew you were going for that.
What would that be, Tiffany? You have any idea how fast this Mercury Capri is probably going there at the top of the hill before hitting the braking area for turns 10A and 10B?
Very quickly.
Is that metric or imperial?
Most of our cars,
I'm
top
sure
speed is around 130 to 135. That's about it.
I would think.
That's about as fast as they'll go. Not saying that's how fast they're going, but
yeah. At
Daytona, I was getting 130 out of our M3, which was an EC car. That's about, 130, 135. I think Bill has lied about his MR2 hitting 135, so it's somewhere up in that range.
They may have pushed it off a cliff or something.
Yeah. Right.
The car 252 Kraken Racing is off driver's left at turn 5. Looks like they're no power to the car, so.
Still under green.
You say turn 5 there, Tiffany?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not on camera, but and that's an area where Rodney lost control of the BMW he was racing last year. And if you've done some laps as the emergency crews head out onto the racetrack here in the iRacing series, you know that it's kind of easy to make that left-hander and then have a little bit too much side load as you come up onto the curbing there at the exit of 5, and that'll bring that rear end around, and pow, you hit the wall on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Facing the wrong way.
Ooh, Cone Crusher is coming through the turn 12 and just a little wiggly.
You can see some of those cars doing such a beautiful job coming through there, and there's Cone Crushers, and there is a bit of a bump there, I guess. The at the apex, somewhere in that area that
upsets the car a little bit.
Yeah,
sometimes more than you are expecting every once in a while, depending on how you hit it.
So that famous expression, I think it was Darrell Waltrip who said, understeer is when you hit the wall with the front of the car, and oversteer is when you hit the wall with the back of the car.
Yeah.
Right. John Allen Special getting those belts checked. Timer comes off, and they're waved on. Team Infinity also has rejoined the race. Here we have a wrecker coming through 5, heading towards that scene of the crime. There's RVA Graphics and Wraps coming through turn number 5 at the base of the S's.
Did you say pulled off driver's left or driver's right?
I don't know that I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Our message said he was on driver's left of T5.
That's a rough place to be. I mean,
not ideal. No.
There's not a lot of room to extract a car from there. Over on the right is where one of the turnouts is for one of the different track configurations here at Road Atlanta. There's lots of room. As we take a look at the map, we're turning at turn 5, just above the word S's there. You see there's a turnout to the right and another one entering from the left. So there's a lot of pavement out there where you can get out of everybody's way and wait for the safety trucks.
If you're on the right of the track.
If you're on the right of the track. On the left, you got a little bit of grass and then some concrete and a whole bunch of trees.
And, of course, that's where he decided to go off. Jerk.
Which is probably what the safety truck operator was saying.
Thanks a lot, pal.
Much easier to retrieve them from the inside of the course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Of course, if he lost power, I mean, what are you going to do?
I mean, word on the street is they may have run out of gas.
Oh.
I told you these cars are going to use more gas today with these cold conditions, but sunny. So I was wondering if that was going to catch anybody out.
Yeah, we're used to racing in the snow around here.
Right. You have way better gas mileage. We're 5 minutes till 6 minutes till the 2-hour mark. So if somebody was trying to push it right to there and just a little off on their fuel mileage,
there you saw it.
Driving the snot out of it. Mm-hmm.
OFIC Racing taking this opportunity to pit. Crank Yankers has also pitted, and the Madwag Motorsports team, they've pitted as well. And 901 Motorsports, the number 901 car, has come into the pits. So we do expect to see more and more of these front-running machines coming into pit, as Tiffany indicated at the top of by the top of the hour.
So we've got another car stopped. The 131 of Loose Change is stopped on track, and I believe it is at turn 10, driver's left. Yeah, everybody's just piling into the pits now.
Loose Change.
Mm-hmm. Racer Fink says, "Good morning, Champers from Florida. Hold on, I have to go turn on the AC."
Nice.
Nice.
Saw a car off driver's left on the climb to turn 11. That's a tricky spot.
And we'll go on board with John Allen Special here as we head down. I believe this is the back stretch.
Yes.
Maybe we'll get another look at that site. just as we get to it, I'll switch cameras.
No.
There was a plan once to build condominiums off to the left side. There, see a safety truck with a car.
Yeah,
on the flatbed.
there's another car in
More
tow.
safety trucks.
We're coming into the brake zone here, maybe. Yep.
We have as many safety trucks as race cars out here today.
There's another one. There's
that
a
white one I mentioned.
Yeah, another customer. So OFIC has rejoined the race. There's a view from the tower where Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander are perched.
I like that, perched.
Perched.
Where the climate control system is working against the bacteria in the room, so you could hang meat in there.
Taking a break.
So about 53 races that you can get involved with here in the Champ Car Endurance Series on the schedule. You can find out more at ChampCar.org on the website. Check out the scheduling there.
Yeah, we've got the whole 2022 schedule up now, and I had to yell at Bill, but we got a PDF so you can download it and print it now.
50-some races?
There's quite
53 because we have a lot of doubles, Bob. So
wow.
So there's a lot of doubles in those weekends. Yeah, that's a lot of racing.
Tell me about it.
We're
I
going to
thought the World of Outlaws did a lot.
Mm-hmm. We're going to the Ozarks International Raceway April 29th and May 1st. I'm really looking forward to putting my eyes on that track.
I want to see that too.
Hopefully I can at least get a few practice laps in somebody's car.
Yeah.
Get lost out there, find my way back, you know, just the basics.
I was going to say, with all those races, somebody's getting a lot of airline miles, but a lot of folks get to these races driving, certainly all the teams, but a lot of
because they're towing their cars.
A lot of staff, a lot of officials. Volunteer if you get the chance. Go for your SCCA track marshal certification. I mean, we can't race without track marshals, safety workers, what have you. So come on out and be a part of the fun.
Absolutely.
Speaking of the Sports Car Club of America, their national championship runoffs were held here at Road Atlanta for 23 years before the club started to move it around the country.
Yeah, Larry Dent was a proponent of getting that national championship race out to Road America. Mm-hmm. Larry, of course, no longer with us, but
the 917-ton crushers are coming in out of third place. Sorry to interrupt you, Paulie.
No, I was going to say, Doc would be upset if I didn't say volunteering is one of the easiest ways to get involved in the sport, and you get paid and you get fed. So come on out, get involved. You can sign up on the Champ Car website to become a volunteer at races. And again, we're all over North America, and we're even up into Canada. They even let us up there. So check out the Champ Car website for more information. Get involved. And that's really the best way to get started in the sport, because you learn so much about Champ Car and about racing, and you get paid at the same time. So can't really go wrong there.
Looks like Leviathan just dipped in.
Get very fashionable outfits too.
Oh yeah.
That safety vest, yeah, you can't go wrong there.
High-vis vest, those white coveralls.
Well, that you'd have to buy, but they don't give you those.
Oh, very fashion forward.
You get credits to they pay you, or you can get credits to enter your car one day, or get in with one of these arrive and drive teams.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of ways to get involved, but volunteering is usually the easiest channel.
That's one of the cool things about Champ Car Endurance Racing, is that no money changes hands when someone hits the jackpot in a race. You get a credit to be used toward your future racing, which makes the whole transaction fairly tidy. I like that idea.
And with that, we've reached the top of the hour, so we're going to step away for a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. After 63 laps, the team that won D-Class last year leads overall here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the season opener of the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong calling the race for you. Looks like we've got a car that's stranded turn number 7 under yellow again. A driver on the left side of the track stopped and not moving. So again, that's a popular area not to be undone. Everybody wants to stop in there and see what it's all about. What's all the fun?
Are they giving out free ice cream over there on turn 7?
Well, Bill would be over there if that was the case.
There's a herd of deer or something. Everybody will stop.
Just stop and take a picture, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I actually came across a couple of deer that were running across the road this morning as I was heading back from breakfast. Could be.
My son lives out in Jackson, Wyoming, and he says, you can always tell when there's a wild animal around because you see a whole bunch of cars stopped. Everybody wants to take a picture of the moose or, mountain lion or bear or whatever it is.
Right.
They get out of their car to take a picture. No way.
Yeah, right.
Rockingham Racing installing a new driver there. That's one of the things that's really unique about endurance racing is you got all this pit stop stuff going on, which I had never experienced before when I came to Champ Car. Everything I was doing was what we call sprint races, which was more of a 20 to 40 minute race. And this whole pit stop thing, I had to learn how to go through all of that.
RVA is trying to put the moves on the Infinity.
The pit lane was packed just about 4 or 5 minutes ago, and now nobody in the top 16 is on pit lane.
Boy, that 411 RVA car is really moving up through the field. They're up to 15th. Make that 13th if you pull the EC cars out. So they're trying to get up through the field. The biggest mover right now is 901 Motorsport in the number 903. They've jumped 39 positions to get themselves into 5th place, and they're the ones complaining about the field being too fast.
And once again, it's not like they passed all those cars because they qualified poorly. Qualifying is basically non-existent.
Yeah.
The grid is set randomly, so you can be the fastest guy on the facility and start stone last in the field through no fault of your own. But then you get some gaudy statistics when you pass your way all the way to the front.
Yes, very impressive. Lots of bragging rights there. Look what I did. So coming to the top of the hill, turn 11, grit and grind, heading down the hill through 12 here.
Safety trucks pulling onto the pit entrance. I think they've snagged this race car at least twice today.
Oh, is that a Ready 36?
I think it is.
Yeah, Visceral Racing Group number 918 down in 47th place, shown not turning laps. They are the only car, at 47th place, they're the only other than the 3 that are in the pits that are not turning laps. It's amazing.
2 extractions in 129 minutes is not conducive to a good finish.
So cars that didn't start the race today, Tater's Garage, the number 633 of Squadron Racing, Mustang, GT10, Goodhart Racing, Chandler Skull, and Brew Crew in the stout car that has a fuel pump issue. The other cars up ahead did start. 65 laps completed. Grit and Grind currently scored in 20th place.
Side by side. BMW versus Mazda, headed for the braking area.
Decides to line up behind him there and just get to the brakes a little bit early. Checks up nicely. Through that 10A, 10B complex to the top of the hill.
I think that Mazda has a cutaway roof. It's got to be nice and chill in that car.
Yeah.
What's our, let me check the temperature. Nice toasty 34. Well, at least we're above freezing.
You got that sunshine, too. Don't forget that sunshine.
True. Radiant energy.
We'll take it. So much going on in the world of motorsports as we head into the beginning of a new season. We've got Kimi Räikkönen as a team principal for I think it's Kawasaki, isn't it, Bob? Motorcycle team.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Got all kinds of interesting things happening in motorsport world.
I'll be working on, call me Mr. EV if you like. I'm calling the Formula E Championships for CBS Sports Network. We've already had one doubleheader weekend in Saudi Arabia. Next week we'll be in Mexico City. The week after that, I'm doing the Extreme E Championship for Fox Sports, also from Saudi Arabia. So the Saudis are spreading some money around to host big-time motorsports. They've already hosted the famed Dakar Rally. There'll be more going on.
Well,
but
congratulations.
Right, that quarter mile at the Olympic Coliseum in Los Angeles this weekend bears watching. And then off we go into the heat of battle. Drag racing, NASCAR, Formula One follows in March. IndyCar on the streets of St. Petersburg. Yep, it's going to be busy.
And congratulations on that CBS gig. Glad to hear you've got that. And that's a very interesting series, isn't it?
It is.
So they're doing driver changes. They change the driver from car to car to continue the race. Isn't that what they do?
Well, no, they did that in season one.
Okay.
And then the batteries were developed by the folks at McLaren Applied Technologies so that they no longer needed two cars to finish the race.
I see.
Was a big boost to the series logistically. And then the Generation 2 car came along and upped the power levels. And now we have the Gen 3 car coming next year, which will be pumping out 350 kilowatts, which is about 470 brake horsepower equivalent. So those cars will be fast. They can already do 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds. Of course, electric propulsion is all torque. But they'll touch 170 miles an hour in the right conditions. Of course, we race on street circuits, temporary circuits, so rarely do we reach rarely do they reach terminal velocity, but it is fascinating. The driver lineup is fabulous, as is the Extreme all-electric off-road series that we cover. Guys like Carlos Sainz and Sebastian Loeb, who came out of retirement to race the Monte Carlo Rally and won the darn thing.
Of course.
He's outstanding.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
Got a message from Bill here that the towing guys are some of the guys are not riding they're not riding their brakes when they're being towed. And of course we've already broken one of their brand new tow straps.
Oh. So
what happens is, of course, if you don't ride the brakes while you're being towed, you're not keeping that tow strap taut. And that was one of Doc's pet peeves. So what happens often is that tow strap can get underneath a tire, and then the truck is still moving, and pow, it'll just snap that strap. So,
or even if it just goes slack, and then you give it the full weight of the car when you hit the brakes, and yeah, it snaps.
I can tell you from experience that they yell at you when you do that.
Yeah. Just Hand him your credit card.
Well, I tried to get in the tow truck with him. I was like, "You're going to tow it back, right?" And he's like, "You're going to stay in the car."
No, you have to sit in the car.
In my first HPD that I got, the very first time I got towed in, I was like, "What?" I mean, every time I call AAA, they just let me ride in the truck.
They should teach that.
Right?
You got to ride the brake.
You got to ride the brake.
We've got a Christian going in the John Allen Special car.
Okay.
And we have Alex going in the 330 team, the 339. Max went in the Visceral, the 959. And the 918 for Visceral had an alternator mount brake. So they sent one of their guys off to the store to buy a new alternator mount.
I hope they're going to AutoZone.
Yeah, that's an odd
thing to
universal there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can get some in-car here for Visceral Racing Group as we're continuing to work our way around the circuit here. Very few full course cautions. 69 laps completed. Freddie Mercury, your leader, by about a lap over Visceral Racing Group in the 959 car. Poverty Autosport here, B-class car, finds themselves in third place, followed by Cone Crushers, last year's winner. Then it's the number 903 of 901 Motorsports. Running Bulls Racing is right up there, just behind them.
Yeah, Poverty Autosports has just turned their fastest time of the day. So they're getting it done.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. And keep up the good work. It's great to see this sunshine again this year. That's not going to stop us from complaining, though. Don't think for a second. We'll find a reason.
It is nice and sunny outside. I don't think it's warm, though. I'm not going to check. We'll send Bill.
Just 3 cars on the lead lap right now.
Hung North is coming around. Is that, or no, that was Freddie Mercury, wasn't it? And the Cone Crushers battling it out on the front straightaway. Got quite a few veteran teams here today.
I guess that's kind of expected. I mean, nobody needs to be told what the past 2 years have been like and how difficult it's been for everyone, but certainly for racing series that attract customers. And yeah, I would think it would be the regulars, the veterans, the ones who know what's what, who probably have a little more invested in deciding to go to a race and participate.
And you can see this driver getting a workout for themselves there with all that hand movement.
Yeah.
In that Porsche 944.
Your change.
Visceral Racing Group trying to hoist that 918 machine up to the front of the field.
Well, he does have a bit of a frantic driving style, doesn't he? A lot of steering input.
This might be the 959 car. The other one I'm showing not turning laps, so this would put them in third place.
The 918 is the one that had the broken alternator mount belt.
Thank you.
Bolt. I said belt. Bolt.
Get that changed.
And so this should be Max in the car, I believe. Got my little notes. Thanks everyone who's sending me info. I'm keeping up with all the info you're sending, so keep it coming.
See the little Flagtronics device on the dash with the green light flashing? It's a terrific little device that warns each driver or alerts them to yellow flags, red flags, black flags even. And right now it's clean and green.
It is a nifty device.
And we're not just saying that because their engineers are sitting here in the booth.
Well, it's sitting on the dash where you can see the sky and the sunlight, and it adjusts the brightness via how bright it is in there. Yeah, and then I think it works off GPS,
Mm-hmm.
right? It'll
Yes.
even flash at you during like the purple 35s, the tracks that we run that, it'll flash at you if you're over 35.
Oh.
The 35 will like flash.
Mhm.
It's letting you know that you are not driving 35.
I wish I had one of those in my car that would tell me when the traffic light has changed so my wife wouldn't have to tell me.
Where would be the fun in that?
Or feel the urge to tell me, I should say.
Crank Yankers Racing has tumbled to 16th spot. They were, Bill reported they were moving slow over in turn number 6 there, but then continued on. So might be having some trouble with the BMW. Crank Yankers Racing. They have actually pitted. Now I'm showing that they have just crossed the pit loop, bringing that car into the pits. On board with Rockingham Racing, braking for turn 10, it looks like, in that BMW. You know, no one says you have to race the BMW, guys. There's plenty of other cars you can pick, but that just is one of the cars that's sort of a, well, there's less that needs to be done, frankly, to make it a race car.
It's a popular choice, that and the Miatas.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it's a pretty easy car to drive, too.
Mm-hmm.
It is the ultimate driving machine, after all.
Right. It is.
Already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's so many teams that run them that if you need a part, you can walk up and down pit lane and likely find what you need, which is super helpful.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that contributes to popularity. I mean, look at what Porsche did, bringing parts trucks to the professional races. Everybody drove Porsches because it was just so convenient, as well as being a terrific race car. The 962s I'm thinking of. But more recently even, all the 911s, as GT racing rises in popularity around the world.
I love the Porsches. They ruined me. I was a Nissan gal before. The Porsches ruined my wallet.
And we got a car stopped in turn 10. Timothy says, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting one. Where does that come from?
BMW or a stopped car?
I think it's when we were talking about BMWs and Porsches.
Yeah,
a little bit of a delay there.
A dockism.
Drivers left between turns 9 and 10.
There it is, coming up by the wall, right in the braking zone for turn 10A.
I don't have a 622. Must be a...
There we see it well off in the distance there, but yes, indeed. Get that over there.
Do you see it?
Yeah, it's
should be right along the driver's
might be difficult for you to see from your vantage, from what you
Okay.
see there, but yeah, I can.
I've even got my glasses.
Those of
on.
us that are watching it on a, if you're watching on a large screen TV, you'd be able to see that. I think I can zoom in a little bit for you, but you can sort of see about center screen there, just above, just in the shadows there off to driver's left. It looks like there's a car perched in the grass.
Okay.
The curve straightens out.
That little shaded blob there.
Right. That's a good name for a race team. Shaded blob. Is there a minimum speed? I'm displaying my ignorance of the rules here. Because there's at least one car out here kind of tootling around. I mean, it's great that the driver doesn't challenge his or her skill level, but yikes, there is a car going slowly out there.
Actually, as long as they're not causing a safety concern,
Yeah.
they're being eyes up, they will let that go on. At VRR, there was the 24-hour race. There was a car that I believe they lost 4th, 5th. I think they were stuck in 3rd gear.
Oh dear.
And ran the rest of the race like that for hours and hours and hours, and actually finished.
Gosh.
But yeah, I mean that significantly impacted their top end speed, obviously. But they were kind of trying to stay out of the way, and they finished the race.
Well, Bill always tests the low speed mark by when he races, especially in the Opel. That actually raised a little bit of a dispute at VIR when he brought that old car out there. Got a standing yellow at turn number 5. That would be at the base of the hill there in the S's. And again, we don't see anything there. Must be just beyond our camera view, but what a beautiful shot that is as the cars snake down the hill there. They're one of the Mini Coopers coming through turn number 5, or entering number 5.
Favorite part of the track right there. I love that.
Yeses.
Yes. I mean, when you come down through that, like hauling the mail in a nice mid-engine car, you just can't beat it.
And FIC with their hand in the air.
Going slowly? Is that the reason?
Yeah, perhaps signaling an approaching car.
Yeah, there's the safety vehicles. Turn 10A.
Looks like we got a report of a car that has cut through turn number 5 there. And that's
AOA Racing.
AOA, yes indeed.
It's almost a tongue twister if you try to say it too fast. AOA.
I know, Billy.
Turn it like an echo. Like echo.
The driver is one. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And you're right. The visceral guy is, he's just got the back end of that car hanging out every which way. He's really chasing it. He'll be tired when he gets out of the car. He's going to sleep good tonight.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Looks like a Miata they're pulling it in red and white.
What's the Flagtronic flashing on the dash there?
Yeah, it looks like there's a caution right there, Bob. That might have been. It looked like there was a car. Oh, it's on the outside of 5. So I think that's a local yellow. Might be an EV flashing. I haven't actually used it.
Just stopped flashing.
Yeah, it did. So maybe a half of it flashes when it's a local.
Yeah.
And then the entire thing would change color if you had a full course condition.
Cone Crushers continuing to turn good laps. They're up to 4th now. They've passed the Poverty Auto Sports.
AJ had said, I had to pull over the truck just to type this out. Hey, don't pick on the Opel. Oh, shoot, that's funny.
All in good fun.
Yeah, we kid because we care.
That's right.
Poverty Autosport ducked into the pits out of 5th spot in their Dodge Neon. Freddie Mercury still leads this race, turning out these 145s. Visceral Racing Group in 2nd place. We were on board with them earlier in the number 959. Cone Crushers in 3rd place in their Porsche 944. Then we have Poverty Autosport. Again, they've just come into the pits, though. 901 Motorsport behind them. Then we have Running Bulls Racing in their BMW. Then OFIC. Rounding out the top 10, we've got a couple EC cars, so officially Madwag Motorsports and NLS Racing also fits into that category as we've reached the bottom of the hour. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And after 79 laps completed, still under green, with Freddie Mercury leading the field over Hong North, Trans Am back about a lap. Then it's Visceral Racing Group in the number 959, followed by last year's winner, Cone Crushers, in their Porsche 944. And then the number 903 of 901 Motorsports in their BMW in fifth. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong calling the race for you this weekend. Let us know what you're working on in the comments. and what races you're looking forward to joining us at this year. Don't forget, we're going to be at the Ozarks, the brand new racetrack this year for our 2000. We have a car that came off track there, but managed to get back on the track. They're on the front straightaway. But yeah, we'll be there for the season championship this year. Brian's saying
I'm really looking forward to that one.
SCCA National Championship driver Eric Anderson is now in the number 163 Toyota Supra, the Grumpy Butt Hong North team. So that's cool. They're up in second place right now. Well, the 163 is not. That's the number 8 that's there. Let's see where the 163 is at. I'm not seeing them on my panel right away, but that's great. That's great. Looks like Poverty Autosport in the pits right now, down there in 23rd spot, along with Clear Motor Works, A2 Racing, Denton Cardin. We know they were off track here a little bit earlier in that EC car during the break. Kraken Racing also off track, along with Soggy Bottom Boys in the 358. And that's down in 46th spot. Everybody else up above is on track right now.
So Stupid Fast Racing got into it with another car. Not sure fault on that one, but they got kind of punted off track. And they're working on their car, but it doesn't look good for them to be able to get that Miata fixed and back out.
Temperature up to 36 degrees, only set to go to 48 here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. But it is radiant sunshine, so the track, I think, is warming. And at least here in turn 12, I seem to detect a lot more sliding than we saw when things were colder.
And I guess Bill's reporting the Highmark Racing team lost a tail light. Right rear, the light is just kind of dangling there. Of course, in Champ Car, you have to have at least 2 working tail lights.
Oh, the Highmark Porsche went through here almost sideways. It is definitely less grippy.
You got that thing really wrung out today.
Mm.
We've got a D-Class car leading the field, followed by a C-Class car. That leader is Hong North. And then A-Class being led by Madwag Motorsports down there in 10th. And then our lead B-Class car is AOA Racing in the number 585.
So 999, the Highmark Racing is getting called in. They've got a light dangling on their car.
Gonna bring him in.
Oh, yep. So we've got with the second stint going on now, we've got Rich in the Cone Crushers car. In Wackenham, we've got Robert Watson. And for the 901 Motorsports team, the 903 car is being powered by Grant, and the 901 car is being powered by Mark. And Jeff Stewart is now in the Leviathan car. And Ron's in the Wittenhauer car. And they said they've had a great day so far, so just, fingers crossed.
Great. Yeah, the two Mini Coopers this weekend having a good day of it.
It's always nice when it works out that way, right?
Yeah, you want everybody on track. It doesn't mean a whole lot when you win because they're in the paddock.
Right.
Or you beat them because they're in the paddock. On board with Visceral Racing Group in high-speed pursuit of that the Cone Crushers Porsche. As they head down the hill here, looking for a way by this green machine. Looks like one of the BMW E36s. You can see that Flagtronics unit saying, "We are green," as we head down into turn number 1.
So Bill's telling us that the 918 Visceral car is off at turn 5.
Oh boy. And it looks like they're out of our field of view of our camera down there in turn 5, but that's pretty normal. We'll see if we can follow here, if we can see
right
anything.
Out of the camera view.
Yep.
Had to check up there pretty hard at the base of the hill there for the Porsche.
Yeah, he's being held up just a bit.
See if he can work his way down the inside for turn 6. This is a popular passing spot right here.
Oh, he's going for it.
Cone
Side
Crushers,
by side in 6.
Giving some room there.
Wow.
As we head into 7, really needs to get that exit.
It could have been a mess.
They could have gotten tangled up, but we have 2 highly experienced teams. And you can bet they both saw each other and what was going on and could trust each other through there. I had a really good battle with Cone Crushers at Mid-Ohio last year. It's just a lot of fun to drive with drivers of that caliber. Down the inside, looks a little twisted up there, trying to outbrake going into 10.
Had a change of heart at the last possible moment.
Come on, car. Just do what I tell you.
You can do it.
Where's that guy these days?
Who is that? Like, is Rob
I couldn't begin to
Snyder, maybe? Off the Happy Madison Adam Sandler movies?
Couldn't tell you.
I always thought those were funny.
83 laps completed so far. On board with NLS Racing, currently scored in 9th place.
So 999, the high mark is, they've got that light fixed and they're back out.
Now they're scored in 9th place in the 799 car, which is their 300ZX. This is their sister car, NLS, who's back a couple more spots. They're in 12th. Make that 11th now. As Highmark is in the pits to take care of that taillight issue in their EC machine. And they're tumbling down the standings, of course, as they're working through that issue.
That could be a long fix if it's the result of contact.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't have a taillight, what are you going to do? Manufacture something out of tape or?
Not something you're likely to have a spare for on the truck.
Right. And of course, you know, a lot of these E36s, that taillight is kind of contoured into the bodywork. So if the corner of the car gets popped, then you've got, even if you had a new one, you wouldn't be able to fit it. On board with Visceral Racing Group again. A car coming by around the inside there. Not content with that is the Porsche looking for a way back around.
Look at that steering input. Yikes. Just sawing at the wheel.
Is that Mad Max? It says Justin up there. But I think Justin started. So maybe that didn't get changed.
Now they have to change. Speaking of changing, they're going to need to change the steering shaft bearings when he gets done. Try and look at the inside here. Going into 6, we're going to go 3 wide into 6.
3 wide?
That's not going to happen, Bob. Well, what do you expect him to do?
Exactly.
Where's he going to go? Disappear? Through 7. Here we go.
That was uncalled for, in my view.
I truly expected him to disappear.
Don't do something silly as you pass him here.
Around the outside, not ideal, but if he's got the legs around the number 8.
And I don't know what that left hand did when it went out the window, but
What's
is that the Sebastian Vettel? What's going on here? Well, I thought we were racing. Timothy suggests duct tape and wire ties.
I believe I just saw Freddie Mercury duck into the pits. Our first place car currently.
That would be our leader, yeah.
Doesn't show pitting on timing and scoring, though.
I just saw him come down the pit in.
So. Now it does, yeah.
So Highmark, I guess,
you are indeed.
Highmark's repaired that tail light and gotten back out. Automotive Group did a spin and continue there in the number 970 Miata.
That was a pretty quick fix on that tail light.
Yeah.
Of course, there were a lot of BMWs in this race. You can always run next door and see if somebody has a spare.
85 laps completed. Freddie Mercury ducks into the pits.
left-hand salute. I'm wondering if that D-class car can't go 2 hours. I'm just thinking that's so they're going to be pitting off sequence of everyone else, and that's going to put them with at least one extra pit stop for the day, unless they get lucky and get some stops under yellow.
Yeah, it looks like he pitted at lap number, I think that's lap 35 there, Tiffany, this morning. So this is their second pit stop. And as you said, it's might be kind of off sequence because of that very thirsty power plant under the hood.
That would be my guess.
We're going to expect Visceral Racing Group on board now here with them to take the lead of the race here as they sweep down the hill to complete another lap here at Road Atlanta.
Puts Hong North back on the lead lap as well. And that the Mazda.
So that's going to be good for Cone Crushers. That bumps them up to third. 901 Motorsport, as well as RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 111, just sets their fastest lap time of the day with a stout 143.8.
God, it's fascinating watching the steering on this car.
So in the 160 Running Bulls car, Michael Bull is in the car.
Oh, good. Had a little bit of conversation with Michael on social media today as they were working their way out to this weekend. Like many teams, working up to the last minute to get those cars prepared so they could get out here on board with Freddie Mercury team here as they're in the pits installing a new driver and getting ready to head back out and rejoin the race. Been a great day for them so far today as they've already spent a significant amount of time leading the race, both at 10 o'clock and 10:30 this morning. As we go back to the front straightaway. Clear skies, mostly sunny today. High of about 47 degrees is on tap. 0% chance of precipitation. And then there's NLS Racing, a team that just always seems to come from behind and show up at the end of the race to put themselves in the mix. Currently in ninth place with that car. So Freddie Mercury in the pits right now. There's John Allen Special, Richard's team.
Said they're done. They broke their transmission. They started dead last, got up to 37th place, and then third and fourth gear are gone. So they're down to first, second, and fifth. So they're done for the day, they say.
Yeah.
Okay, Tiffany, we didn't catch the team name.
Oh, Tater's Garage.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Taters.
that was the team that Stephen Cox was racing with today, the fellow that races in multiple grassroots motorsports series, including Champ Car, and also does some work for the Mecum Auctions.
Mm-hmm.
And he threatened to come up into the tower and spend some time with us on the mic, but I don't know if he's going to hold up to that threat or not.
So the Kraken Racing, the number 252, they broke their engine.
Oh, boy.
Said they threw a rod.
Oh, wow. Wonder if that was an over rev or
could be.
I mean, these are pretty stout engines.
Yeah, that little Acrid maybe didn't like somebody's driving, huh?
That's what I was thinking about the gearbox at Tater's Garage.
So Bill is confirming that report of the broken bolt on the alternator bracket. Broken bolt on the alternator. Looks like Ron just repaired it, he's telling me. Ron is the owner of the Visceral Racing Group dual entry team.
So we have, 54 cars still in the race from the 61 entered. I suppose that's probably about average.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. On board with OFIC Racing. They've had a good race of it, too, seeing themselves up at the front quite a bit today. In 7th place, they've passed 35 teams for position. Their fastest lap time of the day is a 1:43. Last lap was a 1:47. Visceral Racing Group, your leader, has just set their fastest lap time of the day with a scorching 1:41.1. You can see they've got their water bottle there. The typical Longacre bottle in the basket with a tube running to the driver. Many of the helmets you can buy with the plumbing to be installed so that your bite valve is inside the helmet already.
I'm watching the thread of that tube. It looks like it goes between the driver's right shoulder and the seat back.
Yeah.
Guys,
that's got to be uncomfortable.
We have a guest up here. Mr. Stephen Cox will be joining us for a few minutes.
Excellent.
Come on over, Stephen.
Stephen.
Bob, it is good to see you, my friend. How are you,
Thank you.
sir?
It's good to see you. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time.
Sorry to say, I think you're up here because you don't have a car to take another shift in. We were just talking about your team.
We went out there yesterday, and Tater's Garage, Dwayne, Kelly, and all the guys worked super hard on it and had high hopes because those are oval track racers making the transition into Champ Car.
Okay.
And they have a lot to learn. And I'm not speaking out of turn. Tater will tell you that. He'll tell you that.
Right.
He said, we got a lot to learn.
Yeah.
And so we went out yesterday and actually had a pretty good time. A couple of small radio issues, but I mean, it's just the stuff that you always run into. And yesterday we got quicker and got quicker. And I haven't been to this place in a long, long time. And we got down into about 150, something like that, which is not where we need to be. But, you know, you're in the ballpark now. Now the big chunks are gone, and now you're down to picking up a half a second here and a half a second there, and you get in the mid-40s, and that's where you want to be. And so we went out this morning, and Jimmy Britz, teammate, great driver, member of the Jacksonville Stock Car Hall of Fame, actually, got in the car first, took it out, and in 20 minutes, we lost third gear and fourth gear, and we lost them simultaneously. Now, it's a T5 transmission with overdrive, so that left us first, second, and fifth. And that means that the linkage, which is inside the casing on a T5, we can't fix the linkage.
Yeah, right.
And so they asked me if I wanted to go back out. And I started doing math in my head at 6,500 RPM red line going through the chicane and then making a second to fifth shift up the hill. We're just going to be in people's way. It's going to lug so bad getting up the hill. And so I said, thanks, but I'm grateful to have had two other offers barely before I even got out of the car. So, so something will still happen today.
So you're going to get into something today.
I'm still in my fire suit. So.
Excellent. Well, that's good to hear.
He's ready to go if somebody needs him.
Yep.
How often do you race in an average year?
I've got 27 races this year. But some of those are double weekends. And so I'll probably have 15 to 17 race weekends. And you combine that with another 15 weekends-ish with Motor Trend and a couple with some other networks. The year's full.
Yeah.
You know what it's like.
Yeah.
The year's fills up.
Yeah. And that's a good kind of full.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
What else do you race?
I race in the CRS Truck Series, which is the former ARCA Truck Series. A lot of the same guys, and I run for Dan and Brandon Huff in that series. Had a couple of really good runs there last year and a lot of fun. If you like short track, CRS is really a good way to go. It's all asphalt. Then the Grid Life series is very similar cars, but they're set up for the 20 and 30-minute sprint races. And Stable Brand Fuel Stabilizer is kind enough to support me and put me in that series. And then love Champ Car. Love Champ Car. I've been around Champ Car since about 2010, I think. Off and on. Never run a full schedule. But, and then there's a couple of other series that actually compete with this that I'll be in occasionally as well.
Cool.
Sounds like a busy year.
It's a busy year, but it's a fun year. I always wanted to get to IndyCar or something like that. That's obviously not going to happen at this point in my career. But to get paid and be in a car or be at a motorsports event and get to announce it every weekend is a life's dream, and I never want to take that for granted.
Absolutely.
Now, you mentioned you haven't been to Road Atlanta for a long time, but did you rediscover some of your old speed secrets when you got a chance to go around?
Well, that kind of assumes I had some to begin with. This whole track, this entire track is defined by turns 3, 4, and 7. And when I was back here some years ago, I was fortunate to run with some really top guys, and Danny Sullivan. I was just complaining about the car in turn 7. I can't get it off turn 7. I can't get it off turn 7 no matter what I do. And he said, look, Stephen, I've been here for a long time. Everyone sucks in turn 7. Your goal is to suck least. He goes, you're never going to like the car off 7. No matter what you do, no one likes their car off 7. And if you can get that, and if you can get the 3-4 combo, you've got it made. And I'll tell you something that I did, Bob, that maybe I'm over answering your question.
Hey, we got 14 hours.
We got 14 hours, right? I was going into turn 1, and remember, we're in a big V8 Mustang, so we got a lot of grunt, and I was downshifting from 4th to 3rd in turn 1. And one thing that really made a big difference was, and I don't know that I'll be able to do this in the cars that I'm going to be in later today. Because I'm probably switching to a Miata team or a BMW team. I'm not sure which yet. Waiting on my phone to ring.
Right.
But in the car that we had, actually ran better, leaving it in 4th in turn 1 and letting it sweep in, keep your entry speed high. And then when you get back on the throttle in 3rd gear, we're losing the rear end off 1. Well, that's a pretty fast place. You don't want to mess up there. But in 4th gear, you can put it all the way back down on the floor. It stays very smooth. You don't lose your 6, 7 tenths of a second on that shift. Then when I get up between 3 and 4, I'm revving out in 3rd gear again. I'm sorry, I'm still in 4th gear. And then I just make the blip right as the car goes neutral between 3 and 4, and I downshift there. So for our team, that worked, and that was one of those speed secrets.
Yeah, turn 1 is very deceiving here. Like 6, you can take it faster than you think you can. It takes some getting used to. We're going to have to take a break in a moment, but can you hang around with us?
Love to.
Okay.
I'm not going anywhere till my phone buzzes.
There you go. All right, so we continue with the action here, coming up on the end of hour 3 at the 14 Hours of Road Atlanta. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be back with more. Right now, Visual Racing leads the way.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it
starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the 2022 season opener at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong, and we had a special guest, Stephen Cox, up there in the broadcast booth, as well as Visceral Racing Group has retaken the lead of this race as they were leading early this morning at 9:30. And I don't know if we still have Steven up in the booth or if he wanted to continue talking or not, but we did have to take a quick break there, whatever the case may be. We have Cone Crushers in second place, Hong North in third, 901 Motorsports in fourth, and Running Bulls Racing holding down fifth place.
Thank you, Paul. We do, in fact, have Stephen Cox up here, who is between jobs, let's say, at the moment. One car ran afoul of mechanical deficiencies, and now he's hoping to get into another car, which is another pretty cool thing about Champ Car Endurance Racing. You can do that. You can get out of one car and into another. It's informal and fun.
Yeah, you really can. I've raced with a number of guys that have done that. They have a car that breaks down. You just walk up and down pit road, Bob, and they just ask, hey, does anybody need a driver? I'm available. Yeah. And if they can work out a deal, then great. They get to drive for another team. And so that's a lot of fun. You just
it's nice. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's always nice when it works out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like Indianapolis in 1985,
Yeah.
Carry your helmet and go up and down pit road.
Oh, well, everywhere. I'm sure at the Rolex a couple of weeks ago, there was a lot of helmet bags not being used up and down pit lane. Now, your side hustle, if I could call it that, of course, is with the Mecum auctions, and I'm a huge fan. How are you enjoying that?
It's, from a personal perspective, I gotta say, it's like the best job you could ever ask for. Working with John Craman and Katie Osborne and Scott Hoke and Chris Jacobs and Bill Stevens and the whole gang. We've been together now for 15 years, guys. 15 years.
Time goes by.
And you really get close with the people that you're working with over that period of time. And I've always said, if you're a car lover, compare buying a $40 weekend ticket or whatever just to be a spectator to any other form of entertainment that you could have. And if you go to a car show and pay $20 to enter, you're going to see 50 other cars. You come out to a Mecum auction, you're going to see 1,000 to 3,500 cars under tents. You can walk for days and never see them all, and you get in on one ticket price. It's just, it's unbeatable.
Wow. Really, I just love it, and it's got to be a bucket list item if you, as you say, if you're a car guy, and you can walk right up to the cars. Often the owner will be right there. You can ask questions. They're always happy to talk. And a lot of people, I think, are under the misunderstanding that you got to be rich, you got to be a part of a clique to get into these things. But as you said, you can buy a general admission ticket, get in, and the cars are not all $1 million garage queens. They are, you can really find some steals.
I look at some of my favorites in the marketplace over the last 4 or 5 years would be the early 1970s Mercury Cougars with small block V8 and automatic transmission. That is a $10,000 to $20,000 car. That is not out of reach for the average guy.
Sure.
A BMW Z3 with the James Bond GoldenEye connection and Pierce Brosnan. Those cars are, if you're not into a muscle car era, but you like a modern sports car, the Z3 right now is a $10,000 to $15,000 car. They are affordable, they're out there, and if you want to be a part of the club, just about anybody can get in now.
Sure, they're all at no reserve, meaning there's no minimum bid that has to be met before the car will go, and you can usually do a much better deal than you'd get from the dealer down the street.
And the cars have been vetted, because when you go to a major auction house, the auction house's reputation depends on the car being as advertised. And it's the biggest black eye in the world for them if they find out that a car is not legit or that it was advertised as a Chevelle SS and it's not a genuine SS. They don't want that. That's not in their best interest.
Absolutely.
So to have that additional vetting and the provenance on the car is worth something. It has a price tag.
Yeah. And those auctions are just great people watching, too.
Yeah. Well, you meet 1 million brothers and sisters that you didn't know yet.
Yeah, and some great characters. I remember one at auction coverage that I was doing. This farmer-looking type was sitting in the front row in his overalls, and I got curious about him, so I checked with someone about, is this guy for real? He said, oh, yeah. Yeah, we know him. His name is Don. He made his money the old-fashioned way. He hit the lottery.
They were serious.
That's serious, right? Yeah.
It's great.
It's so much fun.
Looked like I saw the RVA, one of the RVA cars being towed into the
Right.
bin.
Yeah, just a moment ago.
And I've got word that the 86 and the 999, which is Highmark and one of the Brew Crew cars, had some contact, and I believe they were both being brought in.
Oh, boy.
That's the only remaining Brew Crew car in the race, right?
Yeah.
The 75 car is, I think they were out there, but they're having some fuel issues still.
All right. Visceral still leads here.
It's nice, isn't it?
It is now. We got here this morning. There was nothing but water and dew on the front of the windows.
Oh.
These windows were all fogged up, like you can still see here and there because of the temperature. It was frozen.
It's like 29 degrees when we went out this morning.
Yep. That cause you any problems? Tires, anything like that in that kind of temperature?
Normally, no. In this particular car, it did, because we have had just a little bit of problem getting the response below 3,500 revs. When you hit 3,500 revs, it's like the afterburners kick in and you're just soaring. But I guess the primaries are okay, but I'm a little bit concerned about fuel delivery at low RPMs. And so the cold weather, along with that issue, really didn't get along. So that kind of hurt us coming out of some of the corners that I would like to have taken in fourth gear, but I'm going in third and trying to keep the revs high. It's kind of like spooling up your turbo or something. But other than that, you got to be really careful about cold tires, because the tires, normally on a normal day at a track like this, in one lap, they're up to temperature. It's should be 90 degrees in the summer here in Georgia, and the track surface is going to be 140 degrees or whatever it is, and it's just not a big deal at all. But out here, you have to stay on them, and you got to put pressure on the tires on your yellow and warm up laps, and swing them back and forth and do anything you can to get heat into them, because they don't want to warm up.
Have you tried using the brakes at all to heat them through the rims? Dragging the brakes?
I haven't tried that for the tires, but that's probably a good idea. But I would think it would take an awful lot of heat to do that.
Probably so.
And it's funny you mentioned that, Bob, because they put...
And we might have just temporarily lost the feed from the tower there, so apologize for that, as they were talking about putting temperature into tires. And we'll see if we can get them. Oh, there you're back. Sorry about that. Looks like we had a temporarily lost...
Oh, it says our internet connection is unstable.
Oh.
Oops.
Much like us broadcasters. At least you and me, Tiffany.
Mine at home is always doing that. I'm trying to call races from home these days. So.
Yeah.
Yikes. But anyway, you were saying, Steve?
Yeah, we had new brakes, new rotors, and so in addition to all the issues trying to get tires to heat up, there's a little bit of a marriage ceremony that needs to take place between new rotors and new pads, and they take a while to seat. And so we're dragging brakes in all the corners and braking way too early all day yesterday, trying to get everything seated, and it all worked out. Everything except the transmission.
Yeah, well. It's always something, isn't it?
It is.
So you were betting the brakes at the beginning of the race?
Yeah,
Okay.
It wasn't any big deal, but you could still smell them, because they
great,
cook.
doesn't it?
It does. They cook when they're brand new.
Yeah.
Hey, can I say thanks to my sponsors?
Sure.
I would really be remiss if I didn't come out and say hi to Chris and Cindy and everybody at JR Fastener Corporation out of Bensenville, Illinois. And also Brian Broderick. They have really stood behind me ever since last year, and I'm just super thankful for it. So it's great to have those guys on board. And it's at the middle levels of the sport, and then you get up into ARCA and some of the semi-pro levels where I've spent most of my career. It's hard to get sponsors. If your name's not Andretti and you're not at Daytona, it's hard. So I really appreciate JR Fastener and Brian Broderick.
Yeah, these have been tough times, I'm sure. But anyway, well, good luck. I hope your phone does ring. Let us know.
I will.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Stephen
definitely.
Cox. Glad to have him with us.
Thanks,
Thank you
Stephen.
so much for having me on board. It's good to see all of you guys, and hopefully you'll see me in another car here real soon.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank
Send
you,
us a
guys.
message
Cheers.
and let us know if what car you're going in.
I will do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. Good to see you again.
Well, that was Stephen Cox, one of the many well-known racers in the Champ Car Endurance Series, and we've got a car that's reportedly stopped at turn number 1, and I believe, it continued. Okay, but he's shown me a car stopped, so I'm not sure if it's actually stopped there. I'm looking at the flagging station. Looks like the flagging station's clear, so looks like it has indeed continued on. So that's good news.
Yep. So Visceral, Cone Crushers, Freddie Mercury, all the heavy hitters are gathering toward the front as we're just past 3 hours and 16 minutes and 102 laps into this 14-hour journey in the Champ Car Endurance Series.
And we're seeing very similar lap times for the front runners up there. So we're seeing Visceral and Cone Crushers both turning in 146s on that last lap. We got a 147 out of Running Bulls. Freddie Mercury cranks out a 150. But many of these teams running very similar lap times. The gaps right now about 5 seconds from Running Bulls up to the EC Squadron car in fourth place there. But just 2 seconds to Freddie Mercury for the Squadron car, who's back and forth, and Freddie Mercury in third. Other gaps that are notable, Hong North up to the 330s car, which is actually in the pits right now, apparently not turning laps. So there they make the pass on them. 7 seconds the gap from Grit and Grind to 901 Motorsport. Here we are on board with them here. Grit and Grind, another one of the EC entries this weekend, as Bob mentioned. Quite a few out here this weekend. Of course, if you have at least 5 EC cars in the field, that means there will be a trophied team at the end of the race today. Right now, it's the Squadron team of the 636 leading the way for that group.
Yeah, I saw the Hung North car come in a couple of minutes ago while we were talking to Steven. I wonder if they're pitting off sequence or they've got some kind of issue. I have not heard any confirmation about that.
Mm-hmm. 903, the number 903 of 901 Motorsports, currently scored in 11th place right now. Trying to work that car up through the field. They've passed 31 cars for position. There's a 43-second gap up to Madwag Motorsports and their Miata. They are turning faster lap times with that 148 on that last lap, so working towards moving that car up the field, which we can expect from them. That's one of those teams that always seems to be able to work their car up through the field. We've got some emergency vehicles on track, tending to a car heading to turn 6, driver's right. So very close to the turn-in for turn number 6. We've got emergency vehicles down there.
Well, we've got the BMW that was off at turn 5, and then we had the 585, the AOA Racing spin and won, but then continued. So
Every time I switch to a camera, we've already passed the spot.
Well,
the life of a producer.
Yeah.
It keeps me busy.
Through 2 and 3 on board the OFIC Racing BMW. Now downhill.
Looks like he's chasing the shark car.
Yeah.
Infinity Machine.
Now up through turn 5. Hopefully the camera will iris down the bright sunshine outside. There you go. Now we're headed to 6. Yeah, we can't see anything.
And he let him go here. Side to back. Oh, this is because we have that emergency vehicle.
Right. Yep. Driver's right inside the track. I must say, race control is walking a high wire with continuing to flag the race green while we have vehicles out there recovering stopped cars. I mean, having said that, we have had a lot of stopped cars, so you might argue that it's necessary to keep the race moving along.
Well, it's better for the drivers. I think it keeps them in, you get in that
focused.
rhythm and
Right.
focus, versus start and restart. And then when you have to get the pace car out and then restart after that, it just eats up so much time with full course yellows. And they'll usually let them do what we call hot pulls and pull the car in with just a local yellow, as long as our drivers are giving proper space and safety to the safety workers. If they get too close or make them uncomfortable, they'll stop that for the day.
Slowing down, no passing.
And then as they're pulling the car in, they'll follow the safety vehicle around the course with a yellow and a white for to let the drivers know.
Yeah, and if the safety vehicle, if the drivers, if they feel that it's just too risky out there, they start getting scared out there, no more hot pulls. They'll go full course caution every pull. And typically what we see is we'll see a number of these things happening early on, and it tapers off as the race progresses. So the 330s in AOA Racing shown not turning laps right now, scored in 19th and 20th place. Thrive Racing down in 34th. They're in the pits along with Hong North, who's tumbled down to 42nd place. Loose Change, Kraken Racing, Soggy Bottom Boys also shown in the pits, along with Stupid Fast Racing in 50th place.
A lot of work going on in the pit lane.
105 laps turned so far, with Vissel Racing Group leading about a lap over Cone Crushers, last year's winner. 2 C-Class cars leading the way. Then it's Freddie Mercury, the car that led the race earlier today. A D-Class car, leading D-Class, but in 3rd place overall. Then it's Running Bulls Racing. And then, surprise, surprise, RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411 car, has worked its way up into 5th place, passing 12 cars for position to get there. And then we have NLS Racing also putting their car in the mix, just behind RVA, about 34 seconds as we go on board with that machine.
We show the 330s, the 339 EC car not turning laps. We're getting word that they're on the flatbed.
Right.
Like a prize fighter getting up off the mat. The car will come back to the paddock or the pit lane.
We got Bill's G-Force pivot cam.
Nice.
Wow, look at that.
On the pivot. Here we go.
They call that a pan in television.
Yeah, this was
G-pan.
it's a natural. Yeah, it's very natural the way that it's happening.
Rear view.
The G-load pan.
And back to the driver.
It's something different to look at. I gotta wonder the giant thing hanging from what looks like the ceiling. It looks huge because it's close to the camera, but I just wonder what that is.
Surround sound.
It's a long race.
Yeah.
It could be.
You want to dial up a couple of movies.
Yeah. Keep your drivers motivated.
Running Bulls Racing heads into the pits from 5th place, actually 4th place when you consider the squadron cars up ahead of them, which is an EC car.
What is that thing?
Yeah, so Michael Bull is going to come out of the car, and Matt Harper is going to go into that Running Bulls car.
Are you controlling this articulated camera?
No,
Oh.
This is all the swivels, the mounts come loose, and it's actually pivoting with the braking and accelerating. That's why I called it the G-load pan. It's just on its own. It happens every once in a while, and we blame Bill.
Yeah.
Kind of like it when it does that.
Those loads are something.
Heavy braking. Back on the power here. We were talking to Stephen Cox here a little bit earlier on the show, and he did kind of an explanation that I rather enjoyed on his Facebook page about the difference between a wing and a spoiler. Whereas a spoiler, the air comes over the top but doesn't go underneath the bottom, whereas a wing is up higher on the car where air can flow over the top and the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we have back there is not a spoiler, but a wing.
Right.
It does look like a speaker, Bob. It actually does look like a speaker.
I don't know. Is that a,
He's got his driving music on.
that's a tube or an electrical connection there, that wire
Yeah.
strand hanging down.
It might be air. If they, you can plumb your helmets for air. I don't know that that's what that is. I've never seen you mount something that heavy up there like that. Because we got a car coming by.
Have anywhere else to put it?
Yeah.
Got a great big.
It's got buttons on it. And, yeah.
Maybe it's an IMAX cam.
Yeah.
Coming to a theater near you.
Right. 901 Motorsport. I promise we won't stay on that camera all day.
Okay.
Aw.
Visceral leads the way over Cone Crushers, followed by Freddie Mercury. Each shown about a lap apart from each other now. 30 seconds back is RVA Graphics and Wraps. Correction.
This is Visceral racing through turn 1. I think Stephen had a great explanation of your options as a driver going through that turn based on what kind of power level you've got, what gear you're in, and how you handle that. Going up to 2 where the car gets light. Never a dull moment here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. There are some straightaways, but it just gives you a moment to take a breath, relax your hands and arms, and get ready for the next technical challenge.
As the cars come down the hill through the S's towards turn number 5.
So I caught the tail end of some communication, but I think the number 80 John Allen Special may have a black flag. I believe they were bringing them in. Just caught the tail end.
It does look like they're getting canceled here.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to listen into the conversation taking place here.
Just had a near miss up at the top at 11. 2 cars almost came together door to door, but they managed to separate.
Yeah, we also got a report that the 517 drove off driver's left under the start stand and continued. So number 517, that's the Denton Cardin team, got a little bit wide there at the exit of 12. And that's that'll get your attention.
So I think they're releasing the 8-0 John Allen Special now.
All right, I'm showing Cone Crushers not turning laps. They may be in the pits, as well as RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411, coming out of 4th spot to pit. As we're at almost at that 11:30 hour.
Seems a little early. I mean, it's definitely early. We're 30 minutes early for your optimal strategy pit.
Why don't they just ask us about this? Because we are the experts in this whole racing thing.
But then everybody would know.
Yeah, that's right.
Call Rich and be like, why are you bringing the car in early?
So John Allen Special has taken this opportunity, Tiffany, to go ahead and pit as they were called in for a black flag penalty, an infraction of some kind. And cars coming back out of the pits, rejoining this race. We've spent a great deal of time under green here today, with Visceral Racing Group leading over Freddie Mercury. Cone Crushers still shown in 3rd place as they are not turning laps right now. And RVA Graphics and Wraps in the pits, and NLS Racing in 5th.
Okay, we're at Road Atlanta. Thanks for watching ChampCar.Live. I can't read my own notes. I'm sorry.
It just needs to roll off the tongue.
I know, right? I was just looking at something else. ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're full course caution out here at Road Atlanta for the third time today. Or is it the third? I might retract that. But whatever the case may be, we have reports of a car in the wall, so they're working on that scene right now. I don't have any other information just yet. Tower, have you folks heard anything?
Yeah. So we had a car go off and make contact. Then, of course, the yellows came out. And then our leader passed under yellow right in front of the tower. So they're being called in for a black flag.
Okay.
And there is a front end loader going around with the service trucks, which would tend to indicate a severely disabled car that has to be lifted.
So I know the 517, the Denton Cardin Racing was involved, and that may be who they're going to rescue right now.
Yeah, I see him down at the exit to turn 1.
Yeah, we may also have a situation where the barrier needs to be repaired or just moved back into place.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, that could be.
Those tire barrier bundles get moved around. Looks like we got a driver change happening right now for NLS Racing. Those two cars found themselves up at the front of this pack, but the 799 has come into the pits, as well as NLS Racing, as well as Freddie Mercury. You know, these full course cautions, this is an opportunity for those teams to duck into the pits and take advantage.
Absolutely. And it couldn't be, well, it could be a dash better timing, but not much. I mean, we're getting close to that second 2-hour mark. I'd say I'd go ahead and gamble it if I was out there.
Yeah, cars not turning laps right now. We're concerned about Cone Crushers in the 917, Booksmart Motorsports. Those two are in the top 28. Whenever we see something coming up about not turning laps and we've got a car that's disabled, we begin to wonder, well, could it be that car?
Yeah. That front end loader is definitely tending to the wall.
As the pace car has picked up the field, bringing them down through the S's here to get control of the field and also provide a nice gap for the workers to work without cars buzzing by.
Looks like they've got a car to rescue and some, tire wall or material to fix both. So it may take them a minute.
Or several.
So if you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series season opener for 2022 at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. And it's a 14-hour race this weekend, but boy, what a history we've had here at Road Atlanta over the last couple of years, as this race has been shortened a couple of times due to the weather. We've got a quick recap video of those 2 years. You might check this out. The 2020 season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, opened like any other. But by 9:30 a.m., snow showed up for the first time in season opener history. The white stuff continued to fall heavy and hard until noon, when the race had to be shut down with a black flag all, bringing all of the competitors into the pits. 4 hours and 15 minutes later, cars returned to the track to take the green. But persistent yellows would continue to slow the field and plague the race deep into the evening. The racers soldiered on until the 13th hour when finally visibility was so poor, the race had to be checkered 11 minutes early, with Parts Badger Racing taking the win over Arbank Racing in second and Crowd Control Racing capturing third.
You know, Robin Bank was only one car separating them from Parts Badger.
Then for 2021, weather again began to move into the racetrack at 7:15 p.m., with rain changing over to snow by 6:30.
White, so
The white, so sleet.
blue is sleet, I believe.
Okay.
I think it's snowing right now. That does not look like
It's
rain.
not falling
At
like
6:55, a black flag all was displayed, bringing the field into the pits to red flag the race. The race was subsequently called just before 7:30 p.m. due to visibility issues. And with that, Cone Crushers took the win over Arbank Racing, followed by John Allen Special. And so after 2 years of race-shortening weather caused by snow, Champ Car teams are hoping for mild weather this year. And indeed, the 959 car Visceral Racing Group, our overall leader, has been called into the pits via a black flag for passing under caution. So they will be held in the pits for 3 minutes, we believe, for that passing under yellow infraction. And that's going to allow some of these other teams like Freddie Mercury and Hung North, Freddie Mercury's actually ducked into the pits right now to pick up some advantage there. Of course, Freddie Mercury is one of these teams that's at a bit of a disadvantage, a bit of a on the back foot here because of fuel consumption. So this is going to play very nicely into their hands. NLS Racing right there in the mix of it, as well as Hong North and OFIC Racing, all in that top 5 right now. C class being led by Visceral, D class by Freddie Mercury, EC being led by Grit and Grind, A class being led by On Second Thought and their Miata down there in 8th place, B class by Poverty Autosport in their Dodge Neon, who is also shown in the pits. Team Infinity shown not turning laps. I'll see if we can. Looks like it's probably it's a mistake, or they may, yes, because of the nature they're running so slowly around the racetrack.
Oh, it's just showing them not turning laps because they're way off the pace because we're on a full course caution.
Right.
Yeah.
A while ago, we were looking at that big black box, or what appeared to be a big black box hanging from the roof of one of the race cars. And one of our viewers in the chat room at YouTube said, that's an AIM SmartyCam HD.
Yeah, very close. Yeah.
2.1. I mean, you could tell that just by looking at it on that rocking camera. Anyway, he says it just looked huge as it was close to the swivel camera.
Right. You can see the camera mount now a little bit better now that it's just sitting very close to you.
There we go.
But it was a lot of fun to talk about, wasn't it?
Yeah. Somebody's own onboard camera rig.
And that's pretty common for us because we, when we put our cameras in there, we're adding them to somebody else already has an in-car recording, but we have a live stream. Team Infinity back out on the racetrack. New driver in. On Second Thought, their Mazda Miata. Leader of A class right now, up in 8th place. As the car's brought down the front straightaway.
Man, this has been a busy half hour. There has been a lot going on in that tower. Race control.
I would imagine, with all those local yellows. One of the viewers on YouTube chats, does the 959 car have a steering problem? Looks hectic. We're running up front. That's the car we saw. It looked like an off-road race the way the driver was trying to control that Bronco.
They just put that thing into the corner so hard, and it's just, you know, you just have to steer it like that to keep it going where you want it to go. I've driven that car. I did not drive it like that because I didn't really go that fast, I guess.
So it's a technique, I guess.
Yeah, we've had a couple of passing under yellows.
Mm-hmm.
Not as, you know, it's actually been pretty good, these guys.
Yeah, we haven't really had that many of them.
No.
It probably does help that you can see outside. There's
Well,
not
it was-
frozen liquid in the air.
Yeah, it was kind of nice.
I guess it
959.
wouldn't be liquid if it was frozen. But
Kind of nice with 959 passed right here in the tower. We could actually see it, and as he came down the hill. Yeah, Dana wasn't happy.
yeah, I think I heard him say that he knew he'd made a mistake as soon as he cleared it. So
Yeah. Well, we
Just-
figured he should have seen it at 10, but
it
Man,
happens.
Paulie, I'm really impressed with the cameras. They're sharp.
Oh, geez. Thanks, Bill.
Do you remember doing Charlotte here a few years ago? And I was in the.
Bill, we've never done Charlotte here.
I'm sorry. Remember doing Charlotte, and people were commenting about how great the pictures were. The technology we had or whatever was just doing so much better than they had in the past. And I was
Funny,
like,
huh?
that's weird. You know, I haven't really done anything. And then I was sitting down eating lunch, and I looked up the television and realized that the cameras were set to a higher resolution. And, you know, we still had like 2 races within the cycle.
Oh,
of my,
run out of data, huh? Yeah.
And I just like, oh no. Now I know why everybody was saying how great it was.
Yeah, because you goofed up.
Yeah. We were doing some playing testing or something like that. And I forgot to set him back.
Ooh, looks like we're going back to green. I just saw the pace car
Yep.
come back in.
Yep. Up come the revs. Away we go again.
So over on the YouTube feed, Bob, I don't know if you saw that. He says, pretty cool to hear Bob on the Champ Car broadcast here. I put on Fox Sports 2 just now, and he's calling the 1990 Goodies 300 too.
And
They're everywhere.
That was the only NASCAR, what was then the Busch Light Series that I ever called. The only race I ever called with them. It was a wonderful race. I did it with the late Benny Parsons. And afterwards, John Cooper, who was the president of the Speedway at the time, stuck his head in the door of our announce booth, and I thought he was going to tell us what a great job he did. He said, "You didn't mention the sponsor enough."
Yeah.
So, anyway, lots of interesting conversations at that chat at YouTube. A lot of Opel fans saying, "Hands off the Opie."
Hands off the Opie.
Yeah.
The History Channel, great moments in racing.
So Bill showed up for about 20 seconds to compliment himself or get us to compliment him and then left.
You saw that nice setup he did for himself. Yeah.
Well, there was another motive as well, but we'll go with yours because it beats up on Bill.
Mm.
And that's what we're here to do, really. I mean, we're going to call the race too, but.
We kid because we care.
And because it's Bill.
So we're still showing Visceral in the pits. Their feed is actually offline, so I'm not exactly sure what the story is, but they have tripped the pit loop. Still shown in the lead of the race. Still shown 2 laps up over Hong North.
Do they have to do that 3-minute time penalty under green?
Yes.
I wouldn't imagine they'd let him do it under yellow.
Correct.
Okay.
Typically, they would do it under green unless they had already called them in, and before we went full course or something. You know what I mean? If it was a local,
Well, if they started the penalty while they were under green and then the track went yellow.
then they would let them to continue.
They'd
That's
let the
called
clock run.
luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Sometimes you get
You look
lucky.
different?
Luck does
Yeah.
play a role in the sport.
That's extremely lucky, I think.
But typically, they would wait till the course goes back green before they would call them in to serve any kind of penalties. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we do it. But we wouldn't want to extra penalize a team by calling them in, then say, no, go back out, and then come back in on another lap to,
Unless it happens to be Bill's team, in which case we would.
Yeah, definitely.
Back on board with Visceral Racing Group as they've returned to the racetrack. As they come around and clip that start-finish line, that the pit mark clears, and they're still shown in the lead of this race over Hong North, followed by Freddie Mercury. So 115 laps completed here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. And if you missed the race this year, well, we'll probably be back out here again next year. This is our traditional opening race for the season, so you can get back out here with us next year. They're back on board with Freddie Mercury down in third place right now. Grit and Grind has brought their car into the pits, so they're getting that car serviced right now. That's the EC car that's in second place right now.
Freddie Mercury Capri wins. Do they get to sing "We Are the Champions" from the podium?
I would expect it.
Okay.
I would be expecting that. That would be great.
I think so too. Ooh, lots of close door-to-door stuff going on down through turn 12 since we bunched them all up for the restart.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury team. Well, they won that class last year, Bob, but it'd be great to see them get an overall.
Yeah, we can only hope.
Team Infinity with the driver in the car, rocking the green suit. Very close up here, around turns 2 and 3. Looking for a way by as they head down through the S's here.
That's a great onboard camera look.
All right, let me switch.
Of course.
Producers.
Turn 1, and backing out of it. Not going for the shift lever, though.
Now, this is that automatic.
Oh,
that one car that's the automatic transmission. This is another one of those situations. Our folks in the broadcast team, Bob included, can't hear the in-car audio that you folks can hear. That puts them at a bit of a disadvantage. As we go by one of the Miatas there on the outside, down the back stretch now, begin to dip downhill towards turn 10A. Hard braking here. Most drivers having to go through downshifts, but not them. Now back on the power, downshifts, and revs, heads up the hill. It's one of the highest points on the racetrack, then dives downhill again for turn 12. Back on the power full as he comes to the exit of 12 and heads down that front straightaway. Bending the car into turn number 1 here as they'll head up the hill and disappear through turn 2 and 3. Right behind them, Freddie Mercury. There you see the shark fin sticking up as Freddie Mercury trying to get by the shark car. Freddie Mercury in third place right now in the field overall and leading D-Class. Team Infinity down in 21st right now. Hong North just turned out a 148 to the leader's 153 on that last lap. And a Freddie Mercury a 149. So Hong North closes the gap slightly to an off lap for Visceral on that last lap. We'll see if they can pick up the pace and get back up to speed here, as they are still leading this race by about 2 laps over the field. We've got a car apparently off. I can see the rollback, and I see another emergency vehicle there in place at the base of the hill heading towards turn 5. So apparently we've got a local yellow down there.
Hey, Polly.
Hey.
Our got Ron from Discovery Parts here with us.
Oh, okay.
Just have a quick chat before we go to break.
Yeah.
Hello, team. How are you today?
Real good, Ron. How are you?
Good to see you. Good seeing you also. And let's see. Well, awesome view up here. Great racing. And the weather, we didn't have the best rolling day, but for racing conditions, I don't think you could top this one.
Yeah, this is nice now.
It's awesome. So you're doing some training coming up, huh, Ron?
Correct. On Wednesday, I'm going to the Lifeline USA headquarters in Virginia to get trained and certified in Lifeline fire systems for recertification in-house in our Dawsonville, Georgia location, right over where we do our October race every year.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yep. So we're super excited. So not only will we go and, continue being a reseller of that awesome product, but we're also going to be able to service the gaseous agents and the AFFF agents. So one of the questions we get very commonly of, hey, I'm building a car. I want to get a fire system. What are you thinking? And one of our questions is, are we trying to get this car down to minimum weight? Even though you, can put the weight anywhere you want, are we against a scale? Because the gaseous ones weigh way less than the liquid. Liquid is going to be at the 6.7 pounds per gallon, that kind of stuff. Or the gaseous ones weigh, it's lighter than air. It's not helium, but, we're not going to go and float across the start-finish line.
The
which
container weighs more than the gas does.
Correct. So, so that's going to be one of the ways we can cut weight down on a weight-conscious car is to run the gaseous ones. And then another way is pull cables, kind of like my 64 Chevy with the 230 inline had a pull choke on it. And that's the way we can go and discharge some fire agents by pulling a handle. Like, we'll have one where the driver can reach it. And then there's also always a second handle. Like my car, I put it where the B pillar was by the passenger side. And the reason for that is if a car is on fire and I'm unconscious, I should be able to get dragged out the driver window. But if there's a car that's on fire and I'm up against a tire wall and the workers can't access driver's side, they can at least pull the fire handle and then reach across. And that's why I always wave to the workers too. I want to be that friendly guy. It's like,
That's right.
That guy. I'll probably help him today.
You want him to like you.
Yep. And then if we want to save even more weight than that, we can go electrical. And once we go to wires, we're lighter than a cable, a pull cable, like a stainless cable with coating and all that kind of stuff. And we can make the cable follow nice, easy radiuses. We can have a beautiful, beautiful, E30 out there, with some crazy lightweight fire system that, you're going to put a 200-pound driver like me in there just to offset everything we just did. So, but I'm super excited about Lifeline and getting the training in-house. And, it's a premium product. It is, we're like the Ferrari level of safety with them. So
that's awesome.
Yep.
So if anybody has any questions about the Lifeline system, they can give you a call after next week.
Give us a call after next week. And Wednesday is my big training day. I'm going to leave here when I'm going up there with an empty Ford F450 and it's coming back with a pallet in it. So
all right.
That'll be me just driving down the road like Jethro.
Like Jethro.
Or Grady.
That's cool.
So that's been like the one of the big changes that are big things we've been waiting to get for quite a long time. Now that the training is going back to normal, we're super excited about that. Let's see, record sales for this event that we had. So we jumped our January sales numbers, and great help from all of our Champ Car people using their Champ Car code. If you don't know what it is, it's on the Champ Car homepage. Go click on that website, Champ Car, go to the bottom, give them a unique hit, go and, like a couple of their pages, go right to the bottom, save 10% on your Lifeline system.
We hear a lot about supply chain issues in every industry and business line of work. Is that affecting your business as well?
We're really lucky. We have been in a double-digit growth range for the past 10 plus years. We just hit 20 years in a couple days. Let's see, January 1st was 20 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I think in like a real marriage, I think that's like unheard of. But in business, we're pretty lucky. But we have great supply relationships. And I think when you pay your bills on time, that moves you into the pretty people world of getting stuff. And also one of the big things that I like to do, if you ever see me at PRI, the big trade show for racers, it's like Comdex, but racers. So like if it has a carburetor on it, like that one, and you see me walking around with a big old bag, and these bags have white boxes in it that are like 12 inches by 12 inches by 6 inches with a Discovery Parts sticker on it.
Mm-hmm.
Those are cookies. So
will make friends.
That must be heavy.
We go and we bring cookies and pizzelles and all this really cool bakery stuff, because we did the Circle Track Trade Show in Daytona years ago. And this is day 4 of on your feet, on concrete, and everyone just, it's a crazy, crazy busy time. And one of my friends came over and he brought me a box of cookies with a Klondike bar. That's like, I remember that. This is like 2004. It's like, you know what? All those vendors that go out of their way, hey, it's 4:30. We need custom coating and it has to overnight. This is a team in Daytona, or, they're at Sonoma. Can you help us out? And they really, really go out of their way for us. And if the suppliers we surround us with are going to be the front runners, like the best there are. So supply chain, we have, of course, we bought double deep, super deep, to go and have extra inventory, and
Cool.
super deep and double inventory. And then we have multiple trackside vehicles. We have the big 44-foot trailer. We have the transit van with the big tall long one that has inventory. We have a showroom, and then we also have warehousing. Are some bins way less than we like to have? Oh yeah. And most of our racers are pretty understanding. Hey, we understand you want a size 3 green shoe. We might not see this. Can we look at any other colors? And we got these available, or this model from another manufacturer competitor.
Right.
And as long as you're very transparent and honest, everyone's really nice to you. It's like, you know what? I was thinking the green was going to be good, but no one can see my feet when I drive anyways. So I think I'll just go with the black ones, So, but as for supply chain,
you've got options.
We have options. Supply chain question, though, yeah, it's been a little more difficult than we've ever seen in years. But we've surrounded ourselves with excellence, and our procurement department is beyond good,
Cool.
good. And we are very fortunate to go and have the people we have in the positions.
Hey,
Awesome.
Ron.
Thanks,
Ron, I need
Ron.
to take us over to break, but feel free to stick around if you got a minute. If not, we understand, and always great talking to you.
You also.
All right, so after 121 laps turned, we got Vissel Racing Group leading this race in the number 959. Stick with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Vissel Racing Group still leads this race about a lap over Freddie Mercury in that lead D-Class car, followed by Hong North, and then it's NLS Racing in this number 799, and RVA Graphics and Wraps back about 50 seconds from the 300ZX, and then it's their sister car, the number 111 of RVA, back about 3 seconds. So those cars nosed it down. What's interesting is, if you've noticed here, we've got RVA Graphics and Wraps, both of their cars together in 7th and 8th, and both of the NLS cars together in 5th and 6th. And they're following each other around the track.
Wow.
That's discipline.
Oh, okay. So now I found out why the cone crushers came in early. They had to change an alternator.
Oh,
Had
okay.
an alternator go back bad. So they changed it on pit lane.
Had a couple of alternator issues already in this race.
Is like the cold bad for alternators or something?
I can't imagine.
I think it's interesting that both cars were Porsche 944s.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't a starter.
I wonder if it's the location that is the issue.
They're so used to doing starters, they've forgot all
Right.
about the alternator, right?
Well, we've had a new fast lap that puts us in the 139s. Yes, it's an EC class car and not going for overall honors, but Squadron 2002 BMW E46 goes 139.634.
Yeah, good point about that EC car. Of course, in Champ Car, EC is an exception class car, which means they're not eligible for the podium positions, but they are scored separately from the class cars.
Okay, so Jay is driving the 959 Visceral car presently. And Todd went in Leviathan. And then Roger's going after that.
As we're
Can't
on
believe
board
they
with
didn't-
that car now.
Oh, yeah. The 959, yep. So that's Jay behind the wheel.
By the way, if you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so by for timing and scoring purposes, you can check out racehero.io on the web or race-monitor.com. And just look for the respective event. And for us, it's the 14 hours of Road Atlanta.
Yes, we're that crazy. We're going to do 14 hours straight, right?
That's the plan. That's the plan. We've had some trouble the last couple of years getting that done, but not this year. It looks good.
I think we're going to be good to go. Fingers crossed.
That looked like the Cone Crusher's Porsche whistling down through the S's there, so I'm not sure if that was an in-and-out repair or what's going on. Back on board with Team Infinity.
30 minutes earlier, 30 minutes before, that's what they were doing.
Okay.
While they came in off the 2 hour sync, yeah.
Gotcha. Mostly sunny skies is the forecast today at Road Atlanta. Let me see if I get this right, because I never get it right. Brazelton, Georgia?
Brazelton.
You're calling it Brazelton? Because that's what I always used to call it, and I thought they told me, no, it's not right. So I went to the I went to the wrong person. I went to Bill to find out if it was a long A or a short A.
Mm-hmm. It's not going to be the opposite of whatever he says.
And of course, he said it was Brazelton, so I said, man, that's going to get hard to get used to because it seems like it should be Brazelton. So I got to change. I got to change back now.
It's all about communication. We know what you're talking about, so who cares how the words come out?
I like that.
I console myself with that for 40 years now.
Paul Veltum here joining you with Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong calling the race for you.
I don't mean to go on about EC cars necessarily, but that Squadron BMW just blew right through to 138.927. So I would imagine that's indicative of the fact that we're going to see times coming down a bit now with the well-driven cars.
Oh, and my friend Brad just sent me a message that Les Epps is now in the John Allen special car, the number 80. And Les is a great young man. Met him at Road America a few years back when I was racing with Round 3, and unfortunately we had a camera in their car. We really were enjoying the in-car view, but that camera's gone down. So I did send a message over to our key grip guy to let him know, hey, that camera's offline. But yeah, Lester's a neat guy. And I think this is either the third or the second or the third year that he's raced with John Allen Special in that car.
Down through turn 1. Steady on the gas. The track will hold the car. Blind turn 2. Short dash to 3. And down the hill you go.
2.5 miles is the distance on this 12-turn road circuit.
.350 acres. It's not that long ago, the existence of this track was threatened somewhat by the explosive growth of residential communities here in this part of Georgia, less than an hour from the heart of Atlanta. That appears to have gone by, perhaps with the arrival of International Speedway Corporation and their good relations with the local political establishment. I mean, it really is a huge asset for this part of Georgia, I have to say.
Well, I mean, I remember coming here 10, 15 years ago, and when you got off the exit of 85, there was like a gas station. I mean, there was just not much there, and now there's so much. I mean, I just can't imagine. I'm sure there's some things that have brought things to the area, but I would think the track would be one of the bigger things that has brought so much people and money and, you know, the need for the restaurants and stuff like that to the area.
Yeah. Aside from the argument that you don't, you know, find a piece of land off the end of the runway, build a house, and then complain about noisy airplanes.
Right. Well, there's that. They're building a brand new subdivision just right by Barber, like right off the road, Rex Lake Road. And I got to drive by there and look at those houses, and I'm like, y'all better not complain. Right. Not cool. The track was here first.
So there's a picture of Les Epps with us at Road America. And he's one of the, he's just so enthusiastic. Just a great young man.
Oh, I think I saw him flying around on a what's the little scooter kind of you do with your feet? Non-motorized
scooter. Yeah.
Well, there's Segways, but they have masts on them. What do we call those? Roller boards.
But it has a little like handle.
Oh, if it has a handle, that's probably a Segway.
He was cruising around yesterday.
Yeah.
It was cold yesterday and cloudy in the paddock. I was like, yeah, hi, bye, everybody.
Well, looks like Rockingham having some problems again.
Oh, no.
Maybe an electrical issue here, working on that front control panel. As we go back on board with Visceral Racing Group leading the race. RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 111 car, has pitted. And 901 Motorsports in the 903 is pitted as well. They must be having trouble with that car. Hopefully we can get Bill in there to fix that camera, but I doubt it. It looks like they're behind the wall now with that car as they have tumbled down the standings.
Yeah, shown in 25th.
So after that alternator repair, Cone Crushers has worked their way back up to 11th. Actually, that would be 10th when you remove the EC car. So they're back in the top 10. Last year's winner. It's just gorgeous outside. I don't see a cloud in the sky.
Nope.
You may have noticed earlier we had the OFIC team being towed in. Well, that car is now behind the wall, and they're working on that machine. So Rotary Rocketeers working on their car. So is 901 Motorsports in the number 903. And we heard from Stephen Cox, the Turbo Tater, the Tater Garage machine, done for the weekend with transmission failure. We've had alternator issues from both Cone Crushers and Visceral Racing Group. And we had a fuel pump failure for the double entry, one of the Brew Crew machines. Now, the other car was brought in, and I don't recall if we had a report on that car.
The other Brew Crew car?
The 86. Oh, they were brought in for contact.
One of the cars having a fueling issue. We thought it was a fuel pump. I'm not sure.
Right.
And then the other one had the contact. Yeah.
So standings right now at 130 laps turned. Visceral Racing Group leads by about a lap over the D-Class leader Freddie Mercury, followed by Hong North. Then it's NLS Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 411. Leviathan Motorsports is up to 7th. Then it's Running Bulls Racing, Cone Crushers, and the number 111 of RVA Graphics and Wraps currently scored in 10th place is in the pits.
The attack of the C-Class cars.
Yeah, they're like everywhere, aren't they? You can't swing a dead cat and not hit. John Allen Special down in 18th is your lead it's Poverty Autosport leading B class. I take that back. They are currently scored in 14th place overall. Your lead A class car is on Second Thought Racing. And we've got an in-car camera for them. Which they have thoughtfully provided for us. On Second Thought is a Nashville, Tennessee team. We've got Todd Chapman, Will Robbins, Peter Lauzon, and Zach Lorenz. The team was started in 2016 in California between Todd and a friend. The Miata was raced 4 times in California before Todd moved all the way to Tennessee. The team has continued in Tennessee, where new co-workers have joined in on the fun. We all have a common interest in cars, track days, autocrossing, and racing. And their team sponsors are our retirement funds and our very understanding wives.
I love it.
That's On Second Thought with a 91 Miata. And they have that as a 99 BP 4W swap. And even as a Miata guy, I don't know what that is. So I guess I'm not much of a Miata guy.
Me neither, Polly.
Back with Grit and Grind Racing as they're heading down the hill back onto the front straightaway. Haven't spent too much time on that camera as the quality's not really the greatest. But on second thought, having a good race of it. They've been leading A-Class for a while, been flirting with that top 10 position for some time. There's a nice picture of that car in the upper right-hand corner. Car number 341. They've got a display panel there just up above the center console. They've got one of the safety nets there to the right to help with driver containment, is what I understand. Cone Crushers in the pits from 11th spot, not turning laps apparently in the pits. Visceral still just turned a 146 to Freddie Mercury's 143. Turning a lot of 146s and 147s. Freddie Mercury turning the faster lap times by about 3 seconds per lap. So closing the gap to the leader is Freddie Mercury in their 86 Capri. Hong North also turning some pretty stout lap times. A 145 on that last time through. They've also turned in some 144s. So beginning to turn up the wick a little bit is the Miata team of Hong North. I'm going to look at this because they're shown as a C-Class team. I'm showing my ignorance here. Yep, they're shown as a 90 Miata, so obviously there's been some kind of an engine swap there that's put them in C-Class. NLS Racing still has their 2 cars together there in 5th and 6th. RVA in 7th there in the 411 car. Their sister car pitted, and they're still shown in the pits. They have tumbled down to 18th spot. So problems have arisen for the 111 car of RVA Graphics and Wraps, the multi-series champion in Champ Car.
So an update about the 330s, the 339. They were having a good day of it, and then they had a tire blowout. It was so dramatic that they thought they had broken a piece of the suspension, so they stopped, not wanting to, hurt the car or anything. Turns out it was just a tire. Endurance racing in its finest, right?
Years ago, I learned while producing some driver safety videos for Michelin, for truck drivers, that tire companies do not like the word blowout.
Yeah, I bet they don't.
Prefer the phrase rapid air loss incident. Always remembered that.
Sure they do. Yeah.
Rapid air loss.
Polly, I'm going to send you a picture of how nice it is outside.
All right.
Coming your way. Let's see.
Really helps these onboards to have the sun high in the sky.
Yeah, it does improve the view.
Yeah. You don't get that thermonuclear fireball coming in through the windshield.
Wow, NLS just set their fastest time of the day at a 143.4. So people are still finding quicker times out there.
Yeah. Well, the track gets better. Even one used as much as Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, it still rubbers in on the weekend when you get a lot of cars doing a lot of laps.
Apparently so.
And the Squadron BMW keeps beating that fast lap down, now at a 138.351.
Oh, Brad McCall sent me a message about Les. He said Les was hoping for snow. He's awesome on a slippery track. Well, he's the only one hoping for
The only
snow.
one that was hoping for snow.
Really?
No doubt.
I would think so. On board with Team Infinity. Cone Crushers continuing to tumble through the standings. Now down to 17th. Still shown not turning laps.
So Glenn Smith says the BP4W is the 1.8 Miata engine. A 91 would have had the 1.6. I was trying to remember what mine was. I think I had a 93, but it had the 1.8. They called it like a M edition or something like that. That was like a whole lifetime ago. So
That would be a 318.
Hmm?
That'd be a 318.
Oh,
BMW
we're
used
doing
to-
the Miatas.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
In that case, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know my BMW numbers other than E30 and E36. After that, it took me forever to learn the Porsche numbers, but I got those down.
A little bit of tire squall there as he's heading into the next corner as Visceral Racing Group continuing to be hunted down by Freddie Mercury. Again, this time several seconds. We got a 5, 7, 9. You got a 7. I can add and subtract. 7 seconds now. The advantage on that last lap alone for Freddie Mercury over Visceral Racing Group. Still showing about a lap back.
The OFIC Racing BMW 323 has also gone down the order. It's shown not turning laps. It's down in 39th place.
Crank Anchors as well, shown in the pits down there in 20th. RVA Graphics and Wraps still shown in the pits in 24th. So several teams struggling right now. Crank Anchors and the 111 of RVA Graphics and Wraps, both cars that were up in that top 10 range earlier this morning. As we're coming up on that 12:30 time frame locally here at Road Atlanta.
Sorry, I got an update on Rockingham. They're having some kind of, we saw them in the pits earlier. They're having some kind of electrical issues, but they think they may have got it fixed. So they're, and they're back out now. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, it looks like they're motoring around there, so. Hopefully they'll be able to keep things going. 136 laps turned so far. On board with Freddie Mercury again in second place, and just turned a 142 to the leader's 147. So another 5-second gain just on the last lap.
That car is quick. Or whoever is piloting it currently is quick as well. But they can't go 2 hours, so that's the holdback, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's him just up ahead, just past Team Infinity, as they're slicing their way through the field. Looks like Rotary Rocketeers right there in the red RX-7, as the Infinity machine uses all the curbing at the exit to get a good run out of 7, taking them down the backstretch.
So you know how we were talking earlier that this is like prime racing conditions when you have cold air but nice and sunny, so you can get some heat in those tires. Well, I was just chatting back and forth with Thrive Racing, and they just ran their fastest lap ever at Road Atlanta with a 1.48. But they got their fastest time they've ever gotten their car with this these ideal cold and sunny conditions.
Right.
How about that?
Congratulations to those guys.
So our leader continuing that to be chased down by Freddie Mercury. And we'll see if they'll be able to reel them in. Now Visceral continues to quicken their pace here as they've been gradually doing this. Driver's probably not been in this weekend and trying to get the feel of things.
Yeah, they took a couple of seconds back on that last lap.
Hi, Jimmy.
Thanks everyone for joining us here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Checkered flag to fly tonight at 10 p.m.
And that is a long way off. We'll race into the night. Right now we're at 4.5 hours in, 137 laps complete. Visceral Racing Group on a lap of their own. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series season opener at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. And we've got Visceral Racing Group leading the race after 140 laps. Just turned out 145. Freddie Mercury with that 141 continuing to close the gap with Hong North, Trans-Am, and their MX3 in third. Thanks, Tommy, for cluing me in on that MX3 factoid. NLS Racing, number 977 behind them. Then it's the 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps. Got an EC car up there, so RVA finds themselves in 5th place right now. The sister NLS car, the 799 rather, right behind them, followed by Leviathan Motorsports, Running Bulls Racing, 901 Motorsport in the number 901, and 341, the number 341 on Second Thought Racing, giving you your top 10. And we've also, I noticed off the break, the number 903 car has rejoined the race for 901 Motorsport.
Oh, yay. I was up here talking to one of our new volunteers. She's recently into motorsports, like cars, her whole life, and volunteering with ChampCar this weekend.
Cool.
We were talking earlier, like that's the best way to get involved.
Yeah, it is. I've heard a number of stories as I'm involved in some of the mentorship program work that we do of teams that will they'll start out with just some buddies. They'll get together and they'll all volunteer together so they can all kind of be at the track together, and they all learn much faster that way because they're all learning, from different perspectives, and it's a pretty cool way to start up your team, is to start by going as a group to volunteer.
Yeah. You can learn the easy way or the hard way.
I prefer the hard way.
I know, right? You think we'd go for the easy way, but some of us are just hard-headed and have to figure out things the hard way. But it's a lot easier to learn if you just volunteer. You can watch other teams do things right and wrong, and then just kind of avoid those mistakes. Also meet a bunch of really cool people.
Well, that's why I follow Bill around, to make sure I do everything. Just do the opposite.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
because
cool
he's going to do things wrong. So.
But it's a really neat experience.
And you get paid.
Yeah, and fed.
A lot of cars at the back of the field ducking into the pits. AOA Racing, A2 Racing, RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 111 still in the pits. Clark Motorsports in their Mazda. Hong North, the GB2 car, the Supra, in the pits. Could be in behind the wall, because once they cross that pit loop, we're not sure if they ducked in behind the wall or if they're actually sitting in pit lane.
We can't see the pit lane from where we are. We've got a slow car coming down the hill. It looks like he's ducking over into the pro pits.
Whoops.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Apparently he doesn't know what's going on either.
It's the 901 car.
Oh, boy.
The number 901.
Huh. That's really bizarre.
Unless he's having some kind of mechanical and was just trying to get off the surface, and get out of danger. He came to a stop, and then now he's restarted the car. That's not the preferred line.
Can hear Bill back there yucking it up instead of working. As usual, just out messing around. I got cameras going down, like, hey, need these fixed, need these cameras fixed. Nope. He's back there having a good old time. That jerk. While the rest of us are working. Back on board with Rockingham Racing. Getting some laps in here. Doesn't look like they're having any electrical issues right now as we go back to the S's here. Hello from North by Northeast Racing. Ah, yes. Wish we were there this year, but glad to see the season has started again. Rooting for FIC to repair their car and get back out there, says the Racing Gym. I don't see anybody around their car right now. There is a fellow off to the left there. And it looks like they got the left side of the car jacked up in the air.
Hey, it looks like the number 86, the Brew Crew Lager car, is getting called in for a black flag.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, guys. What are we doing here? We're not representing well at all.
So apparently, I didn't catch the entire story, but when 901 came in, they came into the pro pits to avoid contact. There was a couple of cars kind of got together, I guess, up there.
He bailed out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for bringing us that information.
Yeah.
You're just a wealth of information today.
I'm trying to be helpful.
I'm very trying.
I'm very trying.
Checkers at 10 o'clock tonight. So 9 hours and 12 minutes unofficially remaining in the race today.
So I believe the 86 is on pit lane now.
Okay. Well, we're all very disappointed in them. Yeah, the 901 of 901 Motorsport not turning laps. Not sure what the story is, where the car is. Did they...
Well, that was the one that came down the pro pit, so it didn't probably log him a lap as he crossed start finish on the other side of the...
Okay, so did he keep going and head back out?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so. Just trying to see if I saw him come back around. It'd probably log him when he comes back around. Unless he had to come in for... I don't know if he got into any contact with that. Let's see.
Aren't you glad you're not a race director? You don't have to deal with all that stuff. You can
No,
let them
right.
sort it all out.
I just listen in. I can tell y'all.
Oder Motor Group and Whitnauer Motorsport, both in the pits right now. It's a Miata and a Mini. Hong North shown in the pits in the number 8, the MX-3, and the EC leader, the squadron team, number 636, also shown in the pits up at the front of the field, lap 145.
Wow, Cone Crushers are back in 31st place. I wonder if they had another issue. I know they had that alternator, but they seem to have gotten that done fairly quickly.
Yes, they spent a lot of time not turning laps there recently, and just gone back out onto the racetrack. So, yeah, they...
So something else,
just one thing after another. Yeah, they've just had a tough day of it. They weren't doing too bad. At the beginning of the day, they were working their way up the field. At 10 o'clock, they were in 5th place. They were in 2nd place by 11. And then it just all fell apart from there.
I hate it when that happens.
It's always something, isn't it?
It is always something. 901 is still not turning laps.
Yeah,
So,
still tumbling down to 18th now is 901. Back on board with the leader here. They just turned to 147, Freddie Mercury 144. So Freddie Mercury still chasing them down lap after lap, knocking several seconds off each lap.
That NLS car is looking strong. Oh, they just passed into third. Imagine that.
Yeah, I guess so. Those cars are in the pits right now. Hong North, RVA next on tap to move up a spot if possible. Some of the gaps that are close, NLS Racing to Leviathan between 7th and 8th place. Those two cars running similar lap times. 11 seconds the gap from Running Bulls to NLS, who's in 8th. Those two cars are also running very similar lap times. 19 seconds the gap from Team Infinity to Madwag Motorsports. Team Infinity trying to get into that top 10.
Okay, 8.6 is being released.
All right, so Brew Crew Racing heads back out onto the racetrack after serving 2 black flag penalties today.
Goodness.
And this on board, of course, with the Shark cars is also Ed's daily driver.
This is his daily driver?
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, he's got if you follow him on Facebook, he just went over to McDonald's recently, I think it was, and he's got a drink holder in his car. So he's built into the left side there, where the driver's left, thigh would be,
yeah.
And just dropped one of those mochas in there, yeah.
That's funny. Roger Cohen takes the Birmingham car, and it's still got a tag on it. So
we got a spin from the leader.
Uh-oh.
He's back up and going again. But what was that about, Roger?
So the Birmingham car still had the tag on it. So I've seen him drive it to places to pick up a part or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Visceral Racing Group, the Porsche leading this race. It hasn't been smooth sailing for those guys. They've been in the pits to serve a black flag penalty for passing under caution. There, they lost control at turn 5 and turned the car around and managed to get going again. And of course, as soon as that happens to you, no matter how much of a seasoned driver you are, you lose control of the car. It's usually because you're either trying too hard or something, and then all of a sudden your lap times slow way down.
Yeah.
He might know. They may have told him, said, hey, Freddie Mercury's catching us, so give us all you got.
He gave a little bit more than
he gave a little bit more than he had. Ran out of talent, and now we'll see if he slows down anymore. Of course, a 156 on that last lap because of the spin, but that's only going to help Freddie Mercury reel them in for this stint. So the race started at 8 o'clock. So 12 o'clock would have been the 4-hour mark for required pit stops. But as we said, Freddie Mercury is like off sequence here. They pitted back on lap 110 when we were under caution. So that was their third pit stop. So they pitted at lap 35, it looks like. They pitted at lap 85. They pitted at lap 110.
$85 to $110 is not very long.
Right. So the gap that they made from 35 to 85,
it's like 50
about
laps.
About 50 laps. So somewhere around lap 160, they would probably have to pit.
Mm-hmm. And we're on lap 148, so that's in the next 10 to 12 laps probably we'll see them come in.
Unless they can stretch it further, we don't know. But these lap times are pretty good. They're stout.
Guess who I found?
Tell me who. Tell me who.
Tell you who.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Oh my gosh.
No, I tried.
You're very trying, Bill.
How'd you know it was me?
Oh, because I could hear you cackling in the background instead of fixing my cameras.
No, I thought that everybody's gone to lunch, so I was running the race.
Yeah, you were. You're running us crazy is what you're doing.
Dana's not going to make that poor of a decision on any given day.
I have run races before.
Yeah, for at least 5 minutes.
No, longer than that.
Okay, 6. We'll give you 6.
A whole stint.
I'm not talking about running them on your feet.
It's so hot up in here.
Would you stop complaining? You got it made. What are you talking about?
So the 901 is being pulled back. So there was a pretty big incident at turn 10.
Okay, so he didn't make it all the way out.
No,
he made it out of my view.
Yeah, he just went over to the turn 1 corner. Supposedly the fender is pretty knocked up. They had to pull the fender out from the tire to actually get it to turn.
Okay, so there was contact.
Oh, yeah. It looks like the tire is actually towed. See the right front tire? Well, maybe not. Well, it doesn't look like it's pointing in the correct position. Hard to tell.
That's no good.
Nah, but yeah, 86. Today's problem child. He has been black flag served. Pretty long black flag for that.
Oh, so he had contact with the 90.
Yeah, there's 3 cars involved, and 86 caused it. So I think they put a new driver in that car.
Yeah, he'd been black flagged. That team had been black flagged earlier for contact. So this was the second time around.
RVAs worked their way up to 4th.
So the Chandler School has that EC Lotus Elise out there.
It's gorgeous.
And it's got a Honda. It's Honda powered, but they don't have a transponder. I'm trying to get times on that so that we could see, okay, how much quicker or not quicker is that car compared to our leaders? Because we've had a bunch of people ask about getting a Toyota powered Lotus Elise out here, and it's well driven. It'd be kind of interesting to see what their lap times are.
I thought they were Toyota powered. I didn't know you could.
They are, but they put some sort of K thing in it or something. That's
a K swap.
Yeah, that's what all the cool kids do. Speaking of cool kids, we spoke to a cool kid the other day that's into Hondas on Inside Champ Car, our new podcast that we're doing, and that was Andrew Johnson from R Bank Racing. Well, and Dana Morrison, we talked to him at one point too, a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
Yeah. We'll have another edition coming out Thursday. Don't know who's going to be on the show yet because it'll be the winner of this race. We'll be sitting down and chatting with them and having some fun. All right, Tiffany, go eat your lunch. It's just you and I, Paulie.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Let me move over here so I can actually see things. So Visceral, just visually looking at them on track, we're watching in car with them, over the last couple of hours here, and they are just really wheeling that car around. And it's pretty impressive. The guys in the tower were commenting about how much they're turning that wheel. And then the Freddie Mercury, that D-Class, not Mustang, Fox Body Mercury Capri, that thing's pretty quick.
And Lester Epps just passed for the B-Class lead. I'm over here chatting with Brad McCall in the John Allen Special Mini Cooper. So Les takes the lead of B-Class just now past Poverty Auto Sport, and he's set the fastest lap time for the day for the team, too.
I heard we lost a camera in that. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I know. That's true.
The 903 still spinning around, or did it fall out the window?
It's off.
It fell out the window.
It's offline.
Yeah, and, most likely the power came unplugged and the battery only lasts so long.
And then I got a couple couple 3 cameras, and we haven't seen that pit cam working all day yet today. It's kind of interesting.
It's not working. It went on strike.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. Yeah, Bill Lipson, there was a camera in the number 80, but yeah, it lost interest. I don't know why. We were all interested. I wanted to watch it.
Yeah, it's still cold. Even though we see sun, it's still really cold out there.
Would you stop with the excuses? Sometimes they just quit working. A lot of times it's cables.
I replaced all the cables. The cables are good, darn it. Yeah, this morning I put to plug in one of the cameras, and when you close the Pelican cases, sometimes you get if a cable's like sitting out there, it kind of crushes it.
Yeah.
Well, that happened to me. I haven't done that in a long time. There's a car off to the right there, down the front straightaway, as Rockingham passes him by. Looked like a dark-colored car.
You mean on the back stretch?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that what I said?
You said front stretch.
Yeah, it's
front straightaway.
Depending on which way you're aimed.
It's all about, life is much about perspective, isn't it? So much in life is about perspective.
Yep.
So Rockingham seems to have things under control there. As we head downhill into braking with Freddie Mercury. They just turned a 150 on that last lap. Visceral's getting that lap time down, turned at 143. Lap times are going to be kind of wonky right now because we got a car disabled out there.
We got RVA graphics and wraps. I suspected they would be up there, the 411 car. The 111 had some issues this morning. Didn't have a black flag. I think
they've got some kind of mechanical issue. They've tumbled way down the standings, and they've been in the pits a long time.
Yeah. Leviathan, whoever they are. That's a cool looking car. Don't know what it is.
Whatever, Bill.
I know.
So we got an emergency vehicle in a yellow over there at 7. That's the hangout. The popular spot.
That's a hard corner to film. It's a hard corner to actually figure out how to take too. It looks simple, but there's a fast way, and finding that fast way is kind of hard. That the one we would late brake that in our car and kind of way outside, and then just turn sharp in to maintaining your speed. Let those tires work, so you can get a good start going down that back straightaway. Don't know if I ever did it right. Have you raced here, Paul?
I've done a lot of laps in iRacing out here, but I haven't actually done it. There's a long story there. See, this racetrack, they used to do the SCCA runoffs here all the time. And in the first year, I think it was the first year that my dad made it to the SCCA runoffs, we came here. And he went out and had a really good shot at doing super, super well in the race. And I think it was on the second lap maybe, spun up at the top of 2, backed it into the dirt, jammed a bunch of clay into the exhaust pipe, which he didn't know at the time. He just knew it wouldn't restart. And spent the rest of the race behind a barrier watching everybody else race. So after there we got cars off to the left here heading down into 10A. And I think that was like the best hope ever that we had for winning, and that went out the window. So I vowed that I would return here someday and win a race here. And I've never been able to do it. This is really our biggest race, or one of the biggest races. So
Jack Woodfin just stopped in. Jack is the owner of Woodfin Oil in Richmond, Virginia, and also the proud or I don't know if it's proud, but the head man in charge of the RVA graphics and wraps cars.
You don't know if it's proud.
I asked him what happened, and to the 111, and he goes, black flag. We don't know why. So he's going to find out why. Said that's an X-Men over, sir. That's a complaint. It says on the door, complaint department. Handwritten. Looks like my writing. I don't know. But RVA graphics with 2 cars in this race, the 111 and the 411. The 111 was the number 1 car, national champion here a couple of years ago. Took that at NCM.
Yeah, they've actually won 2 championships with that car.
Oh, that's right. That's right, too.
But trouble today with it. So Visceral Racing Group leading over Freddie Mercury now. We're seeing a 1 minute and 17 second gap to second place. NLS is in third in the number 977. And then RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 411 is behind them in fourth place. In fifth, it's Leviathan Motorsports. And so C-Class being led by Visceral. Freddie Mercury leading D-Class. A-Class being led by On Second Thought in their MX. I believe that's... Nope. On Second Thought is leading A-Class. And then B-Class being led by Lester there in the John Allen Special Machine, Cooper S.
Well, the Visceral cars are hooked up nose to tail as they come down the front straightaway here. Headed up into turn 2. Kind of always nice to race your teammate or, help each other out. Troy and I used to do that here. One time we helped each other turn 1. That was quite interesting. Or turn 12.
Are you supposed to do that?
Well, he was in our way.
How did he feel about that?
Well, he wasn't too happy.
He was okay with it?
Well, no. He had just wrapped the car. It was a pretty green. Afterwards, back when this track was green and white everywhere, it had a little bit of green on it.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Not my fault.
Nope.
My car wasn't green or white. The wall was green and white.
Well,
Dave had a little bit of yellow on the other side, but it's all right.
Was it Green Flag Racing?
Yeah, it might have been.
Well, there you go. NLS Racing in third place.
But this is one of those tracks. You have to be kind of precise with your passing.
Because it's so wicked quick, the narrow racing line.
Yep. And that's happened a few times today. Guys trying to squeeze, put that nose in. Sometimes that door shuts really, really fast. And the Visceral car still nose to tail with the white nose car leading the red nose car.
Gaps that are pretty close right now. Mad Wag Motorsports in 12th to Team Infinity. Ahead of them by just 4 seconds. And then we've got Poverty Autosport trying to hunt down John Allen Special, but actually just got passed by them. 6 seconds the gap, but I think Les is a little bit quicker there in that Mini Cooper, pulling away from the Neon. That's just in the top 20 there. RVA Graphics and Wraps just sets their fastest lap time of the day in 4th place with that 1:43.4. That's a pretty good lap time for those guys.
That's a pretty good lap time for any champ car.
So it's Visceral Racing Group at 156 laps led, leading the way. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series opener at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. Looks like Running Bulls Racing has come into the pits at lap 159. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Bob Varsha, and Tiffany Alexander calling the race for you.
Well, we're doing something here.
Lunch is over. What's happened?
Well, we have Brew Crew Racing being brought in for a second time to serve a penalty. So they're having some issues with contact on track. I guess the driver was asked to go ahead and step out. And
really,
yeah, they did that about 20 minutes ago. I think it was. They served that penalty. Yeah, sometimes it's just good to get the guy out and have him, review what he did.
Calm him down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been his fault. He just may have put himself into a position to where, he just got in over his head or just made a bad decision. We've all done that.
Or he saw that he's 41 laps down and he wanted to make it up in the next 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yes. Right. That usually works. It's been known to work on the internet. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Pull him out of the car, let him, talk to your driver. As a team owner, that's kind of what you do, and something that I used to do, and I know that others have done it as well. That your driver just sometimes especially first race of the year. Some of these guys haven't raced in 6 months, and it takes a little bit to get back into it. You know in your head, especially when you get older, in your head you can do this, but sometimes your body just is, the muscle memory is just not there yet. Right, Paul? You know all about that, right?
Sounds like a bunch of BS to me.
But it was sincere BS.
It was. He was sincere about it, and that's half the battle. It may have been BS, but he was sincere.
Yeah. So Freddie Mercury is in for a driver change.
Yeah, I'm going to head down to pit lane. Let's fix some of these cameras. All the track cameras working, Paulie?
Yeah.
Yay. Good. Don't want to drive.
Nah, they're fine.
All right. You're watching the second place car make its pit stop.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got Visceral Racing Group leading this thing. Still.
They have been dominant, just dominant. It was pointed out that they were lucky they got that 3-minute stop and hold penalty for passing under the yellow.
It's crazy.
And they came in, started to serve the penalty. Another yellow came out, and they were allowed to serve their 3 minutes under the yellow. So they came back out. They were still in the race lead. Better to be lucky than good.
Nobody likes a show off. They make it look easy, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Running Bulls Racing in the pits. 3 Racing also in the pits down there in 20th place. And just like Tiffany and I called it, at lap 160, Freddie Mercury comes into the pits after being out there for about 50 laps. That seems to be their threshold. Otherwise, they would have waited, I'm sure, for a caution. They could have done it with driver stint. So that's not the driver stint that brought him in. I'm sure it's a fuel-related issue.
As in, we don't have any more.
Right. Burned it all out. So Freddie Mercury preparing to head back out.
Field seems politely spread out, if that's the right phrase. Everybody with a little piece of racetrack to call their own. Which belies the fact that we've had a lot of passing in this race.
There's been a lot of shifting, that's for sure. A lot of jockeying positions, as you said, and as just looking at the gaps right now, you've got 11 seconds here and 23 seconds there, and some of these are starting to spread apart, and you get those 1 lap gaps between one to the next, but there's still quite a few teams out here working not only the same lap, but almost the same corner together.
Right.
And so I got word from Brad McCall, and I'm just calling out to my listeners here that that Les has a Sentinel camera in there, in that number 80. And he said, I'm not sure why he didn't give you the link. And he said you could check YouTube. I just did a search while I was talking to Bob there about the nature of the race, and I'm not seeing anything. So if anybody knows of that link, go ahead and send it to me. We got a car heading out of the pits to rejoin the race. So that's a look at turn number 1 there, showing 8 minutes and 39 minutes unofficially remaining in the race today at 1:15 local time. And we'll be checker at 10 p.m. tonight. Everything holds together. This race doesn't have the best reputation the last couple of years. I think we're going to change that.
Yep, we're going to change it this time.
I think you're absolutely right.
That's what we need. Positive thinking.
Mm-hmm. So the number 230, the Momo Champ, they had a wreck earlier, and they damaged the splitter. So they had pulled it off and pulled the wing off as well, just to kind of balance the car. And so Healer is in the car now. They're back out.
Okay.
What a oopsie.
Yeah, I did one of those in a Miata. I struck a cone. I've told this story several times. I struck a cone at Mid-Ohio, heading into the bus stop, just hauling the mail. The cone exploded. I hit it so hard. It was like 32 degrees out, freezing cold.
That's why it exploded.
Frozen cone.
And it just went to pieces. And it V-shaped our splitter. That was the worst part, because it pushed that thing in and messed it up, and I felt just awful about that.
Oops, the daisy.
So yeah, I got back to the pits, and I'm after my stint, and I'm telling the story, and my good friend Evan Horner's there, and I'm telling the story. He's like, "That's what all that stuff was on the racetrack." It just
shards of orange.
It blew it to bits, and yeah, all it was, the only thing that was identifiable was that base, because they have that hard. I don't know. It's all one piece, but I don't know. I don't know. Loss of control. Freddie Mercury turns it around. Oh, and he hits the wall. Freddie Mercury into the wall.
That's our, what, 4th place car?
Yeah, last year's Class D champion.
Now, they just came out of the pits, if you'll recall.
Fresh driver, a little
Fresh
cold.
driver, trying to get a handle on it. So he called into the pits, let him know right away. I put it in the wall.
Oopsie.
He's going again. It's a tough Mercury. Maybe no damage was done to the suspension. It looked like he might have. I'll see if the replay caught it. It looked like it touched the nose first and then slapped into the back there. I think I missed it on the replay. I was too slow to the button.
Hey, I'm just thankful that we have a replay these days. We crashed the broadcast one time trying to do a replay.
Yeah,
Do you
you're
remember
welcome.
that, Molly? Way back in the day? Probably fixed it.
Long time ago. Yeah, this
Long
is
time ago.
a whole different system. But unfortunately,
Temperatures now we're up to 44 degrees. I'm sure the track temp is
Oh, and another car is off track. This time it's the Grit and Grind team. They just hit the wall.
What's going on,
They have been
folks?
doing well. Fresh drivers. They're in 11th, so it's actually top 10.
Let's take a look. No, they last pitted at lap 112. So he's been out there for quite a while.
Driver error?
Just
or a tire puncture? And that's not.
Can you tell where that
dust
is?
settling. That's steam coming out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right, Bob. I mean, it was a huge expulsion of stuff that's supposed to stay on the inside of the car.
Uh-oh, don't let the magic smoke out.
And their camera decided it was less interested. I don't know if he tried to recycle the electricity or not, but now we got 2 right there in a row. Freddie Mercury going back into that car. Doesn't look like he's too concerned about it. Just going to carry on. Full course caution, nevertheless. No doubt for the Grit and Grind team. And thanks, Tiffany, for sending that link out to me.
We know where the Grit and Grind off came. We're on the track.
I couldn't identify it. I'm not sure where he's at here. I see a car.
The rollback truck is going up the hill, so it wasn't in turn 1. It's pretty wide open space. Is that in the S's perhaps? Up around 5? Well, all in good time.
Yeah.
Or is that 7 backwards?
The only thing I can see that might be helpful to those of you that are more. I've never seen the camera, the track from that angle before, backwards, but
that's a good thing, right?
Right.
I do see a car apparently coming down a hill on the left, just above the steering wheel there.
Mm-hmm.
If that gives you any idea of where they might be, but as Bob said, all in good time. What's important is that I couldn't switch to the camera fast enough that you could see it, but it wasn't a hard hit. It was just a hit enough to did enough damage to the car to open up the radiator, it looks like. He just slid sideways into something. Well, it looks like he's inverted, like he's not inverted, but backwards. Okay, so there we got a little bit of an idea, Bob. It looks like it was off to the right.
2-3, yeah.
Okay, so it's up at the top of the hill there.
Stephen Cox said earlier, that's where the car gets light.
Oh.
And where he tries to time his upshift.
Gotcha.
So I guess he just got caught out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Somewhere, yeah, he's over there in that area apparently. Would be my guess, unless we've got two offs. Let's see if we see anything from any of these other in-cars. We can follow along with the Infinity car. It's a pretty good view. Maybe we'll be able to see something a little bit better this time by, as we're full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
Okay, so he's coming down the front straightaway. Let's see what we see. Into turn 1. Up there on the right is what we're thinking, right?
So he's waving people. Here they are. Yeah, that makes sense why you would see that car coming over the top of your steering wheel and then bending.
Mm-hmm. So like near turn 2.
Chat on YouTube, Lynn Smith said, interesting not to have an A-class car in the top 10 by this point. Well, I was thinking the same thing earlier, and now we do have a Class A car in the top 10. 9th place.
I think we lost your... I think we're having a little bit of another dropout issue there on their internet. Bob was about to comment, it's On Second Thought Racing, who's actually in 8th place when you take out the EC car. I'm sure he was going to say next. And it looks like we got you back, so we lost you guys again for just a moment there. But I picked up on what you were leading up to there, Bob, commenting that On Second Thought is our lead A-class car, and they're inside the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
So here on board with Rockingham Racing, as we're just kind of working our way gradually down the hill to 10. Of course, the pace car going to try to stack up the field, and the idea is and they're told at the drivers' meetings this: when you have a full course caution, we want you to catch up to the pack. Don't become a second pace car. We want the field stacked up so that the area of caution, we can give them a nice gap of time without any cars going by for them to work.
Absolutely.
Right. On the international scene, you have to stay within 10 car lengths of the car ahead of you. And that includes the safety car.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Sebastian Vettel was once penalized for that at the Hungaroring, I think, a few years ago. He did not get close enough behind the safety car before the car pulled off and the race resumed. So he got nicked for it. That's where we all learned there actually was a rule that said that.
So he was probably trying to squeeze the field behind him to get a good run, and didn't realize the pace car had worked its way out too far.
Sandbagging.
Tried to jump him.
To do that,
You'd be surprised, and this covers all of motorsports, I think, especially in the pro ranks, how, for lack of a better word, oblivious a lot of the pros are to the nuances of the rule book in terms of on-track etiquette. What do you mean I can't do that?
You mean the pros don't read the rule book either?
Right.
Racers.
Why are they waving that flag at me?
I wish I had the verbatim of Sebastian talking about how all drivers have something to complain about. So he had something that he spilled one day, and he's probably one of the funniest, if not the funniest guys in F1. I just love hearing him.
He has matured a lot. I mean, having watched that guy start his career back in the days with Williams BMW, to see him now as an elder statesman of the sport, especially now that Kimi Räikkönen is gone, is it just makes you realize how the time has gone by. Now, Sebastian, who was mentored by Michael Schumacher, is now doing the same for Michael's son, Mick Schumacher.
Ironic. Irony is pretty ironic sometimes.
Those two are Team Germany in the Race of Champions, which is being held on ice in Sweden this year. Jimmy Johnson is over there with Colton Herta as Team USA. I haven't seen any of the results. I know Team USA was right in there with Team Norway for the so-called Nations Cup, which is a team event, and then the drivers will all go out and do their thing head-to-head.
They're racing on ice?
On ice. They do a variety of races and a variety of different cars. They'll use GT cars, they'll use open-wheel cars, they'll use some really crazy KTM things and what have you. And they'll do head-to-head on parallel courses. So I was a part of it when they came to Miami, and we did it in Marlin Stadium, and it was a lot of fun. We had the Bush brothers as Team USA, which was exciting.
That sounds like that would be interesting to watch.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is. Is it made for television? Yeah, but I mean, the drivers really get into it. They're very well treated. They're very relaxed, as you can imagine. And I imagine doing their thing on ice would be interesting.
Yeah.
I think Max Verstappen is a part of Team Netherlands.
Oh, really?
I think he is.
So our buddy Stephen Cox that was up here earlier.
He got a ride?
He did. So he was going to be in one car, and then they're having mechanical issues. So now he's going to be in the number 85 AOA Racing car. He's set to go in within the next 45 minutes or so.
So he's getting out of a big honking Class D car and getting into a Mazda MX-5, which is an A-class car?
Correct.
Careful, man.
Typically.
Plus one car broke a transmission, then he was going to get another car, and they have mechanical difficulties. He's going to get a reputation as a cooler.
There's a cloud following him around, maybe.
Yeah.
But actually, the AOA team, they have some incredible race cars. They race in upper level series, so I'm sure that Miata is well put together.
Well, then he'll enjoy that. Oh, I wasn't watching the screen.
Don't react. Say, oh.
Bob's teaching me how to do this, right?
Okay.
I don't know if I'm teachable, though.
If you teach us stuff, then they're going to expect it from us all the time.
I know, right?
That's right.
Okay, we're 5.5 hours into this 14-hour Enduro at Road Atlanta. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live. And we're back to green here at Road Atlanta. And it looks like the wind's picked up a little bit too as our camera's getting beat up a little bit out there. Buffeted by the wind. But Vissel Racing Group holding down the lead of the race.
Boy, they're doing more than holding it down. I mean, they went green just as the field completed lap 169. They came around to complete lap 170, and the Visceral 944 RSR was about a second and a half clear the next car in line.
Crazy good.
Now 3 laps to the good over the RVA Graphics and Wraps BMW.
It just took off.
Well, I know Bill said they did a frame off or something on these cars, which gave them the opportunity, of course, to add lightness, as they say.
Right. Just sweeten it up a bit. Make it better than new.
Things seem to be going well for Rockingham Racing.
They had some issues earlier, and they were chasing some electrical issues, but hopefully that got sorted. So I was trying to see where they're running currently. I'm showing them in 41st, but there's several EC cars, so probably in the 30s.
Haven't checked in on Team Infinity here in a little while. They're shown in the 11th place, so that puts them in the top 10 with the squadron car being EC.
BMW up ahead kind of shut the door.
Crank Anchors has been slowly moving up. I'm guessing they had a mechanical or something that came in and kind of fell. They were doing really well earlier in the race, and then they've been slowly moving their way back up the field. So they're up to showing 14th, but I'm imagining that is at least like 12th minimum. I know I've got at least 2 EC cars in there. So yeah, I think that's 12th.
Okay, here they come. Well, Visceral's lead has been reduced slightly.
The 250 is right on their tail.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, that's Rotary Rocketeers.
A Mazda RX-7 from 1990.
That's vintage.
Yeah, it's that first gen, the NA chassis that they often refer to. So I think that's the one with the pop-up headlights. It's still a very popular chassis to go for with Champ Car Racing.
Mm-hmm. These would be 2 rotary engines, I would expect.
See, Cone Crusher's in 20th, so then got a couple of EC cars, so probably about 17th. They've just had a multitude of issues today they've been working through.
Back on board with Prefect Racing. Trying to get that camera sorted. Think we finally got something there.
Yeah.
In their Lexus SC300.
That's an interesting paint job.
Yeah, that's one of those eye-catching liveries I talked about some time ago.
Absolutely. You can tell that car is separate from every other car out there. It's like a little bumblebee or something.
Somebody was asking earlier what the F in SC300 F stands for. I don't know if they still use that to designate their performance division, the high-performance version of this car. I remember driving around with Scott Pruitt, who has worked for Lexus for a number of years.
Yeah.
In an SCF. They had really cool badging and all that sort of thing. It was a nice car. Is a nice car. There's a nice car. Like BMW's M division.
I gotcha.
There it goes, right under our announce perch.
Here comes the Mini. It's a 732. Which one is that one? Oh, that's the Wittenhauer car. Trying to see. Could be Ron still in the car. We're still on our 3rd. Haven't quite got to the next driver change. 1, 2, yeah. At about 2 o'clock, we're looking for another one. They're on
19
the
minutes away.
Yeah.
And we do show that RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411 car, has pitted from 4th place. The last pit stop was at the looks like about the 108 lap. And so now they've just pit stopped and should be heading back out here shortly. So right now at working lap 175, we've got Visceral Racing Group leading by about 4 laps over Freddie Mercury. Then we've got NLS Racing in the number 977. Hong North, followed by RVA Graphics and Wraps, Leviathan Motorsports behind them. Then it's On Second Thought, who's also your A-class leader, followed by Running Bulls, NLS Racing in the number 799. That's the the 300 ZX, and then Team Infinity follows them, rounding out the top 10 and leading. D class is led by Freddie Mercury, C class by Visceral, A class by On Second Thought, and B class still led by John Allen Special in the Mini Cooper.
There were only, by my count, 3 cars in the D class when we began the day with 61 cars. Are they all still running? Freddie Mercury is running. The Infinity is still running.
Looks like the Mustang didn't get started. The other 2, maybe.
Yeah, Mustang. 84 Mustang.
Mm-hmm.
The Racing Gym saying, Bob, you are correct. Still use the F moniker. And that livery is a homage to the Lexus Vassar Sullivan racing team in INSA.
Ah, well, sure. I can see that now that you mention it. It's sort of high-vis lime yellow and black. Good idea. Boy, somebody just entered the pits, a yellow car with a black roof, and they came in hot.
Yeah.
Hope they got it woed up in time.
Because that's a pretty sharp right-hander down there.
It is indeed.
After you come down the pit lane, you have to stop, and you have to make a right-hander and stop for our pit in official to give you a timer.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get it woed up by there. They don't like it when you come sliding in there for your.
Bet.
And then I believe it's 20 miles an hour down the rest of the pit lane. And we got another car pitting. I want to say that's NLS, but I can't tell. We shall see.
Yeah, I'm looking for my NLS cam. I had one for them. I think it's offline at the moment. Here we have NLS. So, of course, they have 2 cars here this weekend, so it still could be them that are in the pits right now.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Mr. Ballinger here. He's going to tell us about a new feature that they're working on the Flagtronics system. Hey, James.
Hello.
So what were you telling me?
So we have a feature in the FT200s, the in-car wireless displays, and currently we use that feature for code 35. If you go some value above 35 miles per hour, we actually start to flash it to tell the drivers that they're going too fast. And the last time we used that at VIR, we had excellent compliance. The track officials were very happy. They said they could do their polls faster and get everybody back to racing faster. So that worked out really well.
Oh, cool.
And we're going to do something similar with the pit lane. We're going to put in a pit lane speed feature, so that you can see as the driver when you go above that 20-mile-per-hour point, because that is the speed limit, and it will start to flash at you to tell you to slow down. And normally when you're in the pits, there's a pit timer, and the pit timer counts up as you go through, and the digits are the color of the full track. So if it's a green track, then the numbers are in green. If it's a yellow track, then the numbers are in yellow. But in this case, it will change to say slow, and it'll start flashing at you to slow down. So even if you don't have a speedometer, now you're going to be able to know as a driver in the car, and that way, hopefully we avoid penalties. I know as a driver also, you come in from the hot track, and the pits just feel so slow, and you know, if you don't have a speedometer in there, it's actually kind of hard to come in and be.
Sorry.
We saw it at the same time, Tiffany.
Cone Crusher's got sideways coming into 12.
Big slew.
Woof. Okay. Go ahead, James.
What's fun? I was telling a story earlier about. I guess it was actually Cone Crushers. They were racing our Nissan, and we were going back and forth, lap after lap, and they were faster in some places. We were faster in some places, but this turn was a place 12 coming down the hill. It was a place that we were faster. And we were something like 5-10 miles per hour faster down there with downforce and different suspension. They had more power, so they'd pull us on the straights. So we were both coming down, one behind the other, and this time they matched our speed, but they really shouldn't have, because their line, they were following our line, they weren't following their line, and so they got sideways and just got an inch. We saw it in the rear view camera. They got just an inch, got sideways, threw up a bunch of dust, and I think we came in later, and they said our wing washed them out or something like that. And you're like, yeah. Well, we also saw the video from behind lap after lap, and you know that's a place where we would normally track out from you, and you'd get it back later. But you all were also going a little bit quicker.
If he can do it, I can do it. No, I can't.
That's really hard to always follow your own line and not to get caught up in that sort of red mist, especially at this level. You know, most people aren't doing this professionally.
Right.
They're just here to have a good time, and you're following somebody, and you forget that your car isn't their car.
Right.
Yeah.
That's called letting the other guy drive your car by following him and doing what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's pit lane speed limiter. We're hoping we put that in, and then people will get less penalties overall, because now they'll be able to see the speed. Everybody will know what's going on, and just all around it should be better for everybody.
That sounds awesome.
It will just flash when you're over. It won't tell you exactly how fast you're going.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's some hysteresis built in there. So you have sort of a high-low value and a window to make sure you're not just bobbling up and down on the set point.
Right.
But yeah, it'll tell you when you're going too fast, and it will flash slow, and the numbers will go away. So you'll get a flashing indicator instead of the numbers.
Slow down until the numbers go away.
Yeah,
Until
exactly.
it stops flashing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the same idea that we used and tested with that Code 35, and the results were very good. And the net result there was really that the track could go green faster, because they could do their pull faster, and the track officials and workers were just generally more secure. They weren't having to look back as much and check as much under that condition.
Right.
Because that Code 35 is really a virtual safety car, ultimately.
Right. And the cars that don't have speedometers, that the 35 was also an issue too. Their 35 was actually like 55, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of cars. The 35 was like a 70 or 80. A lot of people were treating that purple like a yellow, and they were catching up to the next car. And what VIR wants to do instead is that virtual safety car, where they keep distance car to car, and so everyone's tracking at the same speed, and they feel that gives their workers more safety. They can be assured a car isn't going to come in too hot at 100 miles an hour behind them, even though it's yellow, and cause another wreck, because they've had cars crash into safety workers. And I was at a race, Spec Miata race, where that happened, where someone just got the red mist and went right into a safety truck.
And they're wanting everybody to maintain the gap that they started when the purple 35 first goes out. So
right, exactly. Basically, everyone to maintain
freeze
speed,
the race. Yeah.
So they don't have to worry about somebody sort of losing their place or just easing off, but really doing a higher speed. and coming through and causing another incident. Because if you're there trying to clear out a wreck, there's stuff there to worry about. And you've got more cars on track that are just sitting still, and you've got people standing right there who, if you make a little mistake, could really get hurt.
Yeah.
The Flagtronic system will be required starting June 1st. Is production ramped up to beat that deadline?
Yes, it has. That's correct. So we had a production run leading up last year. So we had the first 500 produced, and then we have we're building them by the 1,000 now, and so we have everything lined up. So there'll be plenty for Champ Car and for other series as well.
Awesome.
Okay, so we're on schedule.
We are. It's really difficult. I've never lived through a time as difficult as this in terms of semiconductors, just getting the chips and everything.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a long time, and nothing even comes close to this. It's been a complete madhouse. We had to raise our price because the components went up in some cases 5-10 times, and we're basically some components are more or less being smuggled out of factories on the back end. You can't get them in the US, but we're still able to get them with our contact network, and it's just pure insanity. It's
gee whiz.
But yeah, so we're able to maintain production. We've figured out we're lucky to have the Ballinger Motorsports company that's been doing this kind of work for a long time now. So we have a lot of contacts to be able to buy all the parts that we need, and that network is been able to sort of jump through all the hoops that we need to. And I know a lot of new manufacturers and a lot of just normal manufacturers don't have some of those contacts and just haven't been able to produce things. So, the car scenario where you just have trucks on a lot, and they can't move them because they just don't have the chip, or maybe they have to sell a truck that doesn't have cylinder deactivation, or it doesn't have a certain seat feature or something like that. And that's common practice now because they can't get the one chip that controls the cylinder deactivation system, or the one chip that controls the body control module, seat heater,
it's just crazy, is it?
Yeah. I mean, and everyone's affected. I think it's interesting because there's some manufacturers who are able to get around it. Tesla is one example.
Because don't they make their own chips or something?
No, what they're doing is they're more flexible. So they're treating it more like a software company, I guess. And you can do this as a manufacturer. You can say, okay, I've got chip A, and this is out of stock until 2026 now, which is what we're dealing with. Or I can just deal with that, or try to work with the manufacturer to get chip A, or I can switch to chip B. Maybe there's a close match and I won't have to change my code. But if you change to chip B and it's from another manufacturer, it's a different code base. That's what Tesla is doing. And it requires a lot of flexibility. It requires more manpower, and you can do that. And that is a short-term success story for them. But the question is, what's going to happen long-term for them? Because now you have to maintain 2 code bases, or 3 code bases, or 4 code bases. And if you release any new upgrades, you have to test it with all 4 of those. So I saw a lot of praise for them because they're able to be so flexible and implement these new processors and new components, which is true. And we've had to change things too, but there's a reason that the other auto manufacturers don't jump so easily, and that is stability and reliability. So I think the long-term effects of those Tesla moves will mean that we basically have a year or 2 of greatly reduced reliability cars years from now.
Gotcha.
And I wonder if it'll tarnish their reputation. I know I've seen a lot of things to that effect, but it's tough for everybody. There's no one sort of immune to it in the automotive world right now.
And this is an outgrowth of the whole just-in-time inventory philosophy. No kind of inventory at all until you need it. And that's when it's delivered.
Yeah.
But you have no backup, no spares, no nothing.
It's funny. It comes from the Toyota production system.
Right.
Is the time delivery. And so the Toyota production system is supposed to work such that you have what you need when you need it. And one of the things that they found out was during the Fukushima explosion, one of the microchip manufacturers for them, Renesas, couldn't produce their chips anymore. And so they had major problems at Toyota, Honda, and a few other manufacturers. And what they learned is that even though they do dual sourcing for a lot of their components, it ultimately comes back to a single source further up the supply chain. So you might have two manufacturers of a component, but they both use the Renesas chip.
Right.
So they can't produce the two modules, and Toyota thinks, well, we have two, we can draw from one if one can't produce, but that's not the case because of that one chip. So what Toyota did, they actually, because of that, they stocked up on microprocessors more than other manufacturers, because the Toyota production system is supposed to be flexible, but also understand that if there's a single point of failure, that they're actually going to stock more. And so they were a little bit more resilient, but ultimately nobody foresaw the long protracted mess that we have now. And even in the Toyota production system, where theirs is more advanced, it didn't work out. But a lot of people took just in time to mean, a lot of manufacturers do just that and meant no inventory, which isn't actually what the root of the theory is. So a lot of manufacturers really got caught out because they wanted to be implementing the Toyota production system, but they really implemented just in time, and they read it as no inventory, and they got hit much worse than Toyota.
Now they
did.
really have no inventory.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it's really nuanced thing, and the only reason Toyota was more resilient was because of the Fukushima event.
Okay. They learned from their mistake.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like the just-in-time inventory structure worked much better in the dealership than it would at the manufacturing level for that reason, because we could, we really didn't have a problem getting the parts in time, so it worked out really well at the dealership level. But yeah, I could see how manufacturing that could get you in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. The whole premise is great. It's a wonderful system, as long as you understand where your weak points are and as long as you're using it wisely. But it can so quickly go sideways if you're not on top of it. And companies like Toyota, they have whole teams that are just dedicated to that. And I know a lot of people in my industry, engineers, and even just people who their normal job might have been something completely different, are stuck spending so much time on sourcing right now. It's like a second job for everyone in the industry. So it just sourcing. We had a different board for our handheld controllers, and I've had to redesign that board to do the next run 4 times this week, because every time we finish a design, the part has gone out of stock that was available the night before.
Oh, that's frustrating.
4 times in a week.
Oh my goodness.
I'm pulling my hair out.
Wow.
I got that run done. I put it in this morning, but unbelievable. And I gotta run another part, and I'm actually gonna look at some of that right now. And if you see me pulling my hair out over there,
right? Yeah,
I'll come give you a hug.
Yeah.
Go over there and save us all.
Right.
Hey James, it's always good to hear from you. We got a breakaway for commercial, but we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Vissel Racing Group has returned to the racetrack and holds down that lead. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. At 184 laps, we have On Second Thought coming into the pits. Your lead A-class car. Well, actually, they're heading out. And Crank Anchors Racing also tripping the pit loop, as apparently they too have decided they needed to make a pit stop. Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum. We've got Bob Varsha here, along with Tiffany Alexander, calling the race for you.
And just moments ago, Paul, our race leading number 959 Visceral Porsche 944 RSR came out from under the bridge at turn 11 and went right down the grass verge into turn 12. I mean, he was agricultural racing for about 200 yards before he managed to get it back on track. That could have been a big one.
Yeah, that probably would have been terminal, because you're coming down there so fast, and all you have is a wall. There's very little room to recover, so that's scary stuff. The camera's not working real well in the Visceral machine, so that's why we haven't been showing too much of it. It seems to keep dropping in and out.
Wow, NLS just set their fastest time of the day at a 142.5. Still finding more pace out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe a driver change too, and that's one of the things I love about this sport is that you've got different people have different skill levels, and we have strengths on different tracks from our friends, so it makes it a lot of fun. Things are always changing.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, I'm down here with Mike Gorman with not broken throttle, but open throttle.
Hey, Bill.
Racing. They've
Hey,
got
Bill.
a green here with about 4 guys wrenching on it right now.
Bill.
What's wrong with
The motor let go. We put our third driver in the car. He made it 3 laps and came in at 340-degree oil temperature.
Is that where you blame the driver, or is it the mechanic that put the engine together?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit of both. Maybe neither. Maybe it's just bad luck.
So how was it out there when you guys were out there?
Oh, it was great, though. We always enjoy coming out and running with ChampCar. It's always a blast. Some days you're the bug, some days you're the windshield. So we're going to get this back going, and hopefully we'll see you guys back out there later on this evening.
You got another engine you're putting in?
Yeah, we brought a whole parts car just in case this exact situation happened. We were hoping more maybe like a control arm or something else we didn't have a spare of, so we had one of everything, but it looks like we're going to end up pulling the motor out of that and putting it in this car. So
That's a Super TD engine that we're not going to talk about on the air. Right?
No, don't worry about the K-Series that's going in.
They're not
No.
listening.
Nobody's actually paying attention. It's a ChampCar.
All right, man. Well, good luck out there.
Appreciate it.
I can see we have some really cool splitter stuff and wing action on this car.
Yeah, we got Johnny Jakowski from 9 Lives Racing. He's here doing the header bolts right now.
And really trained to do header bolts, Johnny?
He's doing a good job. He's taking them off. We don't have to worry about him putting them back on. We'll have somebody else do that. But now, appreciate 9 Lives, appreciate Hawk, everybody that supports us with these cars and these efforts. Liquid Molly, we hope to get you guys on board soon. We appreciate everybody. We appreciate ChampCar for putting this on, and we'll get back out there tonight. I'm confident in it.
So speaking of Hawk brakes, what do you think of them Hawk brakes?
Hawk brakes are good. They stopped the car for us really, really, really well. We appreciate them sending us stuff all the time.
Are you using the new brakes from Hawk?
We're using DTC 70s. No little Hog. It's their aggressive compound. Probably not the best for Enduro, but we're doing what we can with it.
Well, you're not really using them when you're sitting here.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean to beat a man when he's down.
No. This is really good on consumables. So we'll have good fresh tires, fresh brakes, everything like that for when we go back out and everybody else is all worn down.
All right, guys. Good luck out there.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Back to you, Bob.
All right. Thanks very much, Bill. Paul, do you want to get in whatever it was you wanted to talk to Bill about?
I was going to tell him to turn down his mic. He was blowing our ears out. But that's all right. He doesn't listen anyway. So,
well, earlier we talked about the Visceral car coming down on the grass from turn 11 to 12. Tiffany wondered about their lap times and whether they were going to respond to the quicker Freddie Mercury car running in second place, and they have responded. Visceral is now running laps in the 142 range, Freddie Mercury in the 144s. Of course, that may be traffic. But I would say, even though the Freddie Mercury car has been able to gather up almost 2 laps on the leader with some timely pitting and caution flags and what have you, right now the gap is shown as 26.5 seconds from first to second.
I mean, that's a big difference than 2 or 3 laps separating them, right? So they've picked up the pace. I guess they do have something for them.
Ron was telling me on pit lane that from Visceral Racing that he thinks they have them unless something tragic, something tragic happens, and that he has them on fuel. They can get up a little bit, but he's going to get them on fuel at the end.
Yeah, that's pretty clear. I think they can do about 50 laps, and then they're having to pit. So. And Ron can do maybe 250 laps before he has to fuel.
Right. No, he can go every bit of, 3 hours.
And that's where the internet explodes, Paulie.
We can't help it. It came with a 60-gallon fuel tank. There's nothing we can do about that.
Let's go talk to the Cone Crusher guys. They're sitting right here talking to one of the RVA guys. Let's see what Cone Crushers has. They were doing really well this morning, but they had an issue. So, how's the car doing out there?
Well, the car's doing fine now, but we're a million laps back. Lost an alternator. So by the time we got one, our backup alternator apparently sat in the trailer too long and was completely locked down. Ron Visceral was nice enough to loan us one, but we had to go find him, and so we're way back. Car's running great. I mean, doing good, but I don't think we're in any hunt for anything. top 10, if enough cars broke, they'd have to break. I don't think we're going to catch them, but having fun. Early in the race. I mean, you know what? We're still kicking away. We'll see what happens. A lot of racing left. So maybe some luck will happen for us. Or I don't want to wish bad luck on anyone else. I'll just wish good luck for us. How's RVA doing?
We're hanging in there right now. Just trying to make laps, stay out of trouble.
Yeah, you guys are kind of up there in the top 5 for a while. I don't know where you are now, but
I'm
not paying attention
where we are either.
You're in
We need to get something to eat. No, I think right now everything's running well. We're just keeping in the hunt.
I haven't seen Justin down here.
He is flying back into Richmond today or yesterday, so he's in the area.
So he's
He's in spirit.
Oh, we're because that's happened before, and you guys are like, what?
We're texting. We're keeping him in the loop. So it's going well.
He might be listening. So, yeah, love you, Justin.
Hey, Justin, give me to run the play and go ahead and hit Bill now.
All right.
Well, you gotta
everybody wants that. All right, man. Good luck out there. All right, back to you, Paul.
All right, buddy. Thanks for touching base with the Cone Crushers camp. That's just goes to show you, no matter how tough and fast they are and experienced they are, mechanical breakdowns, it can happen in F1. It can happen to anybody.
That's right. Cone Crushers, although they're 18th overall, they're 7th in Class C. So, you know, they don't have to pick up too many spots to at least get into the top 5 in class.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 EC cars, so I think that puts
Well,
them in
that's true.
16th.
I hadn't
Yeah.
even thought about that. They're 16th in the overall.
Mm-hmm. And RVA is 5th, when we were just talking to.
You know, it's funny. A lot of these guys talk like they're so far back, but we've seen it over and over again that they actually do quite well towards the end. You know, it's just suddenly, boom, there they are.
They don't want to jinx it.
It's probably because you're not used to finishing, Bill.
Usually listening to it on the show on my way home.
And then the knives came out.
Well, it is what they know. They know the history.
He's used to it. He's used to the punishment. He's numb by now.
Yeah.
Without Doc,
my racing is so far in the past. They make books about it now.
They still use books, yeah.
Well, yeah, they use books. So I'm down here at the 358, 350Z. They've got it up on jacks. People on phones, guys standing around with puzzled looks on their faces looking for tools. So what happened?
We've been having some overheating problems today, but
it's like 14 degrees outside.
Yeah, well, we've changed head gaskets last night, and we had a hard time getting it to bleed today, so we gutted the thermostat. Now we're not getting power to the cooling fans, so fixing that.
Faster.
That's the plan.
This is
Who's in the
Soggy
car
Bottom,
next?
Soggy Bottom boys.
Is he your fast driver?
No, but he will be.
Oh, there he is. Let's go talk to him. Well, he's got one of them NASCAR suits on, so you kind of figure a guy with a NASCAR suit's pretty quick. So they tell you to go fast, turn left, or actually go fast, turn right. Because you turn left, you'll be back in the paddock.
No kidding.
So, driven this car before?
First time.
Okay. It's pretty quick, they say.
Yeah.
Yeah. 350Z. So you've driven on this track before? Yeah, pretty good?
Oh, I love this truck.
But you got the suit, man.
I know. It's a nice suit, isn't it? At least pretend like to be like one.
All right, man. Well, good luck out there, and keep the temps on this low.
I appreciate it.
Go
Man.
fast.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, there's not too many cars in the paddock here broken. The 901 car is sitting up by itself. I'm pretty certain that had some mechanical problems earlier, but they're concentrating on the 903. I haven't been able to find it to fix the camera. They haven't come in yet.
Yeah.
I think I missed them, actually.
Gotcha.
The 901 was involved in that contact coming over the hill.
Yeah, it's just sitting by itself in the parking lot, so.
Yeah,
that's always sad, because,
yeah,
it's at least you want to see guys at least working on it, trying to get back out there, but usually when it's sitting by itself, it's a little terminal.
Or hey, Bill, maybe you can find out from Rich when he's going to bring the Mini in.
Yeah, I've already talked to them.
Oh, okay.
245. So
All
yeah,
right.
they're
okay.
Yeah, I pulled them over and talked to them, and he stole my camera, was taking pictures because he's a pro.
Yeah. Yeah. Unlike us, he really knows what he's doing, unlike us.
Yeah, what time is it now? Because I'm down here with Chandler School. We talked to those guys real quick.
Still don't have a watch. Yeah, it's 1:15.
So we're all down here, turn 1, watching the cars go by. Might be kind of loud, sorry. But, so how's it going out there with the Chandler School car?
It's going good. You're doing really well.
Were you driving the Lotus at all?
I haven't been in the Lotus yet. As soon as Dana comes out for this stint, I'll be in it.
So that's why it's going so slow then.
I know. Dana's doing a good job right now. He's running some quick times with us.
I gave him some pointers yesterday, and he said it really helped him, and he really picked up speed, which he did.
Yeah, he's doing really good right now. Really happy with him.
So the Mustang not doing so well. What happened to that car?
Mustang, we had a problem on the driver's side rear that had the wheel come off. So we're just waiting on a couple more parts to get the car going again.
Big hammer and some parts.
That's pretty much all it is.
Jason, right?
Jason, yes.
Jason, good luck out there. Jason Reichart from Chandler School. Chandler School is one of our student teams. They bring in some star drivers, and these elementary school, middle school kids work on the car in the paddock, which is actually pretty cool. Yeah. And they put it together, keep it running. The adults put the fuel in it, and they have fun, get to learn new skills. Actually, I think it's all middle school kids this week.
Cool.
So, pretty cool.
How about that? Bissell Racing Group leads the way at lap 191. Well, working lap 192. NLS Racing in second place in their 240SX. Then it's followed by Freddie Mercury back just 2 seconds from NLS. Then we've got Hong North Trans Am, and we've got the RBA Graphics and Wraps 411 car, followed by Leviathan Motorsports. So we got a C-Class car, and the NLS car shows up as unspecified. Not sure. I think that's a B-Class car, but I'm not sure what they're going to end up calling that at the end. Maybe C-Class. Freddie Mercury's their lead D-Class car. EC being led by the Squadron 636 car still. Let's see. We got our B-Class leader, still John Allen Special.
Hey, I just noticed the 617 in the paddock here. And that car's pretty tore up. They've got the whole nose of that Miata off the car.
The stupid
physically
fast.
off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the one that went into the wall earlier somewhere.
Okay.
But they've got it kind of straightened up. It looks like they have a new bumper bar on it, and probably put a couple fenders on it and go racing, it looks like. So, yeah, that car was pretty beat up when they brought it in.
And we're on board with Team Infinity here. Finds himself in 9th place right now in the race. Showing about a lap back from NLS Racing, that 300ZX. His last pit stop. Now, I'm not getting a good record here on their pit stops, but so can't comment on that. And we have a number of cars that are pitting out of sequence, so it's a little bit difficult to read some of this. We know that they pitted very early in the race, and they had thought about pitting a second time. Not sure if they needed to come in or not. And we did see one pit stop with them where they had the side of the car maybe jacked up a little bit, looking at something, and then they sent him on his way. But this was very early in the race, early this morning. We went green at 8 a.m. this morning. Checkered flag at 10 o'clock. Almost to the halfway point, about a little over half an hour ago. We'll be at that halfway point.
Oh, my goodness.
And we got another 7 hours of racing. Yeah.
200 laps at least.
Huh.
As long as it doesn't snow.
As long as it doesn't snow. Forecast for today, a high of 47, 48 degrees, 0% chance of precipitation.
So NLS took that second place spot from Freddie Mercury just about 2 laps ago. So do you think they can put any pressure on Visceral? It's a quick car.
Well, looking at their lap times, they're turning a lot of 142s and 143s. So traffic's probably slowing them down just a bit. I'm seeing a couple 42s, but I'm seeing slower lap times out of the Visceral car on average since the last pit stop. So it's possible. They're showing a 27-second gap this time by, last time by rather. So it's possible they could continue to gather, close that distance down, and then. But will they be able to do it before the next round of pit stops? Maybe. They last pitted on lap 165, and we're working lap 195.
Let's see, Visceral pitted on 179, looks like, or 180, actually.
So it looks like last time around they pitted about 109 to 165. So they too are getting about 50 laps out of the car before they're pitting. Almost, yeah, 55-ish laps. So we'll see.
We will see. I mean, NLS is one of those cars that's typically there at the end. You see them slowly moving up, and then wham, there they are.
Yes, Mary. Thanks, Timothy, for helping out. Yes, it's 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be when they will checker the race. So if you notice there's a clock count down there on the screen, that's an unofficial time of 7 hours and about, that clock's not quite right, I don't think. Let's see, we're at 2:23. I'll need to reset that over the break. So a little over 7.5 hours remain.
We've got a whole nother race to go then.
I know. We hit it hard right out of the gate. And then a month from now, we'll be at Virginia International Raceway for a 12-hour race on the 5th of March.
Really thinking.
Yeah. And then just 2 weeks later, Tiffany, we'll be at NCM Motorsports Park for an 8+7. And then into April, we've got Daytona, a 14-hour on the 2nd. We've got Road America, and we've got the Ozarks at the end of the month.
Yeah, that's our national championship. Do you want to talk about that? Do you have those any of those results of who's coming, going?
Well, I can tell you what the standings are.
Okay.
I don't know exactly who's going to be coming, but let's take a look here and see if I've got that.
So we take our top 2 best finishes, and that's how we determine who's invited for the national championship race. But other cars can come as well, but they can't vie for the championship. And then it's winner take all from there for the championship contenders at the brand new Ozarks International Raceway.
Right, I'm getting that pulled up now.
Has anybody raced there yet at any level?
We will not be the first sanctioned body race. We will not conduct the first sanctioned race there. There will be some other competition taking place there. I don't know if the yet comes into play or not, if anything's happened yet, but we're going to be one of the first. So, for whatever that's worth. In essence, I don't know.
Hey, I'm down here with 901 Motorsports and the 903 car. The 901 car got pretty beat up.
901 car got hit pretty hard, yeah. It was passing Blue Mini into 10, and a Blue E30 launched off the inside curb and just took it out. And so she's bent. badly and done for the day. The 903, some of that was self-induced.
Broke something on it.
Yeah, we broke a rocker arm, but before that we had contact that was our fault, and so we had to change a tie rod. So this Road Atlanta has not been our best track. We were on a good roll at the end of the year, and we have never had a great result here. So, oh well.
You're just putting drivers in, having a good time.
Oh yeah, Bill, you want to get in? Yeah.
I might, but don't tell the guys because they'll get really mad at me.
Yeah, we're rotating the crew through the car. We're just having fun. But it was fun. The car was running well. Finished the first stint in second place. Felt pretty good about where we were headed, and then it unraveled.
Yeah, that happens. So, unfortunately, you'll recover from this and come back to the next one. What's your next race with us?
We are bringing one car to NCM, and then 2 to the Ozarks.
All right, man. Well, still got a long day to go, and hopefully we'll see you at the end. You can still come back to win this. You know?
I don't think we can do that, but we'll get some night laps. That's always fun. So we'll have a good time.
You work at AutoZone. We want to thank you guys again for helping support ChampCar.Live. And so what's new at AutoZone recently?
I think the company's doing great. We're doing a great job trying to take care of customers through this COVID stuff. And business has been really fantastic. And we want to thank the AutoZoners for working so hard in the stores. It's a tough job. Every day it's a tough job. And they're doing everything they can do to take care of people. But we're thrilled to be here. I mean, I've been around racing my whole life, and this is the best series that's out there from IMSA on down. And it's just great track time, great driving. Cars are so equal, all sorts of different makes and models, and they're all racing together. And we just love it.
You and your dad raced at the Rolex, right?
We did, yeah. We ran the Rolex a couple times, and we ran a lot of what I guess is Continental now, or keeps changing name, Pilot, Motorola Cup, and won a lot of races doing that. And, you know, it was pretty great to drive with my dad. And now I drive with my son in this, and it is humbling to be beaten by your son, and it happened. I can often get him, but often in raw speed, he's just quicker, faster reflexes, younger eyes. He's really quick in the dark. So it's just a great experience.
You put on a show for us at one of the last races you did with your yellow gloves.
Oh, yeah. I've always been quick in the rain, and I did some ice racing back a long time ago, and 2 seasons of that. And so I'm very comfortable with the car sliding. And so at Barber, I get in the car on what I'll call intermediate tires, so soft but no tread really tires. And the second stint and I was like, oh, it's going to clear. It'll stop raining. And that was a terrible decision. So the car was hooked in the corners, but man, was it sideways down the straights. But it's like, okay, it's a rally stage. It's a rally stage. Let's just go. It was fun.
All right. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, Tiffany, I got those results brought up. I'm not sure what you were interested in knowing, but so what the way it worked was we had 75 car field, and we had 75 cars that qualified, so there were no ties down for 75th that took us beyond that. And as you said, of those teams, not all of them are going to show up for the championship, unfortunately. We know the Salins team, I think, doesn't plan on being there.
So obviously a 2-point score would be your best, right? Your 2 first place finishes, right? What was the 75 cutoff? What was the score?
At the cutoff, it was 13 points, and we had 3 teams tied for last place. So I guess you could say they were tied actually for 73rd. But so you need to do well.
Yeah,
13 points.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I could kind of see that. We could see that as we were closing in on the end of the year, how those numbers were getting, smaller and smaller and smaller, to where if you were somewhere in the top 17 or 18, you were actually in trouble. If you had only 17 or 18 points, you were kind of in trouble. You need to be around that 12-point range if you want to get in.
That's cool.
So,
okay. I'm very interested to see that race and how that all plays out. I think we're doing a practice day on Friday before the national championship.
Sounds right. I think you're right about that. Yeah, which is going to be really important because we've never raced there before, and that's going to be kind of a technical track. So that'll be good to get some laps in, just kind of get comfortable with it. know where the turns are.
Absolutely.
There's not much
Especially,
on YouTube, so.
I saw one video, I believe, and it wasn't that great of a video.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping, if we, since we're not going to be the first sanctioned body out there running a race, maybe some guys will get some things up on YouTube so that we can check them out. Everybody can kind of share some things and get some ideas about, how the track's going to be working.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
Yeah, should be a good time. Cone Crusher is still showing not turning laps. So they might have brought that car in. So Visceral leads at working lap 200.
I kind of feel like a commercial right about now. Paul, how about you?
Yeah.
You as well?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a consensus.
Yeah, we do.
Motion for a commercial break. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. The motion carries. Visceral Racing Group and their Porsche continues to dominate the 14 hours of Road Atlanta. This is Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stick around.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, working lap 204. A one-lap advantage shown on the scoreboard unofficially for Visceral Racing Group over NLS Racing, who just turned a 145, matching the Visceral Racing Porsches, not 145 lap time that time by. Don't see a gap yet to give you a definitive gap between the two. But Freddie Mercury shown in third place, back 2.4 seconds from NLS. Then we're showing RVA Graphics and Wraps behind them, followed by Leviathan Motorsports, Hong North, Running Bulls Racing. Then it's NLS in the 300ZX car, their sister car. Team Infinity's behind them. And then we have, on second thought, your lead A-Class car rounding out your top 10. B-Class being led by John Allen Special on board with them now. Thanks to Brad McCall for giving me the link here so we could get them into the race again. As they're piloting that fun Mini Cooper around the racetrack here.
Earlier on in the race, we interviewed our friend Stephen Cox, whose car had suffered a mechanical fatality.
Yeah.
So was looking for another ride, and it appears he's gotten one. He's in the AOA Mazda Miata, 94 Miata, car number 27. I can't seem to find that race number in timing and scoring, so maybe that's not the accurate number. But anyway, we are assured that Stephen is out there grinding gears.
Yeah, I have it on my sheet as a number 85.
Oh, okay.
Very different number. Let me see if I can
give that a try.
See if we can find that one at all. Brew Crew Racing shown in the pits right now in the number 86.
Bingo.
Okay.
21st in the overall. It's an EC car.
Yeah, they got towed in by one of the safety trucks. It looks like they may have run out of fuel, and they're putting fuel in the car, putting a new driver in. The 365 Miata, they are parked with the hood up on the car, alternator issues. So we seem to be having a lot of alternator issues today.
Yeah, we do.
Wonder why. These guys running that heater full blast?
Hey, Bill, see if you can figure out how many times that Brew Crew car has been towed in today. Seems like every other time I look up with a safety truck coming in, it's got that car on the end of the line. Now, I'm not trying to cast aspersions. I just either that or I'm just seeing the same car over and over.
Unfortunately, the team has a history of that. It would just be nothing but frustrating for Doc. He's just not again. Oh boy.
A lot of cars coming in now to do their fuel stops. We got a couple cars, or one car in black flag right now. Looks like the 901 is coming in.
The 131 has been black flag.
Loose
change.
If it is, I'm going to try and fix that camera. Nope, 903. Yep. Let me fix that camera.
Thanks, Bill.
Did you already mention that, the 131?
No.
Okay, they got black flag for passing under yellow, under a waving yellow. It's a loose change. Honda Civic.
I really need to work on that clock, so I'm going to get that fixed for us, folks.
Yeah, it should say 19 to go or thereabouts. Only 7 hours remaining. Good seats still available on this beautiful winter's day.
It is quite beautiful. I bet there's a lot of teams who wish they would have come to this race, thinking it was going to be like bad weather for 3 years in a row and didn't come, and then they missed on a gorgeous day.
Well, it's one of those declining odds kinds of thing. It happens 2 years in a row.
903 is coming on. It'll be a
Nothing's
minute or
gonna
so,
happen
but keep an eye on it, please.
So the car that got called in for a black flag for passing under yellow was not running a Flagtronics unit, so might have helped them out.
Is that a defense?
That was notated. They said they kind of saw the flag late, maybe. Oh. So they're showing me on the Flagtronics unit when they send out a black flag in the car, it blinks on the unit BF to let you know that you particularly have been black flagged and to come in, you know. But Jimmy's calling it best friends for the BF. That's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
For best
Hey, I'm down here with the Brew Crew team, number 86. I think their safe word today is toe strap. So, what's happening out there? You guys ran out of fuel again?
Yeah, we're having some issues with a new fuel cell that was put in over the off season, and just trying to get a good read on it with the different pace of the different drivers. I think we might have had a little bit of bad fuel or something in the cell, so we'll get it worked out and keep digging.
You guys got any sponsors like Menards, Tire, Menards, ChampCar, Sous-Chef, all kinds on your uniform?
Yeah, had to use the old ARCA suit for me to run this weekend and do stuff. But now, want to thank NLA Parts, UUC Motorworks, everybody that makes this deal happen, Arjun, Samuel. Thank everybody with Champ Car and doing everything. And thanks to Bob for coming and doing and supporting the amateur road racing series. It's nice to have professionalism, you know, somebody from the bigger stuff to come down and admire what we're trying to do.
Yeah, you won't get that from us.
You did really well in NASCAR last year, along with the iRacing stuff. Kyle Larson, right?
Lockroad.
Lockroad, there you go. Kyle Lockroad. So a different NASCAR guy.
Exactly.
So what are you running this year?
Well, we're hoping to do.
Yeah, we just lost Bill, but that's not a bad thing entirely. We were listening to somebody else, though. That's usually a good thing. But, yeah, he was talking with one of the Brew Crew racers this weekend. So I think that might have been Kyle Lockrow, which I raced with him in Mid-Ohio. A good young lad, and doing some, I think he said some ARCA stuff that he's doing too, and he's got some sponsorship. So he's headed up. On board with 901 Motorsports. Bill got that camera fixed, and this was the one that had the pivoting camera, Bob, the one that was on the swivel. And so unfortunately that's been fixed, and at least we've got the feed now. We didn't have that before.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be looking forward now.
Yeah.
We're going to have one vantage point.
Giving him a countdown there. Of course, in Champ Car, After you take fuel, you have to stay in the pits at least 5 minutes. So we put a timer on the car when the cars show up in pit lane, and then they look at that when you're leaving the pits to see where you're at on your time.
Mm-hmm.
And since most of the times you can do a pit stop, driver change, and get that easily done within 5 minutes, so when you get to the pits, sometimes you have to sit there for a few seconds until they release you.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear that interview I just did?
We almost to the very end, almost, and then it dropped away.
Okay, because it's really weird down here. We have connection and then we don't. So everybody's complaining about it here on the internet. So, I had my best interview ever with a NASCAR star, and it goes away. So what's going on with NASCAR with you this year?
So hopefully what I've got for the Kyle Lockrow program, what we're hoping to do is a combination of Champ Car races. The next one will hopefully be at Daytona with the Brew Crew team. And then we're hoping to be in Phoenix with Andy Hillenberg's Fast Track Racing team, which is my ARCA team I primarily work with and also do some spotting for. But we're in the midst of rebooting a NASCAR Camping World Truck Series team, Ted Miner Motorsports out of Texas. So we're hoping if we can get some funding, we'll try to make a few races this year, maybe add on for next year, but just try to do kind of like an ABC program, get me some ballot experience, get some approvals done that you have to have for the series, and then try to increase the schedule in 23.
Unfortunately, you let out a secret, right? When we lost it, so I can't tell it, but maybe we'll give it to Paulie. Paulie can tell it. Paulie can play.
Oh, I'm not going to give Paulie that crap. Come on, it's just Paulie. I'm not giving him that. No, in all seriousness, if anybody wants to keep track, you can go to my website, www.KyleLockrow.com. We have all kinds of stuff out there of what we're looking to do, keep track of things that are upcoming. We also, if you go on LinkedIn, we have a QR code where you can go and find all the social media, where to follow us. And if anybody's interested in sponsoring or getting involved, you can reach out to KLR Management Group, who handles all of my managerial and sponsorship.
All right, man. All right, Kyle. Good luck out there. Thank you. All right, guys. Back to you. Hopefully that worked.
Yeah, that worked perfectly, Bill. Good job. Good job. Did I say that out loud? What am I thinking?
Did.
What's wrong with me? Yeah, that worked out well. Yeah, Kyle's a good guy. So it's great isn't it great to having so many different talents coming through the series, and it just kind of exemplifies the whole idea that these guys can come out here and get maximum track time, and it's pretty inexpensive track time, so it works out really well for everybody.
Especially compared to other
races.
races.
I'm down here with another rising star. His name is Bill Strong. Bill, how's it going out there today? Well, it's doing good. No, we're going to win this one. No, I'm down here with the Just Track It guys. No, where am I? John Allen Special. That's it. John Allen Special. They said read the signs. I see liquid molly everywhere, but you guys getting ready to bring the car?
Yes, sir. Sure are. Christian just said the fuel light came on, so we're waiting until he's ready and helmets on, that kind of stuff. So.
All right, we'll let you guys fuel. We'll fix the camera and get you guys back out.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Hey, Bill? Bill, can you hear me? I'm trying, Brad. I'm very trying. Bill Strong. Production to Bill Strong. Come in, Bill Strong. Never mind. I was trying to get him to talk to Les while he was in the pits there, but that's not going to happen. So maybe next time. One of these years, we're going to get an interview with Les. Maybe we can get him in the booth. Then we know we'll get some time to talk to him.
Could make that happen.
That would be good. Back on board with Visceral Racing Group, leading the race, shown up a lap, just turned out a 143 over NLS's 146. I still don't, maybe if I wait long enough, I might see a gap, but NLS just turned their fastest lap time about 10 laps ago with that 142.4. And so they're trying so hard, aren't they? They're trying so hard. I'm very trying. 145s, 143s from both teams now. So
43 seconds is the split.
It's going to be difficult. Oh, yeah, there it is. 43 seconds is the split. It's too far back. Maybe if we had a caution, that might help stack them up a little bit. But both of these guys seem to be turning very similar lap times. So a 143 both for that last time through. Freddie Mercury there in third place, leading D-Class, also with a 143 on that last lap. Are you kidding me? In fourth place, a 144 on that last lap for RVA Graphics and Wraps, followed by Leviathan with a 144.3. You could throw... Just, these guys are turning the same lap times.
That's impressive.
And very
All these
different cars.
Cars, yeah.
Very different cars. You got a MR2, a Porsche 944. You got a Mercury Capri. Oh, an EC Squadron, the lead EC car, ducks into the pits. At the same time, so does Poverty Autosport in their Dodge Neon. But John Allen Special still leading that B class since Lester was in the car. There's RVA just up ahead, the 411 car. Beautiful livery on that BMW.
It is a good-looking car.
Get a little bit of coverage from Visceral Racing Group here, our overall leader. We also have got Madwag Motorsports in the pits, along with Garage 65 and Rocket Ham Racing, also shown in the pits. Let me check their camera and see what we have on them. We know they've had some electrical problems with the car. And it looks like they're out on track, though. They are turning laps, so they just haven't come back around and tripped the pit loop.
Oh, good. Okay. That's my buddies.
Yep.
Do you have the Leviathan camera?
Yes.
I think Roger Cohen is in the car right now.
Here's our Leviathan guys. And they had a good run of it last year. Found themselves in 5th place at the end of the race, even though the race was cut significantly short due to snow. And Leviathan looking good again this year, in 5th place currently with Roger Cohen at the wheel. He's Roger's also one of our board members at ChampCar.
Yes. And so Roger was driving with the Cone Crushers last year when they won the race.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. He gets around, you know?
Yeah.
Someone keeps just running out of gears right here on the front straightaway.
Oh, just
they're bouncing off the road limiter. Yep. Oh, I think Freddie Mercury is coming in.
Hi, Andrew. Andrew Johnson, another one of our TAC members, saying hi to us from YouTube land.
Hi.
Freddie Mercury does come into the pits. They wave him on. He picks up his clock. Freddie Mercury in 3rd place, leading D class, 3rd place overall. Last pitted at lap 160 as we are working lap 212. So there's that magic 50-ish lap mark for them. So this would be a scheduled pit stop for those guys. Gets everything shut down. Go ahead and hop out of there, and they'll put another driver in, put some fuel in it, send out the next guy. Whoa, a little tire lock up there for NLS Racing.
Oops.
Trying not to get into the other competitor they were going by, and it looks like it might be Cone Crushers up ahead of them. Let's see if I can get it. See that. Are they back? I believe so, yeah. Cone Crushers back out on the racetrack.
Yep.
Yep, just coming through now.
And NLS is 2 cars behind them. There's the Infinity in between the 2 of them. There you see NLS making a pass on the Shark car. So now the gap is down to 41 seconds between 1st and 2nd.
And John Allen Special is pitted. Sorry, go ahead.
It's going to go on all day, I think, that gap. Expanding, contracting. These guys have got it going on.
Mm-hmm.
So cars currently pitted right now. I've got Freddie Mercury, Squadron in the 636 car, John Allen Special, Rotary Rocketeers, and Poverty Autosport, all within the top 15. As we're getting closer and closer to that 3-hour mark.
I'm thinking RVA should move into third place while Freddie Mercury is in the pits. There's 2 laps about separating them.
Mm-hmm. Not seeing much close racing right now going on, although, yeah, about a 12-second gap from Booksmart Motorsports up to Highmark Racing, but the Highmark car is EC. So right now the cars have kind of spread out, Tiffany. They've got some gaps in there that are pretty significant, some of them as much as 2 laps.
It's just a 18-second gap between Running Bulls and Hong North. That's the closest one I see in the top 10 for sure. Oh, I hit the wrong button. What did I do? And that moves Leviathan in 5th place.
So John Allen Special machine pulling out of the pits. There you can see the cars coming down through the S's here. World famous S's. You see so much vintage footage of cars rolling down, snaking through those S's. And so it's so cool that in Champ Car we can come out here and race at this track. Rodney Earwood debuting a new machine out here. He was out here last year racing with another team, but has been able to bring his own car out here this year. And I think he's working on that car right now. I think they did get some laps in earlier.
It looks like it's Mr. Dan Retzer in the Rockingham car.
Looks like we're going through 10A, 10B. Working lap 216. Freddie Mercury still in the pits.
The gap's down to 39 seconds between first and second. Okay, we're here at the 14 Hours of Atlanta Champ Car Endurance Series. We're doing a 14-hour race. That's crazy, isn't it?
It is.
Just building is crazy. Anyway, this is ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum with Bob Varsha and Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong calling the race for you as we go on board with John Allen Special in their Mini Cooper. And I suspect that, one of the teams we've been really looking at is Freddie Mercury, and they've just come out of the pits in 4th place. I think that the caution that we had at 11:30 really gifted them. I don't know if they're gonna get another one of those. They really would have needed it right before they pitted. We'll see if they can get another one, within their pit window next time. That's the kind of thing that they desperately need to help them stay up in that top 5. They're quick, but
Holly. Real.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, unfortunately.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Bill, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, it's difficult. The internet here is just not so good down on pit lane. I'm down here with Visceral Racing. Ron, how's the car going out there right now for you?
The car's doing really well. We have some handling issues that we're trying to work out during the practice day, but we didn't get them out. So she's very, very twitchy, especially on the back straight. So we're dealing with that. The other car, the 918 car, is actually faster than this car, the 959, but we put our more experienced drivers in the twitchy cars now. But it's running well. It's running well so far. But with Porsches, you can never tell. The 944s, it can be a great day, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're done. So we're getting, and the race is only 7 hours done, so we got another 7 to go. So we'll see.
So you screwed us up here, or at least me this morning. You put a driver with a white suit on. I thought it was you, and then I was told, oh, you were working on a car. So you got some ringer drivers down this weekend?
Yeah, we have one, our California guy, trying to get him to move back to the East Coast. He's actually a driving dynamics engineer for Rivian Truck. So we're very glad we got him out here. He's really quick, makes us all look bad, but he's a younger guy. We're just going to chalk it up to that. But yeah, he was in there, and we're going to get him in there again, and hopefully we'll maintain this lead we got. It's slim. It's only about 25, 30 seconds right now. So, which is fantastic. We've been racing for 7 hours, and we're only 25, 30 seconds apart. I think the top 3 cars are only a minute apart. So it's great racing.
So the Spin Master Steve said he had a fast lap this morning.
Steve did great this morning. He had the car in second place. He was in. We actually had the. But like I said, we put them in the faster car. So he did really well. I was very happy with how he did. Unfortunately, we had the alternator bolt break or fall out, and then so that took us out of contention there. But it's back on the track and doing okay. But yeah, they did well.
So, Steve, during the 24-hour a couple of years ago, I was your replacement because you couldn't make it, but I thought you were the slow guy because I was able to take your place.
I am the slow guy, apparently.
But you did well today.
Steve's awesome. Well, that's because you're the slow guy doesn't mean you're not quick.
That's right.
We've got stupid fast guys on the team, and so I'm just not as fast as they are. Nor do I really want to be. That to me is a little too scary fast. Some places.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you taking up the last stint today, or is that going to be Ron again?
I'm getting in the car right now, and then I'll get in last as well. The last will be just a half hour or less.
All right, so we'll be watching you pretty much your whole stint. So
excellent. I look forward to that. Should I wave? What corner should I wave?
Any of them.
Any of them. All right.
Your one hand out the window is always a good thing to do.
I can do that.
The one finger salute you give them as you're going by the tower.
Yeah. Do that. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Bill. Steve's a great guy. A lot of fun talking to those guys. That's one of the best things about racing that I learned early on as a young man was the family aspect of the sport. So it definitely makes it a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. And the gap that they spoke about is now 34.561 seconds from first to second.
Cut it down from 43 down to 34 in just last 10 laps or
It ebbs and flows usually with traffic, but it's definitely coming down.
And RVA moved into third while Freddie Mercury was in the pits taking fuel.
Yep, behind the wheel with Freddie Mercury here, over the shoulder shot from inside the car. With just past the halfway point now. You know, we started this race with the sun coming into the cockpits because it was just coming over the tree line. And as we get closer to that 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock range, Tiffany, when do you expect it? When do you see the sun getting low in the sky out there in the south?
Well, I mean, I'm on Central Time and we're on Eastern here, so it's a little different.
Gotcha.
So at home it's like 5:15, so I'm thinking 6 o'clock-ish here.
Yeah.
What do you think, Bob? This is home for you lately?
I think I'm going to look at my phone.
Okay.
And, 6:09 p.m. is official sunset.
Gotcha.
6. Oh, I was close. Look at me with my guessing.
And usually what we end up hearing is that Champ Car wants those headlights on about an hour before sunset to make sure everybody's got their headlights working. It's really also a courtesy to the teams, because if for some reason those headlights aren't working by the cutoff, the drop dead moment, then you get black flagged in. So it's good to get those on early and make sure everything's working. What I always did was I made sure that whoever was going to drive into the night stint, that the lights would be turned on before they left the pits. That way, if you did have a problem, you were right there in the pits, you could take care of it. There's no question about it, and there's no trying to contact somebody to turn the lights on later.
Temperature is 48 degrees Fahrenheit right now, and that's as warm as we are told it will get. It'll start dropping again in the next couple of hours.
It's all going to go south from here.
Yeah.
We have a special guest up here. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. You guys have probably heard of me in Champ Car before. Sarah Montgomery. Just, hanging out with a whole bunch of friends who are here driving this weekend. Figured I'd pop in and say hello.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hi, Sarah. So what team are you racing with this weekend?
I'm actually not driving this weekend. Like I said, I just kind of came out to support some friends, and all my friends who are driving this weekend are usually supporting my racing, so figured I'd be nice and return the favor to those guys. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
So what's that like, having friends?
Yeah, exactly. I think if they heard me say that I had friends, they would immediately deny that they were my friends just to make me feel left out.
Well, when I claim friends, I get sent letters of defamation of character, cease and desist letters.
So. Oh, there's no doubt. I definitely have friends just like that, or at least I think they're friends. Now you've got me questioning it. So.
Well, that's great. I'm glad you stopped out. So I know you're doing a lot of racing in the WRL series. Do you have anything else in your target?
So
crosshairs?
Kind of. We have a couple of things in the works. Of course, you know how it goes. I can't really talk about much just because if I say something, then I'm going to stub my foot and then it's not going to work out. But definitely have a few things going. This coming year, we'll for sure do a full season in WRL in our BMW M4 GT4 race car, which is super exciting. And so hoping to maybe bring that car into other series, which would be really cool. Just slowly moving on up in the racing world, as I've been, at that level before. But it'd be nice to be back there, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Well, cool. Thanks for coming up and joining us on the show, and it's great to hear you again. I know we had you on the show before. I think it was at Barber? I think we had you on.
Yep, exactly. A couple times. I haven't been in the booth in a while, but it was definitely at Barber. I think 2 years ago that I was around and actually driving in one of the Round 3 Racing Porsche Boxers. So yeah,
let's shift up now.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So you guys remember? That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I think I follow you on Facebook or stuff. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Try and keep everyone up to date there. You know how it goes.
Yes, got to keep up with all the redhead racer girls.
Exactly.
There's not a lot of us.
Exactly. Exactly. We're a rare breed.
Sarah, where does Road Atlanta rank in your list of favorite racetracks?
So Road Atlanta has always been, honestly, a favorite of mine. It's super technical and super challenging. And I was actually talking to a friend of mine earlier. I think it's just so cool to see where the track first started and like how the layout was so different, and then how it's just become what it is today. Just like, different, adding turn 10A and 10B versus, back in the old days, it was never there. So.
Okay, careful. Not about this old days stuff.
Okay. Fair enough. I give you that. But it is an incredible track. I've had a lot of good luck and a lot of bad luck here. That 10A wall isn't soft, I will tell you that. But
no,
it's not. But it is a lot of fun. I do think it definitely will test your ability to push the car as hard as you can. Coming onto the front straightaway, it's a super tricky turn. Whether you go full throttle or have to lift a little bit. But in these endurance races, it's more or less about keeping the car happy and in one piece by the end of the event. Just because there is a lot going on, the track is hard on the car, so you're just trying everything you can to just be nice to it and keep the car happy so it lasts.
Yeah, absolutely. If it doesn't last, that's the end of your race.
No point in being here if it's not going to last.
Right.
So, exactly. But
Well, great. Thanks for stopping up in the booth, and it's always great to have you on the show, and we look forward to hearing from you again.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thank you guys, and hopefully I'll be back in Champ Car sometime soon.
Yeah, I was hoping you have anything on the schedule right now?
Not for Champ Car right now,
Okay.
no, but that's not going to say it's not going to happen.
Right.
I'm trying to bum a ride in my friend's car right now, so
Perfect.
we'll see. Maybe I'll hop in today.
Yeah, maybe so. Let us know.
I will. Thank you guys. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
You take
Thanks,
care.
Sarah.
So that was Sarah Montgomery, races with a variety of teams, and one of the hot shoes out there in the racing community. So it's always great to hear from her.
Absolutely. She's poked her head in here. I was like, come on in.
Car number.
She's been hanging in there, which is tough for a lot of young racers to do, to face frustrations. You get a lot of no's before you get a yes. But Sarah's had a few yeses, and hopefully she'll have some more soon.
Car number 903. We're on board with them now. They're scored in 40th place unofficially. So they've down the running order quite a bit in that car. Both cars had some collision problems. We heard the interview that Bill had in the pits or in the paddock area, I believe it was. Not sure which. Somebody didn't bring their camera. But anyways, one of their cars was involved in both cars were involved in collisions. One was their fault, one was somebody else's, and they got the car fixed, replaced the tie rod, got it back out there, and so they're down a little ways, but they're still enjoying the racing and the beautiful weather here at Road Atlanta. Looks like NLS.
NLS is in the pits.
Yeah, we kind of
It looks
focused
like
on that at the same time.
Leviathan is coming too. Just saw them headed down the pit in.
They've got a kind of a variety of mirrors out there on the outside. You don't need mirrors if you're fast enough.
I don't know if that's always how it works, but yeah. Probably what Roger would say. I heard the visuals out of the back of this MR2 is not the best.
Right. They got that short little window
Yeah.
that's like 3 inches high, and then
Right.
your
They
helmet's
have
in the
to-
way. And
Yeah, use all the side mirrors for just about everything.
right. Car's doing really well. Looks like Roger's ready to hop out. Well, we don't know if he's ready to hop out, but he probably has to come in and refill that thimble of a gas tank they have in that thing, right?
Right.
MR2's shown in 5th place. NLS Racing, as we said, in the pits.
So we got 2 of our top 5 cars in the pits at the same time.
NLS has gone back to 3 laps down.
This looks like a scheduled pit stop for them based upon where they've been pitting in the past. Prefect Racing also shown in the pits, and so is AOA Racing in the pits.
Yeah, I think that was Stephen Cox that was just driving in the AOA car. So I guess he's getting out now. I think he went in right around 2 o'clock.
Meanwhile, back at the racetrack, we've got Rockingham Racing turning laps in their E36.
Let's see where they were.
Took a lower gear for turn 1.
Right.
I'm sorry, that was turn 7, I guess. It's on the backstretch
I
now.
believe you're right, sir. Yeah, Timothy, I used to be all about the wink mirrors too, because that's what I grew up using. My dad used those, and I guess that's what we had. But then I started getting in these cars that had the concave mirror from Long Acre that were real easy to break. They're about super fragile, and I didn't like those at all. But then they came out with, or somebody came out with a larger one, and so the angle wasn't quite as exaggerated, It was a little bit flatter, and my half a century old eyeballs could actually see the cars behind me. That I really liked. Trying to think. It's either in the Racer X car or it's in the Hastings Tires Plus car. One of the two. I think it's in the Racer X car. I really liked it. So I think I'm kind of I've kind of turned the corner, and the winks are good, but I think that mirror works a little bit better yet than even the wink.
The kind of Longacre style.
Yes, but the larger version. The smaller version, it's so distorted I can't see anybody coming until they're right on you. It's just not. It's really when you make a mirror that small, and you bend it like that, it's so distorted that for me I can't really get much information out of it. Anyway,
we'll put one of those.
It's not a problem. I'm not racing, so nobody cares. It's not my problem. It's not your problem anyway. Visceral Racing Group. On board with them and their 87 Porsche 944 RS. We heard from Ron today. The other car, just an alternator belt of all things. It's the 96, the 46-cent part that takes out hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of effort going into bringing these cars here. You got drivers standing by, waiting to go in. They're excited. They're looking forward to competing. They have a strategy, and then it can be just the smallest thing that takes you out.
Anything that, it's an endurance race. It's all about being there at the end. So any component that, takes away from that chance of you being there at the end is, costly.
Prefect Racing strapping in a new driver. Leviathan Motorsports in the pits. Looks like they've got a new driver plugged in there, Tiffany.
Yep. Let's see if I can figure out who.
Red gloves, blue suit. And of course, the MR2 is a mid-engine car, meaning the engine is in front, just in front of the rear axle.
Where it should be. No.
Where God meant for it to be, right?
I'm not biased or anything. I just really like a mid-engine car.
Yeah.
I've yet to drive an MR2 on track, though, so I don't know if I like those as much, but it's got to be decent, right?
Yeah.
I'll have to ask Roger now that he's driven this one.
Yeah. I'm surprised he could get in it. I don't know.
Looks like the cockpit is tiny.
What was the name of the guy that raced for Troy all those years? Mike, a real tall guy. And so if he could fold himself up and get in that thing, I guess anybody could. On board with John Allen Special.
Where'd we get the Speedo information?
This is a package that there's a company that sells a package of, and this is their system.
Touching 115 miles an hour before braking for turn 10A. Let's see what we do in 12.
It's not slow.
No. Launches down the pit straight.
Kind of, if you don't scare the hell out of yourself, you're not going fast enough.
I think Randy Pope says, to discover the proper braking, you wait until you see the face of God, and then you brake.
Anybody who's been here for the Petit Le Mans and watched the Peugeots and the Audis just flashing through turn one, changing direction like Formula One cars. I mean, just spectacular to watch. And here comes turn 6. Pretty good entry speed, over 70 miles an hour. And Didn't lose but 1 or 2 clicks going through the corner. And the very slow turn 7 and onto the backstretch.
So now RVA's in the pits. So we'll probably see Freddie Mercury pass them back while they're in the pits, right?
Yeah, that's going to be the battle toward the end of this race, it looks like. NLS, RVA, and Freddie Mercury. All basically on the same lap, although that depends on how long RVA spends stationary. And Visceral is just visually quicker than anything around them as they come through, but boy, oh boy. 3-lap lead over NLS. Yellow flag.
Okay.
Yes.
231 laps complete, coming up on 7 hours and 27 minutes into the race.
Looks like we have a impact on turn 4. I think they're standing up the pace
boy.
car, maybe.
That's on the downhill run from just past pit out.
Oh, impact with the tires. So we'll see if there's cleanup necessary once we get out to that car. Haven't got any confirmation about what car it is. You may see someone.
Yeah, see if we can find another in-car view here. Might give us some idea.
Okay, the pace car has the leader.
So we are full course caution here again at Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta.
Now, several teams have just done their pit stop, so this is this could benefit some teams and really be unfavorable for those who just stopped.
Right.
Like if you were waiting 1 or 2 more laps and then this is when you need it, that would be
right.
An exceptional advantage.
Pitting under the yellow flag, nobody can get far away from you.
You don't go down multiple laps, you know. Like we saw, you know, we were within first and second were within 30 something seconds of each other. And now they're 4 laps because NLS had to pit under green conditions. Now, if Visceral gets to pit under these conditions, that's just going to let them walk a few more laps away.
Right. This is the caution that Freddie Mercury really needed a few laps ago.
Right.
I don't see anything up here. Oh, here we have it. It's at the top, near the top of the hill. Drivers left as they're working down through the S's. So, yes, there it is.
Yeah. Looks like they definitely got to the tire barrier there on the other side of the right hand.
I don't even
Safety
see a
truck.
car.
Yeah, I think it must be behind the truck there. Or it's, no, it's further
over there by the far wall, by the trees.
Oh, you can see the tire tracks there, Bob.
Yep,
You could
there
see
it is.
they just went straight off.
Between the tire bales.
Interesting.
Possible? Huh.
So we're full course caution here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. And so stay with us, everyone. We'll be back after a brief commercial break. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live. Still working the scene of that accident over there in Turn 4, as it is the Denton Cardin racing team that got into the wall. I guess there were some tires that got moved, so they've got the heavy equipment over there again to sort that out. They can't allow the teams to resume racing speed until they have all of their barriers put back together so that it's safe for everybody.
Yeah, you notice the strategic positioning of that red safety truck at the top of your screen, blocking the path that the car involved took. I said he went between the tire barriers, actually took one out entirely, like picking up the 710 spare.
I see that. Yeah, they're putting those.
Yeah, that wasn't a hole. He created that hole.
Created that one.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that car just went flying. I wonder if we have a stuck throttle, because there really wouldn't be any reason for it to carry all the way off the track like that.
Brake issue. Yeah, that was it. Pretty much undiminished speed. Great friend of mine who lives here in Atlanta, Spencer Pompelli, who does a lot of racing in the GP categories in the IMSA WeatherTech series. He had an accident just like that here, just 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah,
Was it?
at almost that same spot. Did the same thing, plowed into the tire wall. Came out of it okay, but it was pretty spectacular.
Was it a stuck throttle, or do you remember?
I think it was. Yeah, I don't recall them getting to the bottom of it, but throttle or brakes, or both.
I've ran out of both, and neither are fun.
No.
Nope.
So the field being led around by a pace car, and so what they tell you in the driver's meeting is don't be a second pace car. Catch up to the field safely. You see we've got some cars coming in at a higher rate of speed than the rest of the field, and that's by design. They don't want you obviously going fast through the accident zone, but aside from that, they want you to get caught up, and this just helps them to have some good control over the field. So that's what they do. Allows them to create those big gaps, and it works really well. I've driven pace car before, and so you're in touch with that race director can say, okay, I want them at 30 miles an hour. I want you to back them down to 25 miles an hour. Okay, let's pick it back up to 40, and it really gives them a lot of modular control over how much time and gap and everything control that field. Now, of course, if it's going to be an extended downtime, they'll just go ahead and bring the field in if it's something significant, especially if they have to do any kind of service work to the track itself. They'll just bring them into the pits. But in this case, it looks like they're getting things wrapped up. So we should be able to go back to green here shortly. And I would imagine the Freddie Mercury team are probably just really like, you got to give me a break here. Are you kidding me? That's exactly the caution we needed.
Just a little too late. Kind of the same with NLS. Just a little late for them.
Right.
We were trying to notice who was taking advantage of it. RVA came in, and was it NLS was already in when it went caution, full course, I think. Or they ducked in right at the beginning. So that should help them a little bit, but they've fallen back to 9th. Well, I guess that's 8th.
Right, because you got the EC car. Yep. So if you're just joining us, welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're calling the 14-hour Enduro race the season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong. Here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, just calling down the race for you. Went to caution just before we went to break, and it's the Denton Cardin team's car that found the wall. They've got that car picked up and pulled up onto a rollback, so they'll bring them back, getting that safety barrier fixed so that we can get back to racing. Looks like the emergency crews have left the scene, so should be just a matter of time as Jackie brings the field around on this beautiful racetrack. Could we have asked for? I guess we could have asked for better weather. Could have been warmer, right?
Right. You can always ask.
You can always ask.
But with these sunny conditions and cold, I mean, cars are setting, fantastic pace out there.
They really are. And Jackie's bringing them down the front straightaway here. broadcast crew and all of the workers are working out of the tower on the club side of the track, which is the outside of the track. They actually have 2 control towers here at Road Atlanta, one on either side, and we're on the outside today. Looks like NLS Racing there going by. There's Cone Crushers coming by in that classic Porsche livery, the blue and orange.
Beautiful car.
There's the Shark car coming by. Infinity Racing. There's one of the 2 Mini Coopers out here this weekend. We've got John Allen Special and Wittenauer Motorsports.
Safety crew stopped to pick up some debris, it appeared, up under the bridge at turn 11.
So 901 has brought the number 903 back into the pits as we're just finishing up this caution. So they're going to do another lap here at Road Atlanta. It's a 2.5-mile road circuit. We run the full course here at Michelin Raceway.
So Roger Cohen is out of that Leviathan car, and Jeff just went in. That fell just behind several teams. Had just finished their pits. Goodness, that could have changed. I mean, like if it would have happened 2 laps earlier, it would have changed the complexity of this race entirely. I guess we could say that about just about everything.
And then there's times when it just seems to fall right into your lap. We've seen cautions really fall into the lap of the R-Bank Racing team in the past that just really made the difference for them.
So we're waiting to see the pace car come over the hill here and see if Jackie's headed in, and if we're going to restart or we're going to do another lap. I don't hear them yet, though.
So if you'd like to get some laps out here, and maybe you don't have access to a car or the equipment or the funds to do so, you can always join the iRacing Sim Series, the iRacing Series, the Champ Car Sim Series. And to find out more information about the Champ Car Sim Series, make sure you check out the Champ Car website at ChampCar.org. You can find out how you can get involved in that, and you can come out here and pound around the racetrack with your computer. And the only thing you're going to break or bend up is pixels. So you get lots of all the track time you could ever want.
So the RVA car, the 411 that's currently in 6th place, is out. They have a broken rocker arm.
Really?
The car is off.
Mm-hmm. We're back to green.
We're back to green flag racing. 236 laps complete, coming up on 7 hours and 45 minutes into this 14-hour race.
Here we go. Interesting, Ron, who runs and owns the Visceral Racing Group team, said, yeah, the car is really, really twitchy. We had to put like our best drivers in the car because it is a handful. And we could see things seem to be a little bit difficult. You're chasing that car all the way around the track.
And they come through 12. It looks scary every time.
I wonder what the issue is. I mean, is steering just loose or broken shock or something?
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine I wouldn't imagine something broken because of how good Ron is with these cars. I would imagine it's either like an alignment, suspension, geometry thing. It's something that's changed. The 944 has a tendency to be a little bit heavy in the butt anyway. So what he's doing is all this correction is he's got the back end of the car just sweeping, and so this twitchiness sounds to me like it's probably an alignment issue, like a toe issue or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Ron's one of these high-level Porsche guys. He actually works for Porsche. Really knows his stuff.
Wow, on the restart, he just put...
Yeah, he left everybody.
Yeah, left everyone. That 20 car lengths on the next car.
Well, that explains the 4-lap lead.
Yes, it does.
Goodness.
Back on board with Prefect Racing and their Lexus SC300. A little over 6 hours remain in the race.
Maybe that 944 is twitchy because they're driving the wheels off of it.
So, Tiffany, you were hearing that the 411 car broke a rocker arm?
Yes. Yep, it was running in 6th place, and we saw it go in and pit, and Barron just texted me and said that they are out with a broken rocker arm.
The Achilles heel of the E3, the E30.
Yes.
That one can strike anybody. It seems like no one's immune to the broken rocker arms on those engines.
Right.
Oh, almost some contact there. Something strange happened. I don't know if there was some tire lock up and almost got into the side of the NLS car, one of the cars coming by.
What we're seeing here is amazing. Visceral just went by again and basically tripled the lead it had 1 lap ago.
We didn't even see another car for like a couple of seconds.
They are totally on another level.
Yeah, ran a 42 to a 49. So that's a 6-second difference just in that 1 lap time. And just to give you some perspective, at 85 miles per hour, a 1/10 of a second is a car length. So 1 second is going to give you 10 car lengths. So when you're cranking out these 142s and the guy behind you is at a 152 or a 146 or 149, that is a huge difference.
Yep. Adds up quickly.
Such a beautiful shot. See those cars coming, snaking down through the S's here at Road Atlanta, heading into turn number 5.
That is a great shot. Don't tell Bill.
Don't tell Bill, I was going to say.
He is very proud of where he placed that camera.
Oh, jeez. Don't remind me.
Don't worry, he'll remind us.
He will. So Visceral Racing Group putting on a clinic here today. But as Ron himself said, it's not over till it's over. You just don't know what's going to happen. So they're going to try to bank as much time and distance as they can. And hopefully they can keep it together to the end of the race. Cone Crushers just out ahead of John Allen Special as they head down into turn 10A.
Timothy says, accelerate until you see God, then wave as you pass him.
Yeah. He's talking about how he really liked the wink mirror. It definitely can be good. They have a couple different lengths you can get, so you can have it stretching all the way across the car, and you can buy one that's a little bit shorter. But you know, if you buy the longer one, your helmet takes up about a third of it anyway. Your helmet's in the way, so there's really no point in getting super long one. Sometimes if the angle's a little weird, what you can get is because what you have are segmented mirrors in there that stretch across the mirror. and you can get some doubling effect. So someone on an approach, if the angle is such to your eyes, it can look like there's two cars when there's really just one. That's the downside to the wink.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you get the angling right between your perspective and where it is, that maybe you don't have that so much. I mean, I raced with them for many years, and sometimes they were really great. I liked them in my Roadster. I didn't like them in the E36. Miata no, that's the Rotary Rocketeer is coming by around the outside. Almost 120 miles an hour. There it is. It's just before braking. As the car noses down. Back up the hill. I'll never forget, Randy Pobst has a really nice video series that he put together about this racetrack, and he said, if you'll notice on that bridge at the top of 11 there, the top of the hill, it has three colored squares in the center of the bridge. And he said you just put your helmet right in the center of that as you come through. And there's Rotary Rocketeers, another very fast car out here this weekend, getting by another competitor. The Mini Cooper looking for a way by, but it's tricky through here. It's going to hurt both of them as they come down through here, trying to be side by side. He backs out. Much better to get him coming from between 5 and 6 on the inside and see if he can swing to the right here. Doesn't look like he had a very good getaway. So the thing to do here is either you make the pass going into 6 or you wait until after 7. You want to get a good exit here. Hear that clean, crisp downshift. Nice rev match. On the power as early as possible, but that car is quick. It looks like that might be one of the D-Class cars. Really has the legs heading down the backstretch.
And that's Freddie Mercury right in front of him, right?
Could be.
I think it is.
One of our car cameras are a little bit further ahead of where some of these others are, so the timing isn't quite the same between where they are on the track.
Gotcha. Who's going to catch Visceral? 3 laps up.
Yeah, it's going to take something out of the ordinary.
Mm-hmm.
And not embodied by an opponent, I have a feeling.
Right.
It's going to have to be the racetrack or the breakage or whatever.
Right, attrition, something.
Yeah.
They haven't pitted in so long. I'm surprised they didn't pit on that last caution, actually. They haven't pitted since lap 180, 179 in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time, seeing as we're currently on lap 241.
$60 laps out, yeah. Well, Freddie Mercury's pitting it around that 52 lap mark.
Oh, I think, did they just come in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they pitted right before the caution. They pitted like, I don't know, 6 laps or so before the caution.
No, I mean, Visceral just came in.
Oh.
That's what I was saying. I was like, it's been a long time.
And then they pit.
Yep. Which I'm surprised they didn't do it under caution.
They're listening to you.
Well, that'll help NLS because now Visceral's pitting during a green track. So let's see how that comes out, because that should at least get them 2 laps.
Yeah, they need a lot more than that, but
they need 3.
It's a start.
Yeah.
Driver change.
Yep, they pop that steering wheel off. There's a lot of teams that run those removable steering wheels.
Oh, they're fixing something. That's a crewman's helmet.
Or maybe putting some cushions in.
Yeah, maybe putting in a seat bolster or loosening up the belts or something.
Right.
Now a driver type person gets in.
We all know about those driver types.
They're special.
They're driven. Well, the sun beginning to sink low here at Road Atlanta. It's just about to fully enter the floor-to-ceiling windows right in front of where Tiffany and I are sitting. And I can tell already it's going to get hot in here.
Mm-hmm. And bright.
Yep.
I like these
We can lower
shades.
the blinds, yeah.
It looks like Visceral's returned to the racetrack. Nope, I got old data there. Get that up to date.
Okay, NLS is passing start to finish, so now we're down to 2 laps. They really need to do another full lap before Visceral comes out to even get on the same lap with them to be, competitive. To have a snowball's chance, We should. Oh, wait. Do you still have the Leviathan feed?
Yeah.
Okay, they just sent me another one, so I was making sure it didn't go down.
Yeah, no, we've got that. And as you can see, as Bob said, that sun beginning to come in the windows there.
So let's see, that's Jeff Stewart in the car, I believe.
Visceral still not shown on track. Meanwhile, NLS and Freddie Mercury now have dropped the gap to 2 laps.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see. Now, once they went into the pits, their camera went offline, so I'm going to have to wait for them to get back out there. That camera's kind of on the edge.
Okay, NLS is coming back to the front straightaway, and Visceral is right behind them. But that's the 918, never mind. The 959 if not.
Now NLS shown 1 lap down to Visceral, who apparently still haven't moved. I hear engine revs. I think Visceral's coming back on track right now.
All right.
Haven't seen NLS yet. Should be, I think, soon.
Yeah, we're showing the NLS car, the 300ZX, in the pits, and still showing the Visceral machine in the pits.
Well, while we wait for the race leader to come around, we'll take this opportunity for a break, so stand by. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone from Road Atlanta.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Bissell Racing Group has emerged from the pits to reclaim the lead. Not that they ever really lost it.
Yeah.
NLS Racing in second, and Freddie Mercury in third. Got on
The lead is cut down to 1 minute and 4 seconds.
So that'd be about 2/3 of a lap. Interesting. We had such a group of EC class cars not eligible for overall victory or any class awards, but out here to race anyway. There were 11 of them when we started the day. There is one in the top 14. Yeah. One in fourth place, the Squadron BMW that set fast lap of this race over and over, currently a 137.838. But the next EC car is all the way back in 15th. The Highmark Racing BMW M3.
And it is interesting that we see that pattern very frequently. You would think if the car is performance-wise beyond the rule set, then they're going to dominate the field. We're going to see mostly EC cars up at the front, but for some reason it doesn't work like that.
No, very, very rarely do we see them finish towards the front of the field, actually.
Yeah, top 5, it's not very common.
Well, it takes more than just top speed. You have to have the durability, you have to have the fuel loads, you have to have the tire life, you have to have the driving ability.
There's so much that goes into it.
It's a very complex equation.
So Bristol just made a second up on NLS, so now put it at 1 minute and 5. Instead of NLS being able to shorten it up, went the other way.
Now the shadows grow in the opposite direction from where they were at 8 o'clock this morning. And soon the track will be entirely bathed in shadow here and there. So we'll see the headlights coming on. They must be on by 6 p.m., which is shortly before the sun sets officially.
Yeah, if you don't have adequate headlights, then you're going to get flagged in. But the other thing that's interesting is you have to have working taillights too.
Yeah.
And so it's not just the brake lights at nighttime. You must have the tail lights, the marking lights or parking lights or however you want to call it. But it's the tail lights that have to be working at night as well. Even when your foot's off the brake, that has to be visible. And that gets some people into trouble too. You get so focused on these headlights and trying to get those working and trying to decide, do I put them on before the race? Do I put them on right before we go back out to make, for the night stints so that we don't take a chance on breaking them? And then you spend so much time working on that you don't even think about looking at the taillights to see if they're going to be working at night.
And it never fails that someone's lights don't all come on,
Yeah. Well, we could say they're going to bring you in if you don't have working lights. I would think if you don't have working lights, you are happy to come in. Because as Doc Waldrop memorably said, here at Road Atlanta, it gets country dark.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I wouldn't want to face that at a place like this with all the elevation change and.
It would really feel like you fell off the face of the earth.
Most meant Andy's saying, that sun's going to get way worse in there going into 5. And it's tracking exactly what it looked like for us. Event that they did earlier. Just comes right at you. And they're going to be racing into the evening here until 10 p.m. So almost 6 hours from now.
I mean, that's still a long ways away.
It sure is.
Anything could happen in, 6 hours.
The John Allen Mini Cooper S in turn 11, plunging downhill into turn 12.
Yeah, they've got a second camera there in the upper left corner. It's kind of difficult to see, but that one's looking at the driver. So you have 2 camera perspectives as they approach turn 1, and the Shark car, Infinity Racing, Team Infinity.
And Visceral's just stretching that lead. It's up to a minute and 8 seconds now. So NLS has something for them. I think they're going to have to bring it soon, right?
Start giving it to them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Hong North pits from effectively 5th place.
Oh boy, these two guys are gonna try and pass the Shark car on both sides, and the Mini thinks better of it. Maybe not. Maybe I'll get him on the next straightaway. I don't know that he can. I don't think he's got the legs to get by. This is that whole situation where you got one car that's got more power and the other one's got better handling.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you do with that? Well, if you've got the better handling car, the key is to get them as you approach the best part of the track for yourself to try to get some distance. But of course, usually as you approach that area, they're way ahead of you because they've been using their advantage to get there.
You can see them drawing away.
That was Visceral Racing Group going by around the outside of this 3-car battle.
So you closed up on the brakes. You've got agility. You've got an opening on the inside, but you
Nope.
won't. About this short straightaway. Are you a better braker? Apparently you are.
Maybe the Mini Cooper with that lightweight, Bob.
Yeah. Front wheel drive, right?
Gonna shimmy that dude up in there. I believe you're right.
Yeah. I think so.
Now this is where he needed to be. He needed to have that advantage coming into the twisties. Managed to get the pass done and should be able to work himself away. Just got to hit your marks here, not overdrive the car. And hopefully he won't come back around you. A little squirt of the power between 6 and 7, and it's back into braking. A downshift. And then on the power as soon as possible to head down that backstretch. And whatever you do, don't miss a shift. On board with Leviathan Motorsports and their MR2.
So Leviathan is currently running in 4th place.
Cone Crusher's still not turning laps right now. Down in 20th. Got a 1-minute gap from Hong North to the EC car of Squadron, but they're in the pits right now. So that's not really relevant. Poverty Autosport showing a 1-minute gap to On Second Thought to give us the difference between 9th and 8th place. The Clark Motorsports team down in 27th. They've got about a 0.4 second gap to AOA Racing in that Mazda MX-5. So that battle's very tight. B-Class being led now by the Poverty Autosport as John Allen Special been taken over for that position. And the gap there is just 3 seconds, so that's a pretty tight battle right there. At least at the start-finish line it was on the last lap. We'll come back to that camera and keep an eye on them.
Looks like the cone crushers aren't turning laps.
Right.
Ugh. Again. This is their home track, but they have either win or break, I guess. Like so many cars, I guess.
Yeah.
They've not always had good luck here. Now Visceral continues to stretch that lead. Now out to 1:14. That's not going to get it done. Okay. Well, it'll get it done for Visceral.
Now Poverty's pitting. That puts John Allen Special back in the lead of the B class race.
Yes, it does.
There's a look at that sun coming into the 901 Motorsports BMW. Freddie Mercury there. Looks like they're using the wink mirror. Also have the what we call a halo seat, which protects the driver's head from movement side to side as he quickly goes by another car. And remember, this is the car that we saw spun and had contact with the wall in one part of the track, but then was able to continue.
Well, all 4 class leaders now are in the top 10 positions.
Yeah, we've got a C-class car leading the way and a D-class car there in 3rd place. An A-class car in 9th and a B-class car. Well, actually the B-class car is in 9th because of the EC car up ahead.
Mm-hmm. And another B-class car behind that one.
Right, Poverty, and then Rotary Rocketeer is also a B-class car. So we've got a nice mixture there of classes, which is pretty common. A lot of nose-to-tail racing there. There's Prefect Racing coming around the Shark car.
That's really showing your nose. Was that in 7?
Yeah,
wow.
6 to 7.
Bold move.
Very.
Going down the inside on the slowest, tightest corner on the track.
So Prefect is running back in 14th minus the ECs, so that's 12th. So they're probably, you know, trying to get into that top 10.
Yeah, they're driving hard for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They may very well do it. The cars are quick. These SC300s, and the brakes are incredible. So they can outbrake quite a few cars.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looked like the Rockingham car was coming in. Still showing Cone Crusher's not turning laps, so they must have had some kind of mechanical.
Right.
something.
Right, they're probably behind the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he can get it done. Yep, down into 6.
Yep, it is Rockingham. They're coming in. They're going to fix the camera while they're in, too. So nice of them to think of us.
Want to be talked about.
Oh, well, I'm going to talk about Mr. Retzer for sure, but that's my buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's all kind of spread back out now.
Mm-hmm. The light getting more and more harsh as the sun goes lower.
Yeah, it's coming for us, Bob. Can come right down under that shade and get us.
Yeah. Now watch on the NLS car. You see that tube, that cool suit, or it's got to be. It can't be a drink tube. That's like trying to drink from a fire hose. But you'll see how it moves around with the G forces.
Yeah. You know, a lot of us, what we'll do is we'll slide some insulation around that. And what that does is, because otherwise the first 3 or 4 or 5 swigs you take are all hot water.
Mm-hmm.
So if the hose is long, if you slide some of that, that insulation you get at the hardware store for water pipes or whatever over it, then that helps keep that from happening.
Yeah, those foam sleeves that look like Nerf.
Like just put a
Exactly.
pool noodle over it.
Yeah, like a pool.
Well, that's a little too,
Drill a hole through it.
It's a little much, but nothing kills like overkill. That's what I always say.
Cool suit. What am I talking about? It's not even 50 degrees.
But it's still warm in those cars, though.
True.
Some of these people, yeah, they need to use them. All right, we got a camera up and running again for Visceral.
So this would be white knuckle time for that crew. I mean, when they're this dominant, you keep looking at the clock and looking at the clock.
Right. What's funny is you get into the night, and some guys actually drive better at night. The being oblivious to how terrifying it really is. And others, it does slow them down. You would expect it would slow them down a little bit, but it doesn't always work that way. 901 in the pits with the number 903 car.
Temperature starting to drop now, down to 45.
The sun's starting to drop too. It's bright. It's going to get bright and brighter and brightest, and then dark.
And someone asking about Cone Crushers, what happened to them. We know they were having issues with their alternator, and so we don't know if that's still an issue for them or if it's something new. But that was something they had been having some trouble with.
I'll see if I can get an answer from them.
All right, thank you for that.
So in the Wittenhauer Mini Cooper, we have Dylan has gotten out now, and Ron is in for that last daylight stint.
It looks like we got a wrecker heading out through pit out onto the racetrack.
You are correct.
And I've lost the camera for turn 7, the usual hangout spot, so I don't know.
Looks like it's in turn 1.
Oh.
Because they went out and stopped immediately.
Yeah, there they are. You can see them off in the distance there. I didn't pay attention. We can see the flags being waved there, and you're right.
Oh, it might be Poverty Autosports.
Oh, boy.
They were leading B-Class, or going back and forth with the John Island Special, at least.
Right.
Oops. Yeah, I think they may have just come out of the pit and not tripped the pit loop yet, even.
Right, that's like they took it off the track on their out lap. They didn't even get, got through one turn and went sailing off there. That's not embarrassing at all.
Not at all. So the Cone Crushers are saying the alternator broke, they fixed it, and then the belt broke. They're not sure if they're going back out since they've fallen so far back in the field now.
Yeah. Sometimes, you get beat down so many times you just lose all interest in it.
Right.
You're there to have fun. You feel like, well, every time I go out, there's something else that's holding us back and some other problem. And
well, if you have one minor, mechanical and you're able to get it fixed quick, there's that chance that other people might have an issue. You can make it up. There's a reason to be out there, like to really go back and fight for it. But then after you have another one, you're like, I don't know, a cold beverage might sound better.
Yeah, dinner's coming up. We could we got a race till 10. We could go eat dinner.
Right.
Come back, throw some laps down, maybe split up our time, call it a night.
Mm-hmm.
But it also has to do with what's your objectives. There's a lot of teams that just come out here want to turn laps. They just want to have fun. But others, like Cone Crushers, veteran team, and Birmingham Racing, no different. Roger, I'm not going to be winning. I'm not going to bring a car out if I really don't have a chance to win.
Right.
So, at least not his own car. So, what do you do? Part of it's, what your expectations are when you come out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's some that come to win.
Yeah, there's some that aren't going to have fun unless they're in a position to win.
Right. 250 Rotary Rocketeers getting called in for passing under yellow.
All right, Tiffany, it's that time again. You want to take us out?
Surely. Let's see. We're 8.5 hours into this thing, huh?
Yeah.
It's a long time.
Yep.
Okay, we're at Road Atlanta for a 14-hour endurance race. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be back in a minute.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We've gone to full course caution here. Pace car has picked up the field, and we're going to look through the track cameras to see if we can discover what the major malfunction is. We've got Freddie Mercury here. Driver getting out of the car. Looks like we got the hood up too.
Yes, indeed.
So we've got several cars that passed under yellow. They got called in, the 86 and the 186. But then we went full course yellow after a multi-car impact at turn 7. So that's going to benefit. That'll help Tyler's team out a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like that might be his car pulling out there. We might have seen, and they're just going to do a driver change here for Freddie Mercury. So this pit stop has fallen into their laps and been a good thing for them. So this is something that they needed. .901 Motorsport. See if we can pick up a camera here. Maybe we get a good view here as the 901 car comes around turn number 7.
Good view of the sun.
Yeah.
What have we got here?
Looks like everybody's staying to the left here. Like you said, Tiffany, a multi-car incident there on the right. Very difficult to make out with that camera what we're seeing there, but
I think they oversteered off to the right. Got the inside wall.
Together?
Well, of course, one can take another. Especially if somebody tried that inside move in 7.
And it didn't work out. You know, they take the inside move and take it a little too quickly, trying to get it done, and then they wipe out and take the outside car with them sometimes.
Yeah. Well, the outside car comes across the bow, the one that's...
Or that, yeah. There's lots of ways that can go wrong.
But we just don't know.
But that's not going to stop us from guessing.
Nope.
Nope.
Because that's what we do.
Just make it dramatic. Okay, here comes turn 6 again.
From in the Leviathan Motorsports machine.
We've got a better view out the right side. Maybe.
One car on a flatbed. Another car rolling up onto the flatbed, I think.
So cars were showing in the pits. NLS Racing, Freddie Mercury, Rotary Rocketeers, Crank Anchors Racing, Squadron, 900 Racing, and Poverty Autosport. Now we're seeing some of these clear as these cars come across the start-finish line. And here's John Allen Special. Although they're shown not turning laps, they probably just haven't crossed the pit loop yet.
I think Leviathan just ducked in the pits. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, they're heading down that hill there, Tiffany, and due to the delay, it could very well be they're going to go ahead and make a pit stop.
I just kind of caught them out of the side of my vision.
Well, they've been doing really well. They have the car up into 4th place.
They do.
I don't see the pit markings on their feed, so from race the chart.
Right.
So I'm not sure when they're due for a pit stop, but we know they've got that small gas tank, so they just take just about anything they can get.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too enticing not to take advantage of those full course cautions. We have them every once in a while, so you better take them when you can get them. The damage that it does for a team like that when they don't take them is the problem,
Right.
because then you're forced to take it into green. You're almost forced to do it.
Yeah, that can be painful. I mean, if you just think about, you know, a good lap time here is the 140 somethings, even, and then you say our stop is a minimum of 5 minutes. I mean, you're easy to go down to the 3 laps. So, from your next competitor,
Looks
nobody
like
wants to do that.
they're moving that steering wheel back and forth, lock to lock, with the left front in the air. This is Rockingham Racing.
A tie rod or something, maybe.
Like, no wheel bearing, no wheel bearing.
Can't hear anything that is being said there, but
NLS just crossed over the start finish.
and of course I think we still got 2 NLS cars out there.
Oh, well, it was the 977 because it cleared the pit thingy dot, blue thingy. I'm running out of good words. We're going to have to rely on Bob. All you, Bob.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a car that just got hit really hard in the back. A lot of damage there we saw from the Infinity car. Let me see if I can get that and replay at least, and maybe we can see what happened there a little bit better.
Slowest corner of the track. Why would he be hit so hard?
That's at the exit.
Safety car on a flatbed, another.
Okay,
Of course,
so
with all due respect, some of the cars in this field look like they've been hit pretty hard, and they're in full racing prep.
But with respect, right?
Right.
They say that with respect.
Totally.
Oh, shoot. So there's one EV. Okay. Is that one of the Visceral cars? No.
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. What's that number?
There's a 959 and the 918.
918, I'm thinking.
I know
that
the
might
918
be.
was back out.
I mean, look at that. The tires, I mean, that car is really hurt.
The 918 is on the back stretch right now? Okay, that could be that one.
Wow.
And it's showing it not turning laps too. So,
I mean, that
Flagtronics is showing that the 918 is on the back straightaway.
all those wheels are all pointing in different directions and stuff. Phew. What a mess. So at 264 laps, we've got Visceral Racing Group leading with the 959 car. About 2 laps up on NLS Racing in the number 977. Then it's Freddie Mercury, who was in the pits. They've rejoined the race. We've got Leviathan Motorsports shown in 4th place. They've gone back out onto the track. Running Bulls Racing is in 5th place. Hong North behind them in 6th, followed by On Second Thought. That's also your lead A-class car. And then it's Team Infinity in 8th. John Allen Special has reclaimed the lead of the B-class to move into 9th. And Rotary Rocketeers, although shown in the pits, is currently scored unofficially in 10th.
So Momo Champ is saying that they had that off in turn 7 during that very first stint, which caused that damage to the under tray, air dam, and splitter. So they removed all that in the rear wing, had to change out the front hub and bearing. But they're still running. Just keep running. I heard you sing Just Keep Swimming.
I didn't say that. I was thinking it.
One of our Flagtronic guys started singing with us. It was funny.
Oh, okay. He's listening in.
Mm-hmm. So with the Rockingham car, they're working on the sway bar, and they have a broken end link.
Gotcha.
So that's what we saw them looking at the wheel and all, or in the wheel area. So confirmation that 918 was one of the cars involved.
Boy. Brew Crew Racing still out there turning laps in the number 86 in 35th spot, including the EC cars. The 918.
Hey, did you get my note about 918?
Yep. I didn't know who the other car was, though.
It was AOA car, the Miata.
Oh, no.
It was green.
Oh, okay.
585 is a Miata.
Okay. Not the one that Steven was driving earlier.
I was going to say.
Well, the one that Steven was driving earlier was having major issues, too, though.
Well, that one has some major issues in the front, supposedly, and it's kind of dented up now. Yeah. I don't know about 918. They're still picking that one up.
Okay.
Well, we kind of saw it. It's pretty sad looking. It's not looking happy.
So the duct tape is flailing now?
It's not the duct tape. It's the underside and the suspension and the driveline type stuff that looks bad. Yeah, wheels pointing in different directions and
very aerodynamic duct tape.
So it will turn right really good, maybe.
I don't know if it'll
not
turn
left.
It might do pirouettes.
Yeah. Ron will get that hammered out and put back together. Daniel's up here yawning. That's a big no-no.
So Stephen Cox had went out in that yellow AOA car, and he said it was sick as a dog. And I thought, oh, like he's using like the sick language, like and
a good kind of sick or bad kind of sick.
Definitely the bad kind of sick. He said he dropped a cylinder or developed some sort of electrical problems pretty early on. He said the car sounded like sour popcorn. It would not run in fifth gear at all. It was only working with the 4 gears and wouldn't idle below 3,000 RPMs. Then he had a spin in it, probably trying to keep the RPMs.
So yeah, the MR2 was having some gearbox issues too. That's getting a little crunchy, so they're a little concerned about that.
The Leviathan car.
Yeah, Leviathan, and I believe one of Ron's cars too might have been a little crunchy.
A little crunchy.
But yeah. So alternators and transmissions are issues today along the pit lane.
Seems so.
None of them I saw said AutoZone on it.
That might be why. Duralast, baby.
Yep. That segues into your Duralast segue there.
Well, Duralast parts are manufactured to meet or exceed OE quality, durability, and performance.
So Dana's reminding
whatever
everyone
make
to
of car
turn their
you're driving,
headlights on as
Duralast
they come
parts
in for
keep
these
your
next
car
pit
driving
stops to
tough.
remind everybody to make sure to get
Duralast's
their
full
headlights
range
on
of
and
auto
that they're
parts makes it
working.
easy to get the right part at the right time.
They're going to be looking.
Whether you're
they're gonna be
changing your
looking for
oil or
headlights for maximum. They're going to be looking for tail lights to make sure your running lights are on and your brake lights work. And if they don't, they'll let you know.
And they get the whole field just creeping along. I guess just trying to give the safety as much time as they can to like deal with that issue over there on T7.
I'm sure the cars in the pit lane are saying, that's right, just slow them down.
Right. I'm pretty sure Freddie Mercury came in for fuel since the beginning of this yellow. So that should help them. That'd be their second stop, at least under yellow, I believe. But then I was thinking they got one other in. Yeah, they got one in earlier today. They got it in under yellow since they have to take a few extra. That's worked to their favor for sure. Maybe it wasn't Leviathan that came in earlier. Probably another car that looked like that because I don't see them registering the little pit signature. It's so quiet.
Yeah.
So weird.
Where is everybody? Looks like the field is over in the S's. It's turn 5.
They had pitted, so Rockingham is catching up with the field, I believe. Well, it looks like they've almost caught up with them.
At least they go by the accident site and you can see if how the extraction is proceeding.
It's about to get bright. I mean, I wonder if that played a factor because, you lose visibility right through there.
Very possibly.
I mean, it certainly didn't help.
Shadows from the trees stretching all the way across the track there in 7. Yep, still got safety vehicles out there. Damaged race cars.
Looks like Corey Brown's in the NLS. It's nice when they put their name up there.
Yeah, that's good of the teams. That needs to be encouraged.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can be a wise guy. You can use a name tag that says, hello, my name is.
Field's coming down the hill and there's creeping. It's got to feel like slow-mo to some of these drivers.
I'm counting cars. .32 behind the safety car. Hey, here comes one of the rollbacks.
That's a 918 on the back of that one.
Yeah.
Red, white, and squished.
And here's the second one coming down the hill.
So I'll try to give you kind of a race synopsis of some things that have unfolded today. We had Brew Crew Racing being towed in very early in the race today. Team Infinity also pitted very early in the race, but then quickly returned to the racetrack. So we had a few brief cautions. By 9:30, Visceral Racing Group was leading with Running Bulls right behind them. By 10 o'clock, it was Freddie Mercury taking the lead over Hong North with Visceral behind them, followed by Cone Crushers. By 11 o'clock, Visceral had taken the lead back. Cone Crushers was in second. Hong North was third. 901 Motorsports had moved into fifth, followed by Running Bulls.
Hey, the Visceral car just came underneath the tower here, and it was biohazard level bent.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that car will ever race again. It's bad.
Yeah, it was. It's not. It doesn't look good on the car. It's pretty bent up.
Yeah.
Have we ID'd the other car involved?
Yeah, that was that green Miata from AOA.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't have access to that number right now. They're trying to restart the race.
Okay.
I can look.
So number 86, our Brew Crew team was black flagged for contact. Around 11:30, Visceral had the lead over Freddie Mercury, followed by the two NLS cars. By 11:30, we had a full course caution then with the OFIC car running off the track. By 1 o'clock, Visceral was leading over Freddie Mercury with NLS in third. RVA Graphics was fourth, Leviathan fifth. Then Freddie Mercury had that spin, but managed to get back onto the racetrack quickly. Grit and Grind had that spin and damaged the car pretty badly. I don't think they're going to be able to return to the race.
Pace car is in.
Then we had a caution at 3:30 when Denton Cardin got into the wall. Back to green we go, which was shortly after that. The RVA car pitted, number 411, with a broken rocker arm, and it kind of brings us to where we are here currently with the 918 of Visceral Racing Group having contact with the wall.
We go green again at 8:58:30 with 267 laps complete. Still holding about 47 degrees, so cold tires shouldn't be too much of a problem.
So the car that was involved was 585.
Mm-hmm. I said that earlier. Because the other AOA car is the 85 and it's the yellow one.
All right, so we're back to green here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. So we're going to take a quick station break and be back in just a moment. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series 2022 season opener at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, not with Doc. I might get some of his jokes in here. But along with Bob Varsha, and we've got Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. You see how naturally it just rolls off the tongue?
Yep.
So
we're in the last 5 hours of this race.
This is when it gets tough because, you got a lot of these guys are used to your cars run 7-8 hours and you put it in the garage and you work on it for a weekend and you get it back in shape for the next race.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that opportunity. You got to keep racing it. How about that? So 2 7-hour races end to end, really. So is it any surprise you got teams like Rockingham Racing having to work on the suspension during the caution? Not really.
That was probably much needed.
Yeah, Dan said all the parts that have been reliable all along are the ones failing now.
Right.
Right. Good point. Nice. Because those are the ones you don't bother looking at, right?
Those are the ones you haven't replaced yet.
Sure. That's what happened to Money Shift Racing last year. Steering rack broke at Nelson Ledges, and that put them into the wall. And it's like, well, it's the same steering rack. We've never changed it, never touched it, never had to. And that's the stuff that always breaks, right?
Yeah, but sometimes when you start monkeying with the stuff that works, you make it not work.
That's true.
Ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing.
Right. So you really, which way are you going to go? I mean, I guess it's which demon do you want to crawl in bed with tonight?
Right.
You got your idea. You could either replace it when you know it's working and think, I'm doing myself a favor here, or you could replace it and actually put yourself in some real trouble, which is what happened to us at Brainerd with premium dues. You know, Nathan goes in there and replaces a cylinder, and then it's the new one that's bad. We have to we get to the racetrack. We're in there working on the brakes. The whole reason he replaced it so we wouldn't have to.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've seen that happen so many times. This is a brand new part. Yeah.
Well, that's the rule. No good deed goes unpunished.
So just under 5 hours remain in the race unofficially.
You know, one thing I've noticed about this beautiful new building here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, is when the sun gets to a certain angle, and it's right about there now, it reflects off of these beautiful tall windows, 4 stories worth of them, and it reflects down onto the racetrack. So one of the brightest parts of the track right now is from the beginning to the exit of turn number 12, the entrance because the sun is shining on it, and the exit because the sun is reflected off this building.
Crazy.
Be interesting to see how that, I wonder if it affects the drivers at all.
I guess I haven't been on this track since this building was built. If I think about it, I don't think so.
Called a lot of races in the old building. And it was time. It was time.
Yeah, this is so much nicer.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. I'm glad I got to call a race or two in the old building just to, have something to compare it with, though. And I can really appreciate how nice this is.
So Visceral Racing is all alone on the lead lap. Then 2 laps back, looks like NLS and Freddie Mercury are destined to fight it out to the end. And with just under 5 hours to go, they might have a shot at Visceral before the checkered flag waves.
Anything's possible. Yeah, those shadows are getting longer and longer. The cars are making their own shadows now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I see some of what you're talking about, Bob. As the cars come down the hill, you're getting a hit of sunlight directly ahead, and you really shouldn't be because the sun's back here. So that means you're getting it off the building.
They come down the hill, and the shadow is on the driver's left. They pass in front of the building, and the shadow shifts to the driver's right. Curious. And, of course, it means absolutely nothing, but it's an observation.
It means you're getting hit with the sunlight.
Right.
3 different, you're getting it on the way down the hill. Then you turn and you head up the other way, and you get hit with it again. Because it's bouncing off the building.
Of those front 3 cars, Freddie Mercury is getting after it. Last lap, no, that's the gap. 1:14.423, 1:42.938, which was 4 seconds quicker than Visceral and 5 seconds quicker than NLS.
Working lap 275. Visceral Racing Group leads over NLS Racing in the 240SX. Followed by Freddie Mercury, each shown a split of about a lap. Then we have Leviathan Motorsports shown back 3. Then we've got Hong North behind them. Running Bulls follows them in 6th place. On second thought, your lead A-Class car is in 7th. Then it's Team Infinity, John Allen Special, which is your lead B-Class car. And then Rotary Rocketeers in that RX-7 round out the top 10.
And in the Running Bulls car, Michael Bulls is back in the car.
That's cool.
Yeah, after, I think Matt Harper had just gotten out. Thrive Racing said they got a new best time ever at Road Atlanta. 1 minute and 46 seconds.
Yeah.
They're
cool.
still setting faster times.
Awesome.
That's a lot faster. That's 2.5 seconds faster than their previous fastest time here. That's cool.
The squadron car that led EC for the majority of the day here, so far anyway, has found themselves in the pits and falling down through the field. And Highmark Racing, the team that had that trouble with that rear tail light early on this morning, now has overtaken the lead for EC. Freddie Mercury still holding on to that D-class position. Very handily, I might add. The number 460 in third place, shown back 2 laps from the leader of the race, turning very similar lap times, these 145s. And what's interesting is the Freddie Mercury car has only climbed 1 position to get to third.
Wow. So they started out in a pretty good position.
Looks like 901 Motorsports going to be coming into the pits. The universal signal fist in the air. I'm heading in. Being displayed to the drivers behind as he goes into the pits.
Yep, and there he goes.
I mentioned Hong North earlier. That's the MX-3. Their Toyota Supra is shown in 25th place. Team Infinity, business as usual for that team in 8th place. You can hear that downshift there as they head down the backstretch again. NLS Racing, same thing, just clicking off those laps. Over to Prefect Racing and their Lexus SC300. Shown in 12th place right now, but actually in 11th place with one EC car up ahead.
So Race Control is wanting headlights on. They've got a list of cars that they do not see headlights on currently. Number 230, 178, 865, 981 and 835. So if your team is listening, tell them to turn those headlights on. Shadows are creeping down the hill here.
Quickly. It's like watching the shadow of the grandstand creeping across a baseball diamond during a game.
Mm-hmm.
Nice wave there. Thank you for letting them by.
So with those better and better times, that's putting Thrive up to 12th place. Doing well.
111 miles an hour for the John Allen Special Mini Cooper S before hitting the brakes. Well, touching the brakes. Just a gentle squeeze for turn 1. You don't want to lose that much speed. The uphill right-hander will rob the car of much of that momentum. You're right back on the power.
Yeah, you can take turn 1 a lot faster than you think when you first come here, you know, because it's going to slow you down. The track out is uphill. Takes a little while to build up to that, though, for some of us. We've got a car off between 1 and 2. Oh, it's the 85 AOA.
Yeah, the yellow Miata.
Now looks like the hood's going to come off of the 901 Motorsports car. And they're looking around that radiator and fan area. Water pump area. And expecting a quick fix doesn't really take the hood completely out of the way.
Maybe hoping for a quick fix.
Sure.
Since you haven't seen it yet. Let's put it back on.
Maybe if we don't look, it'll be okay.
Yeah, well. Yellow gloves.
Yellow gloves.
That's Shanaman. Brett, I think. Yeah, maybe.
I would say so.
Let's see.
Okay. Punch a few buttons, fire it up.
Just turn them all on.
Right. Famous. I laugh every time I think about it. We, the Rolex 24 Daytona many, many years ago, in the early 80s, there was a Scottish team that had come over to take part in the great race, and one of their drivers was a guy named Kenny Atchison. And so we asked him to shoot a little vignette, a little feature for us. We'd roll the cameras while he sat in the cockpit and pointed out all the buttons and dials and what they all do. And so he went through the dials, then he was looking at the buttons, and he said, you know, and this is the electric master switch, and this is the lights for this, and this is that, and this is the other thing, and I have no idea what this button does.
I love it. Well, it's so often the case, isn't it? I mean, you get a new driver in the car, and they don't even need to know what all the switches and buttons and dials are for.
Right. Well, it was a one-of-a-kind car, too. It was a Lister Jaguar, the only one I've ever seen, a prototype car, and really cool car. I don't know what this button does.
Yeah, you know, and that's something that Bill and I have joked about. You spend all this money on gauges and everything and put it in the car, and the truth is you're the only one that uses that stuff. Your drivers are using the tack, and if you're lucky, they'll notice the temperature gauge.
Yeah, the oil gauge, or the water.
You might have to remind them to look as well.
Oh, yeah.
It kind of looked like the Visceral car only had headlights on one side, like 2 lights, but only on one side of the car when they came through. Like only half their light bar kind of was lit up. I'll look when they come back around. This little Miata still doesn't have lights. 178. Who are they? Denton Cardin?
Oh, yeah. Well, this was the team. The Denton Cardin team was the one that was in the wall over there in turn 4 that pushed the tires out of the way.
And the S's, right. Can't imagine that car is race-worthy.
Right.
Bill's saying, you know, some of these cars don't have taillights on. So what happens is, you know, you set up your switches and relays and whatever for the headlights, and you get a new guy in a car and he forgets, well, there's 2 switches. You have to turn on the headlights and the taillight switches. So maybe you wire them all up together so you can't get it wrong.
Back to what I was saying earlier. I don't know what this button does.
Might be important.
Mm-hmm.
Oder Motor Group's shown in the pits, working lap 281. "37 seconds the gap from Running Bulls up to Hong North in 5th place. And Running Bulls turning some times a little bit quicker. Are they going to be able to reel in the Hong North MX-3 to get into the top 5? 28 seconds the gap from Rotary Rocketeers up to John Allen Special, but right now that Mini Cooper is pulling away. Then you got Threve Racing, 26 seconds back from Crank Anchors in 13th. And Threve's set doing much better with lap times, so well, I take that back. It's the other way around. Crank Anchors pulling away there in 13th place.
Yeah, I think the Crank Anchors must have just passed them recently, I think. Let's see. 13, maybe not.
Well, Cone Crusher's still not showing that they're going to be turning any lap. They're turning any laps right now. AOA Racing shown in the pits in the 585 green MX-5. Bruker, though, in the laggard car, are on the racetrack.
The 585 was the one involved in that incident at turn 7 earlier.
So we don't expect to see them back, although it's interesting they came across the pit loop. But, and I thought that Bill had said earlier something about something else about that team, as though maybe they had made it back out. So the visceral camera decided to start working. We get a little bit of time inside that car as the sun's beginning to set. And so, yeah, some of these guys are going to be driving right into the evening in this stint.
Mm-hmm.
And so, oftentimes with these race directors like Dana, they tell their drivers, say, look, we want everybody to turn your lights on at 5. We want to check and make sure you've got lights working before we get into the evening. Then we can let you know, or whatever the case may be. We don't want to black flag you at 6 o'clock because you don't have your lights on.
God, wouldn't that stink if you were doing well and then had to black flag you to come in for lights?
Yeah.
That hurt my feelings.
Well, and like we were saying earlier, you might not have much of a choice. You might be just fine with coming in if you can't see where you're headed.
Right.
But of course, the taillights, you're not really thinking about that.
Yeah, that's not going to bother you too much. I mean, until somebody hits you or something.
So Crank Anchors there in 11th place. That's the Tyler Pedersen team, our board of directors chair.
They're doing really well. They got really lucky earlier. They had a black flag, but they as soon as they came in, we went to a full course caution, so really didn't cost them a ton of time. Them and Brew Crew got to do their penalty under caution. They had just come in the pit in. How many more hours do we have? 4.5?
Don't think about it.
I think my clock's got creep. Like it's trying to speed up. Every so many hours, I got to reset it.
only seen one car go by in the last minute or so without its headlights on. And here comes the second one.
That's a 981. That's a 900 Racing. Yeah, no headlights in the front of that one.
Well, most of our teams have these radio systems in their cars, but not everybody does. But the vast majority of people do, because it's just not. Now if you want to use a pit board to signal somebody, you got to get a marshal, and they got to escort you across the track, and
right.
And they hold your hand on the way back. At least that's what I've been told. And then so it's not so convenient that it's just okay to walk out there and use a pit board.
And I can envision a scenario where the driver is driving multiple cars, as our friend Stephen Cox is, and you fly by the grandstand and they hold up a black flag and your number with a light on it, and all of a sudden you realize,
that's
what
me.
car number am I driving?
Well, and that's something that Doc and I talk about many times on the show. The idea is put your car number inside the car. You got all these guys, like you said, like Steven or hopping. They don't know what the car number is. You just, as a team owner, you think that everybody knows. But you've got this weird 797. I mean, nobody knows what that is.
Yeah.
You put it on the dash. Yeah. You mount it to
onboard cameras can see it.
Yeah.
You put it on the dash, and that way everybody knows.
Right.
Then when you start getting that black flag and you look down, oh, that's me.
Of course, the initial, when you see the black flag, it's like, what? Not me, right? That's always the go-to. What, me? No, me, not me. Surely they don't mean me. You look around, there's like nobody else there, and it's like, oh.
Right. You're in a strange race car, and all of a sudden you realize, okay, I'll turn on the lights. Which switch is that?
Right.
How do I do that?
So the shadows are getting long out here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, the pit straightaway is entirely enveloped in shadow right now. We're going to take this opportunity for another break, so stand by. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone from Road Atlanta.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Back at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, working lap 288. Visceral Racing Group still in the lead of this race, turning very similar lap times. A lot of 147s I'm seeing as they have made their most recent driver change. So they've
There's a good example of what we've been talking about with shadows crossing the racetrack. It'll get dark very quickly here in North Georgia.
And to answer your question, is it Snorman? I don't know how many cars are circulating. I have, yeah, something like that, 36-ish. It's hard to say, really. I know timing and scoring can give us an exact number, but looking at Race Hero, you know, you've got your top 24 right there. They're out there. And then you've got, you start adding onesie, twosies as you go down through the running order. So there's been a fair amount of attrition. That's the word I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. And you've got cars on pit lane. We don't know if they'll be repaired and get back into the race or not.
Sure.
I'd say we're just under maybe 45 cars.
The one car that sort of stands out a little bit from the others as far as how they've charged up to where they currently stand is On Second Thought Racing in their Mazda. They have gone 41 positions to get up to 7th place. Team Infinity has moved 43 to get to 8th. And John Allen Special has moved 44 positions to get up to 9th. So a lot of heavy lifting by some of these teams to get their cars up into that top 10. On board with John Allen Special right now. Looks like we've got an emergency vehicle on track or ready to move on track. Actually,
yeah, it's at T1.
So it looks like they've got a car that didn't quite get out of the pits, Tiffany.
It's Freddie Mercury.
Oh, no.
460.
That's strange. That's not what I'm showing because they...
Oh, maybe
I'm
no.
showing
Maybe
them
that's
turning
the
laps.
passing under yellow. I can't read Bill's handwriting.
All right.
We have one that was smoking and pulled off at T1, and then something else. $250 and $256 also.
Yeah, looks like he had a car smoking heavily and then pulled off right there, which could bring out a caution.
Can't see anything from up here.
Yeah, the emergency vehicle's blocking our view to the car.
Seems we had several passing under yellows over there near turn 1. They just called in a whole list of people, or sent a whole list to the black flag station.
Gotcha. I am seeing a team by the name of the 330s, which is an EC car, in the top 20, and suddenly they've stopped turning laps. So that might be the team that's being tended to now in their 2001 BMW. And there you can see the waving double yellows, which is just equates to a waving caution. .901 Motorsport in the pits. Drivers deciding to stay in the car.
I wonder what that orange cone is doing out there. Can't see it now. Wait till we go back to the shot of the safety truck.
Oh, they're going to pull them counter.
Oh.
And we'll see if this is the 339 car.
It is.
Yeah, it sure is. So it's the 330s BMW that's come to a stop, and they're pulling them backwards off the track.
I think there was some smoke, heavy smoke coming out of that car before it pulled off.
Right.
So that's not usually good signs that go together.
Looks like we're going to go to full course caution here, according to Race Hero.
Yep, and electronics.
Not sure what the malfunction is here, but...
Oh, we have a impact in turn 4.
Driver waving. I'm slowing down.
I'm slowing down and don't hit me and don't pass me.
Right.
We're under caution.
Another issue at turn 4 where the cars get light over that brow.
Looking for a car that's in that general area. We might be able to get an idea of what's going on, but everybody's camera seems to be past that point. And here's a look at turn number 3. So emergency crews heading out. So Prefect Racing has brought their Lexus behind the wall. It seemed like they were doing really well there for a while.
Yeah, it's a shame. That car was really running well.
So it looks like the number 75 Brew Crew car, their light bar is flashing. Instead of being a solid light, it's flashing like back and forth between yellow and white.
Huh. They must have found a way to get that car out on the track today.
It's probably
Fuel
going to find
pump
its way
issues.
back in.
Yeah, yeah.
Returning.
It would seem so.
Yeah, we always say we don't need two pace cars. We don't need two that look like pace cars either.
Yeah, it's further down. It looks like
It's kind of reminds me of the accident that we had
like
with
the
Denton
other
Carden. So into the wall at turn 4. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. They're over at that same area.
Doesn't look like this one took out the tire barriers, though.
Maybe in the white.
Well, maybe.
Of course, I can't tell which tire marks were the one from the previous incident.
Right, exactly.
And
Okay,
which
we're
ones
gonna-
are this
So,
one?
so Brew Crew's got a set of lights that are flashing, alternating like a emergency vehicle, and they're not happy up here about that
I would
because
imagine.
that's Jackie's job.
Bill always seems to add who's happy about things.
Or not.
Who's not happy? Somebody's not happy. Okay.
He seems very concerned
It
with
seemed to be.
people's happiness,
He
right?
does. He does. He doesn't seem to have any concern for us, our happiness.
No.
But he does seem to have concern for other people's happiness.
Okay, the 75 is coming down the hill, and it is definitely flashing yellow to white, the light bar, back and forth. You can
Show
see
off.
it's, what, 2 or 3 cars behind the pace car? I don't know if the camera is going to pick that up as well, but yeah, you see it flashing on and off, yeah. Yeah, that's not going to work.
I can't believe that. Oh, boy. Come on, Sam. Oh, jeez.
I was thinking they might black flag him that time by, but they did not.
Yeah, they might be trying to reach out to the team and see if they can, under the caution, get them to change it. And if not, they're going to have to bring him in.
So Ray just said he didn't see it still flashing when he went past him. I think he's maybe at pit out. So maybe they got it. Maybe they were able to get a hold of the driver. Maybe.
So is this the Supra of Hong North? I believe it would be.
Looks like it. It's going to be a tight fit.
One of the drivers serving a penalty was wondering where the penalty took place. The longer you the more questions you ask, the longer you sit there.
Where the violation took place?
Mm-hmm. Okay, they've got the tractor out.
Yeah, I guess that means they got to move more tires. I'll revise my estimate of the number of cars still running, too. I think it's closer to 30.
I can go get us an exact number if y'all want.
Well, folks have asked.
Folks have asked, and we have time.
Okay, I'll go look.
Why not?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So Bob, you said early this morning you were talking about you'll be working with with CBS, calling the e-races. Maybe you could just tell us about that again.
Well, the ABB FIA Formula E World Championship, and it'll be on CBS Sportsnet, their streaming sports service.
Okay.
In fact, it has been. We did a doubleheader weekend in Saudi Arabia 2 weeks ago, and so this will be round 3 in Mexico City. And to be honest, I haven't checked the airtime, but I suspect it'll be in the late afternoon of Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
February, what would that be?
Let's see. We have a 12th, next weekend?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So, working with Ryan Marine and Dario Franchitti and Jack Nichols and Nikki Shields and all the members of what we call the English Language International feed, which I used to be a part of. But this year they decided they wanted a specific feed dedicated to the United States. And Ryan and I have stepped in, which I'm really excited about. I really like this series.
Yeah.
The drivers are great. The teams are great. 2 American teams in the series. 1 American driver, Oliver Askew, who made his way up the Road to Indy ladder by winning USF 2000 and then winning the Indy Lights Championship for Michael Andretti's team. So he is now driving for Avalanche Andretti alongside British driver Jake Dennis. And Oliver scored points in his debut at Saudi Arabia, so a lot of potential there. It'll be a whole different scene in Mexico City, where they are absolutely rabid about their motorsports. The grandstands will be packed and heaving with fans, unless, of course, the pandemic intervenes and they're not allowed to group a whole bunch of people together. But nobody likes their motorsports like Mexico. And it should be good fun, because it'll play out on what is a permanent circuit, the Hermanos Rodriguez circuit in Mexico City. 7,000 feet of altitude, but of course these are all electric emissions-free cars, so that doesn't bother them one bit. We're not using oxygen to create internal combustion. So I'm looking forward to it.
That's great. That's great. So we can check that out coming up this coming Saturday.
Yeah. For the week after that, I go to the other electric championship, the Extreme E 550 horsepower all electric. They call them SUVs. They're essentially off-road trucks called Odyssey 21s. Great lineup of drivers, guys like Carlos Sainz and Sebastian Loeb and rallycross champions and arena cross champions, some of the best women drivers I've ever seen. Katie Munnings and Molly Taylor and Michaela Allen Kodolinski. There's been some shuffling around among the drivers and teams. We have 2 U.S.-based teams there. Chip Ganassi has a team. Michael Andretti has a team. McLaren is coming next year to join the Extreme E Championship. So we go from strength to strength. The idea behind Extreme E is we go to parts of the world that are subject to the ravages of climate change. And they put a spotlight on the problems of climate change and potential solutions in a given part of the area, whether it's the deserts or the ocean shores or the glaciers and the ice pack and so on and so forth. It's a really interesting series, and I thoroughly enjoy it as well.
That sounds really interesting.
It is. The scenery is usually spectacular.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. So I checked with timing and scoring, and we have 31 cars circulating.
Well, there you go. Missed it by 1.
I think that was pretty close.
Missed it by that much.
Or you got that close. Glass half full, you know.
There you go.
So they're going to move some tires around there. And
Turn 4 is rapidly challenging Turn 7 for the title of Calamity Corner.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Here comes Freddie Mercury Capri.
Rusty says, come on, Sharky, get it. Love it.
Yeah, Ed's been racing that car for a long time in Champ Car. And that win that he picked up at Daytona last year was really something to see him win that race.
The sun is just about passing from our view over the horizon.
Yep. Setting on the bridge. Field is coming by again. Still under the direction of the pace car.
You saw the difference in light intensity between those two camera shots. TV cameras have a tendency to gather light and make it appear to be lighter, as in right there, than it really is. That's a better representation of the light level right now.
Yeah, the sun is definitely setting.
Yeah, Sam, we're going in. This is also a night race, so we're gonna take it all the way to 10 o'clock tonight. And that's why you see we've got some cars with all the cars have headlights on them. Racing lights, driving lights, beyond just the normal headlamps.
And no two configurations are alike.
No, they're not.
No, Sam, we even run 24-hour races.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, we have quite a few night races that we do. In fact, we've got 2 of them this year. We're going to be at Nelson Ledges for 24 and Virginia International Raceway.
Those will be 2 dark locations, I'm sure.
Yeah, Virginia is crazy dark.
That's country dark.
There is zero light. It just
and then you get the fog that rolls in the evening.
It's only worse when it rains.
Well, there's that. Then everybody figures out why Hogpen is called Hogpen. I'll never forget I think it's the first VR 24 that I went to, and it rained 23 hours of the 24. And there was a car that went so far off in Hogpen that they had to go on one of the access roads to get them.
Really?
I mean,
drive with the public, huh?
Yeah. It was way out there. I think he went off the course and just started skiing.
Yeah, some of those barriers, those tire bundles, looks like they've had it. They're going to take those back to the shed and work on those.
They're taking a beating today.
So has the grass just inside that left-hander, the middle of your screen.
Yeah. But yeah, Sam, the race at Pit Race would be a 2-day race. Most of our races are 2-day races. I would say most are going to be 8-hour and then 7-hour races. It's very common in Champ Car.
Popular yet.
We have 14-hour races. We have 12-hour races. We have 10-hour races when we run at Indy. There might even be a 10-hour on the schedule for this year. Of course, we have the 24-hour races, and we have a lot of what we call 8+7s, which is an 8-hour race on Saturday and then a 7-hour race on Sunday. We have some races where we have double 8s or double 7s, but for the most common config is that 8+7. And so yeah, you're at pit race. We always do a 2-day race. We don't race into the night, but it's always good to have lights on the car because you never know how bad the weather conditions are going to be, and there's times when you really wish you had them.
Safety car is off. Down the hill they come.
And the green flag is out.
All right.
We're back underway. With 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 40 seconds complete, 293 laps.
Unofficially.
Well, everything we say is
Thereabouts.
unofficial.
That's interesting.
What?
I think somebody went down the pit lane and made a right turn, like they changed their mind.
I don't know if that's like legal.
No, I wouldn't think it was, but I'm not convicting anybody of anything because I just saw somebody was either that or someone was on a really weird line coming down through 12.
Huh. Yeah, that would be a bad idea.
You're watching the 2022 season opener for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Road Atlanta, and we'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You could do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're back to green racing here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. With a little under 4 hours of racing remaining for the Champ Car Endurance Series season opener. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, and Bill Strong as we call the race for you. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Please let us know in the comments what you think. Let us know what races you plan on attending this year, what you're looking forward to, maybe what you're building. We'd like to know. We got plenty of time to talk, folks. Time's something we have.
Yeah, tell us what you want us to talk about.
I think that's a Brew Crew car being towed in again.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Got to be at least 5 or 6 times they've brought that car in on the end of the rope.
I was at a Road America race many years ago, and Crank Anchors Racing had been towed in so many times, they actually gave them an award at the end of the race for
and a bill.
The car that was most towed in. I don't know if you really want that.
The tow truck.
That's right. Saves gas. Now things begin to get interesting as we do this under the lights.
Right, and some of these guys probably have never raced before at night.
Yep.
They may know this track, but do they know how to race on it, what it's going to look like when the lights are gone and they're using headlights now? And I kind of got squeezed into that situation myself. I was racing in an iRacing event with a few guys, and the guy that was supposed to take the night stint never showed back up, and so I ended up hopping in the car and going out there and racing at night at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'd never raced at night. It was really bizarre. Mm-hmm. Really an unusual experience. So maybe that happens,
Mm-hmm. So Lee is jumping in the Wittenhauer Mini Cooper. And I have another one. Skip is going into the Rockingham car. Skip Levert.
Got lights on the Shark car dorsal fin.
All
Very
right.
clever.
So Brian here is saying, talk about cost controls in this series and your thoughts on keeping racing affordable for the working class folks. We are not Formula One. Containment matters.
We're not trying to be Formula One.
No. And Tiffany, you're on the board of directors. I mean, what's the general thrust of the series? You talk about cost containment.
I mean, I think that's the consensus across the board right now is to, really try to hold the speed creep down and the cost creep down. There are certain things that are somewhat unavoidable, but we're really trying to keep that in check in every way we can that makes fair rules for everybody, right? We don't want to just penalize certain teams or certain car types or something like that, but we're trying to keep it as contained as possible and as affordable as possible.
Which sounds like a wily beast, really.
It is a Pandora's box, yes.
Sure.
You got a lot of holes in the dam, and it seems like as soon as you get a dozen of them plugged, there's another dozen that are springing loose. So things like what? Tire costs. So you have some restrictions there, but are there any other examples that come to your mind after being on the broadcast for 10 hours?
Right.
Does anything come to your mind after being on the record?
For example, some of these cars are older. It's harder to find the stock radiator for them. Mm-hmm. So over the last few years, we've reduced the points down to 0 now. It went back up in one of them, but we've tried to get that down because you can buy an aftermarket cheap radiator cheaper than you can buy the stock radiator. So we're trying to allow that in because it's not an advantage. And it's cheaper to buy that one.
So it saves money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the last thing you want to do is find yourself in a situation where you can buy an advantage. You need to be constantly aware of what's out there and what the possibilities are and what people are putting on their cars and what the rule book says they can and can't do. Of course, the old motto goes, the rule book tells you what you cannot do, but it doesn't tell you what you can do. And you don't want to start an arms race that can get terribly expensive because different teams and individuals have different resources. And it's not a matter of having more money than the next guy, so you're going to be faster.
Right. That's what we're trying to prevent. Mm-hmm. Where it comes down to more how you build your car, how you drive your car, how you prep your car, how well you do in the pits, how well you function as a team is more how it's determined, not how much money you spend.
Ooh, close moment there for the John Allen special. The BMW came flying across his bow.
And Sam, you're asking, what are the top liveries of the race, and can you get a camera on them? Well, I don't know about top liveries. We've got several teams that have very nice designs, or I've always been a fan. I think who isn't a fan of the old Porsche livery with the blue and orange, and that particular car I don't believe is turning laps right now. Yeah, looks like they're not turning laps.
The Gulf oil colors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a lot of nice cars out there. We don't have track cameras that we can point at anything. They're all static cameras. This is an extremely low budget. It doesn't seem like it would be extremely low budget, being that we've got all these cameras and angles, and we've got Bob Varsha and all this broadcasting going on. But it actually really is incredibly simple what we've done. As far as there's no satellite hookup or anything like that, uplink. So no, we don't really have that. Some of the stuff that we catch is really just proximity luck. We just happen to have a camera in that area.
Yeah, other than Bob, the rest of us of this whole thing is amateur.
Just a bunch of clowns.
Yeah.
Hey, it's informal, it's casual, it's relaxed.
That's right.
Just like the racing series, we are down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got emergency vehicles moving back onto the racetrack over in the turn 1 area.
Goodness, that area's been busy today.
Yeah. And I'm seeing waving yellow caution flag there, and I think they're just covering, as they say, those emergency vehicles as they climb the hill there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think there was one that definitely went up the hill.
This is a look at
Sure where he's headed.
turn 3.
Of course, this is not exactly the lighting conditions when you'd want to try to spotlight a car. What you can do is come to a race when the Champ Car Endurance Series comes to your favorite racetrack and check out the cars in person.
Ben? I think we're doing weekend memberships again, so you can try it out, take a look around. That may be track dependent, so definitely check our website to make sure that track is allowing that. Obviously, every different states are having different rules on, with the COVID stuff still going on, but hopefully we're moving back towards normal, whatever that is. Okay, you want me to go get Bill and put him to work?
Be nice.
Hold on, be right back.
So hopefully that answers your question, Sam. You can get so much information off the Champ Car website. I meant to say something to you about that when we were at the break. If you go to ChampCar.org, the whole schedule is there. The rule book is there. There's lots of information, and you can sign up to be a volunteer too. And as they were just talking about that's a great way to get involved and learn a lot more about the series. It'll make a lot more sense to you when you do that.
He seems to want his dinner first.
Oh, it's always something with him.
Right.
He hasn't hardly done anything today.
He hasn't eaten yet. That's what page is that on the book of excuses? That's like towards the front, or he patted his belly.
Here we go to turn 5. Now we got a car off, driver's right. Well, that was turn 3. Yet another victim. There's turn 5. Turn 6, catch the car. Turn 7, use the curbs, both sides.
Try not to screw up.
Words to live by. Now up to full chat. 5th gear in most of these cars, I would think.
Yeah. Yes, I would think so.
Two gears for turn 10A and B. Understand we have a full course yellow being called.
Oh, okay.
Haven't seen it yet.
Okay, car 251, which is Mad Wag, and car, I just lost it. The 835, the red MX5, both getting a black flag for passing under yellow. We've got a spinner on the front. Woo! 250. Oh, he caught it. Went over the start-finish line sideways.
There it is.
The Rotary Rocketeers.
That was special.
That was brilliant. He got it back. He's going to need a driver suit change.
And here comes the full course, I believe.
Bill's having to restart the tower cam. FYI.
See the double yellow flags from the flag stand, right side of your screen.
The whole course hasn't went yet, so.
Well, maybe they got the situation under control quicker than we thought they would. See the flashing yellow light at the flag stand there at the apex of turn 1. Well, still no full course caution.
Okay, maybe we're to stick with the local. That'll work. We can do that too.
Well, now you see the flagtronic dash indicator that there is a yellow flag. Now it's green again. What is going on here?
Yeah, it's interesting because I see the green, but I saw the yellow being hung out over the flag stand at the same time. There's the caution.
There's the caution. We're still green as we go by the scene of the incident.
It might have been
local.
local.
Local yellow, so it flashes yellow only when you're in the area that's been declared under caution, and then it goes green again, which makes sense. Curious why they chose the area that was actuated.
That was the leader going by there, Vissel Racing Group. Heading down into 7 here. Of course, Visceral continuing to gap themselves on the field, although they're only showing 1 lap out from Freddie Mercury, according to Race Hero.
And LS a lap down too. This one is long from over. As we work our 11th hour. About a third of the way through now. 305 laps complete.
Here we have the the reason for the concern there, being pulled through turn 3. .306 laps turned so far. Vissel Racing Group leads by a couple of laps over Freddie Mercury. Then we've got NLS Racing behind them in 3rd, followed by Leviathan Motorsports. Then it's Running Bulls Racing in 5th. In 6th place, that's Hong North in the Mazda. Then we have John Allen Special in 7th. In 8th, Team Infinity. In 9th, it's On Second Thought, your lead A-Class car. And then we have Rotary Rocketeers in 10th place. B-Class being led by John Allen Special. D-Class by Freddie Mercury. And C-Class by Visceral Racing Group. EC being led by the Highmark team. You know, Freddie Mercury, they've done just about all they can. You know, they have that disadvantage to some degree of having to pit more frequently than some of the other teams, but other than the spin that slowed them down for a little bit, it hurt them for a little bit, they've done really well with the car. And the same can be said for John Allen Special. Of course, this is the car that finished in 3rd place last year overall. Whitnauer Motorsports and their Mini Cooper, they've moved up into 20th place. Crank Anchors Racing is in the top 15, sitting in 14th place right now. John Allen Special enjoying 7th place right now, and I'm sure they'd like to move that car up, but there's some quick cars, and they're showing themselves 5 laps down from 6th place. So they would have a lot of work to do. but they are currently leading B class.
Board with Rockingham. Approaching for a pass. Turn 5. Get him on the run down to 6, perhaps. Or on the long straight after turn 7.
Yeah, it looks like he got a good run out of the corner there and pulled away from him. Nice crisp revved match downshift there. And gets right up alongside. Here comes Visceral, the leader.
Wow. I'm glad he was watching. Or if he wasn't, I'm glad he was caught off guard. That was tricky. Between 6 and 7 to get 3 cars through there. And notice Visceral just disappear over the horizon. They are just unmatched here today. Meanwhile, Rockingham completed that pass over the green BMW.
There's another green BMW.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
St. Patrick's Day.
So we've 3.5 hours to go. Okay. It's going to be a solid 3 hours of night racing for sure. Pretty dark out there.
It could be worse. It could be 7.
Yeah. How many hours, I wonder, do we drive at night at VR? It's a lot in the dark.
And the less racing there. Looks like might have been Freddie Mercury coming by. Not sure about that. Just go on board with Freddie Mercury. Now it looks like they're up on the high part of the track here. Just getting through turn 5 now. Now to 7 for that run down the back stretch. And things get really weird here at night because a lot of the interior disappears on these cars, and then we only see is headlights. We can't see anything else.
Gauges.
It's just, so gauges if you're lucky, and then headlights, the head, and that's it.
Nobody's slowing down in particular. Visceral with a 144 last time by. Freddie Mercury, 144. NLS, 145.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's keeping decent, decently the same pace.
That's a good test of a racing driver, is the lap times don't change as the conditions do.
I've had some people tell me that they would rather race at night than in the twilight as it changes over.
Mm-hmm.
And then others the other way. I guess each his own. I think I prefer the changeover rather than the dark. I guess that might depend on where we're at, though.
Yeah.
Billy says it's darker than it looks. It is absolutely darker than it looks. I'm glad it doesn't look as dark as it is, because that allows us to still kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, that works for a while.
Mm-hmm. Take what we could get. Oh, OFIC Racing is headed back out.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, they've been in and out of the pits all day long.
Gotcha.
They were competitive at one point, and then it all began to come apart.
As it does sometimes.
Yeah.
You'd never had that happen, Polly, have you? He's like, I'm always competitive.
I've been very fortunate, I guess. Well, let's see. I had a race at Road America where it just never came together at all. I started the race and I went from like 36th to 9th on the first lap. It's got a really good run, and it's a fast car. And then I started smelling coolant.
Oops.
And it was ours. And
Aww.
the engine was just, it overheated very quickly and it was gone. Brought it into the pits and we tried to
Salvage
deal
it.
with it, but the other guys drove it around for a while, but it didn't do anything. And then we ended up retiring the car. So that was a bust weekend. Yeah, most of the stuff I've done has been pretty fortunate with the teams that I've connected with.
That's awesome. Maybe the Civic will be as nice to us then.
That would be good. That would be good. Some cars, it just seems like they just want to break down on you.
Yeah.
My. Visceral, but Porsche just went by at 141.
Wow.
And the feed not so good from that particular setup, but
yeah.
Scary. On board with NLS Racing. Heading up the hill for, looks like turn 11 here. Down the hill we go. Touching the brakes, letting them through on the inside. Looks like we've reached the bottom of the hour, so we'll take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us, everybody. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Night has fallen on Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, as the cars move into this night portion of the race for the next 3.5 hours of racing. And the story will be told, not a snowflake was found on this fine day.
Don't jinx it.
I will try with everything I have, because if I have the power, I can bottle that and sell it. Just bring me to the track.
We're joined now by a veteran running in the Champ Car Endurance Series here at Road Atlanta, Tracy Hayes, who drove for the man, the myth, the legend, Doc Waldron.
All right.
Group routine. Welcome, Tracy.
And just as he said that, we
watch all that old guy talk.
We lost the connection.
Had a great time. It was a lot of fun driving for him. Yeah. I did, and I have to say the night laps were pretty tough. I was very surprised how tough it was. You watch Petit on TV and you think, oh, the track's lit up all the way around, but there was a big differential between light and dark, and when you would go from a lit area into a dark area, it was very quick transition from light to dark, and at the same time, simultaneously, you'd have people in your rear views with these really bright lights, and they have all these elaborate light bars and things on the top of it. And it was, I got a little rattled. I was like, oh, I can handle this. I could fly airplanes at night. I can do this. It was.
That's right.
I have a whole new respect for those guys.
Yeah. Well, we should point out that any lights you see at any of the corners were put there by ChampCar. Those are not track permanent lights. Those are temporary lights put there to give us a little illumination in these dark hours as the cars make their way around. Going by the Michelin tower there, onto the pit straightaway. What's that? I was looking at the Flagtronic system. Looks like the driver was resetting something, but we're showing green, so we're good.
Yeah, you can adjust how bright they are, Bob. So if it's too bright, you can back that down.
But I was telling Bill earlier, the amount that this series has progressed since I drove in it, a few years ago, it's really amazing how professional this series has become, and I really enjoyed it. And the big thing that I took away from it was, I thought it was going to be with Doc sort of arrive and drive, like you write a check, get in the car. With Doc, you were part of a race team, and it was great. I mean, you got to rotate among the different roles, and when pit stops, you might be on the fuel can one stop, helping the driver in and out the other. You really got to learn it from the ground up.
Well, I'm sorry you were talking to Bill. That's the thing that I'm most that I feel worse about.
What's all that noise? Is someone drowning Bill?
No, that's Bill. That's just Bill.
Oh.
Sorry, I'll let him up now.
They don't. Microphones don't like him.
Wow.
So he has a little trouble with things like microphones and turning them on and off.
Did you learn a lot in the race itself here at Road Atlanta about how to get around this place?
Yeah, and I have to admit, I was never very fast in the car, and I just tried to stay out of trouble and, bring the car home in one piece, which usually I did, but not every time. But it's in this thing, you don't want to do anything stupid, especially early on. I mean, it's such a long day. Yeah. But the quality of these drivers, I mean, there was a lot of wheel-to-wheel driving that was pretty intense, and I was always impressed with how good these guys are, because they really are.
It's one of those things where you're doing these races year after year, and you're going to gain experience. This is our 11th year at it. We're going to go full course caution here. It looks like, according to
it is.
Flagtronics is signaling some of the drivers that we're gone. Yeah.
So now we begin our favorite game once again. Where is the incident? No idea. Well, we'll ride along on the onboards and see what we can find. What's your favorite part of this track, Tracy?
That's a tough one. I heard you guys talking earlier about turn 7, and I think turn 7, for some reason, it kind of gives people a hard time. But to me, I've always enjoyed that turn because it's slow, so you're not too worried about it. But to me, slow in and fast out and kind of late apex, I never had a problem with it. I always kind of liked it. And then you carry that speed out to the front straight all the way down, and that's key at this track.
I think the key is to find something that everybody hates and then to find a way to like it, because then everybody else is intimidated by it. Like if they don't like the rain, people are complaining about the rain at this certain track. Find a way to enjoy it, because then you've got that upper hand on them.
Well, I mean,
good point.
Confidence is huge when you're doing something like this. Not necessarily just driving race cars, probably lots of other things. You mentioned flying airplanes at night, Tracy. It's just that confidence that you know what to do. You've done this before, and you're just going to do what you do, and everything's going to be fine.
Or in the case of this show, we just fake it until it's over.
Right.
As long as your confidence doesn't overshadow your talent, right?
Which in my case, it usually does.
Well, the point is everybody's got a different level of talent. Everybody's got a different race car.
You're right.
And that's, part of the fun of competition is just getting out there. I mean, this isn't the Olympics. Nobody's going to make $1 bazillion by winning this race. The Indy 500 will wait until May. And Tracy also has close ties to the 500, I should point out, through his dad.
Yeah, my father worked for Coca-Cola, and I heard you talking about Arthur Montgomery earlier.
Yeah.
There was a Coca-Cola connection to this track way back when, and he was the brand manager for Sprite at the time, and Sprite had a history of sponsoring cars. They sponsored Wally Dallenbach, which was owned by Lindsey Hopkins, who also had the Atlanta connection.
Wally Sr.
And Wally Dallenbach Sr. exactly. But Lindsey Hopkins, he was part owner of the Atlanta Falcons, and so Sprite got involved in sponsoring that car in the late '60s, early '70s, and he took me to Indianapolis when I was 9, maybe, and my mind was just blown, and I was instantly hooked. And wasn't until a little while later that I got behind the wheel, really. But talking earlier about this track and how, the history of it and favorite parts. When I did my first Skip Barber school, I think it was '96. It was still the gravity cavity, and that was hairy. That was, I gotta say, I don't really miss that. That was pretty wild. I think the track has a little bit better flow now, but it was thrilling. It was thrilling to drive, and it was thrilling to watch.
I'll bet it was. Would you like to do it again?
Yeah, I would. I would. I mean, I've been, keeping my feet wet a little bit by doing track days and things like that. I really just enjoy the flow of the track. I love getting out in a high performance car, maybe one where I'm not worrying about paying for the tires and brake pads, and just really go fast out here. It's such a great world class facility, and you see why people come here from all over the world at Petite every year. And now with everything that they've done, this tower's spectacular. I mean, it's really, really something.
Yeah, it really is. Now, I know you're a very detail-oriented guy who doesn't do anything without a plan, so I'm sure you did your research before you set foot in the Brew Crew BMW. Would you recommend this kind of racing to somebody who is trying to get a toe in the water, as it were?
I absolutely would, because when I was talking earlier about, you really feel like you're part of a race team. And I think the different skills that you learn, the different things that you're exposed to, like if somebody was trying to get started and, make their way up to IMSA or whatever series, I think this is a great place to get that experience.
Yeah.
Whether you're wanting to be a driver or even maybe just a crew member. I think it's a phenomenal series to get involved with, and it's only gotten better over time.
That track time is just so valuable, even in a car that's nothing even close to what you're going to be racing eventually. Yeah. We have so many guys that are running in the pro ranks that come in and race just because they want to stay on the track.
Sure. Especially if they've never been to a track before, and they have the opportunity to go somewhere like this and figure out which way the track goes and what the little nuances of the thing are. Turns like 1 and 6 here, that little bit of camber and banking to them.
Yeah, there's this little bit of banking in 6 that you can take advantage of.
We've seen a lot of trouble today as cars come over the rise into 3. Had several cars off there.
Team Infinity pitting.
Yeah, they are. Is it too early to start reverse engineering the finish to your race, who you're going to have in the car? At what point? I guess it depends on how competitive you are. And right now, nobody's been competitive with Visceral in that Porsche 944 RSR. As we continue under caution.
Yeah, 300 working lap 320 as track officials work. Apparently an accident scene. We're not sure what the location is of that incident, but
real flow going up into 1. It must be up there somewhere.
I think so. I blame myself. We went through about an hour and a half this morning with like 1 caution. I thought, oh, this is going to be great. It'll be clean and green.
Then you jinxed us.
Wrong answer.
Actually, it gets even worse. The race director is unhappy with all the passing under yellow, so we're not doing any more hot pulls the rest of the day. We'll go full course for any incidents on track for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I said earlier in the day I thought it was at least something to think about, and one of the chat room guests on YouTube said, hey, this is road racing. This isn't oval track. This ain't NASCAR. We don't go full course for every incident. But
Well, I think there's a big difference between having an incident and having an emergency vehicle out there. When there's an EV out there, I feel like you need to cover that crew with a full course yellow.
And consider read the room. I mean, this is a lot of fun to watch this kind of racing, and I'm sure it's great fun to do, but these are not the most experienced drivers in the world. And I'm sure a lot of those passes under the yellow flag in what we call the hot pools, the local yellows, were because somebody just did not know where to look and just missed the yellow flag. It just wasn't thinking about it at the time.
Absolutely.
So, this isn't NASCAR Cup. It's not NTT IndyCar. It's not Formula One. It's not WEC. It's not IMSA. It's, it's grassroots budget racing by a bunch of folks who just want to go out there and scratch their itch.
Yeah.
And
we use line of sight. So if you don't know where the corner stations are and you don't have your eyes up and forward, you're gonna be in a zone that is under yellow, but you haven't seen it yet because your eyes aren't up and far enough out.
And you're gonna plow right into it.
Yeah, or past somebody or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Spoken like an instructor.
Eyes up, eyes up.
That's right. Eyes forward, the Brits say. Eyes forward.
I always make my students call out the corner stations when they see it.
Oh, yeah?
I'm like, tell me where it is when it comes into your line of view, right? So I can tell how far they're looking out and when they're laying eyes on it.
And always give them a wave on your cool down lap.
Yeah.
Yep. That helps that muscle memory of remembering where they're at,
Yeah.
I actually did some corner working out here for probably about 4 or 5 years, wouldn't you say?
Really?
And SCCA, it was a lot of fun. You get to work really close to the cars at Petite, and you get to know the track really well too.
Yeah.
And
back to green.
In unison. Go ahead, Tracy.
No, it's as corner workers, you can really see what various drivers are doing right and wrong, and obviously the line around the track,
right?
Who's fast and not. But that's another thing I highly recommend people get involved in is corner work, and it's hard work, and you be out there in the elements a lot. It can be tough, but there's some great moments.
I've driven around in rental cars all over the world with a lot of great drivers. David Hobbs, Derek Bell, Danny Sullivan, Dan Gurney, Derek Daly, Eddie Cheever. And I always used to ask them, I don't do it much anymore, but I ask, where are you looking right now? Where are you looking right now? And inevitably it was, way down the road. It's interesting. It's, the veteran drivers' instincts and skills, particularly the successful ones, make driving such a different experience, even as a passenger. Just seeing how they go about it. It's a whole different kind of physics. And the faster you go, the bigger the difference become. Habbo always used to say, well, everybody thinks driving a racing car is just like driving your station wagon to the grocery store, only faster. But
not.
No, it's not at all.
Nothing like it.
But David Hobbs and his rental car, you remember this story when we had dinner in Charlotte that night up at Speed?
Yeah.
And we were all there at the restaurant. And somehow David and I got the idea that we were going to race back to the hotel.
Somehow.
And, I was like, yeah, he's David Hobbs, but he's got this little, whatever it was, rental car, know. And I was like, I got it covered. And we thought we had. And Lori and I pulled into the parking lot thinking we had long beat him. And he was just sitting there.
Right.
He was just already sitting there in the parking lot.
Yep.
And then he and Margaret Maggs, we went upstairs and had a meal of Cheez-Its and Jim Beam bourbon with David and Margaret Hobbs. They were delightful. She was so funny.
They are.
She's quite an accomplished artist.
Very good artist, yeah.
Very interesting.
Oh, hey, Bill. Oh, he muted himself. Okay. He bumped the phone and then muted it.
Earthy tones of Bill Strong.
Yeah. Well, I asked him to go do something, and so it might happen.
Now you see that horizon, and it looks like there's light in the sky. But if you were here, you'd see that it's almost non-existent. It is really remarkable what the cameras pick up.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, Bill. Test. Yes, we can hear you. I told you, microphones do not like him.
Or apparently earbuds either.
That too, yeah. He struggles with that stuff.
Well,
Yeah, now I got you.
Car stuff.
All right, man.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
Like I said, it's the pit lane is, this system is very iffy on pit lane right now. So I'm down here with Hong North. They've got a car in the top 10, right?
Yeah,
You
fifth.
there? Yeah. So, hey, so what happened to the Celica?
Well, roll center adjuster bolts failed, and the shock was no longer doing shock things. And straight into the wall at the bottom of the Essence.
Driver okay?
He's okay, sore. He'll live to race another day. He just left.
Yeah, he said he was sore and stuff. So the little Mazda the can, how's that doing?
It's doing fantastic. Fast lap was set of that car today with a 42.2. We're turning laps. We can run with most of the C-Class cars. Problem is our fuel burn and fuel capacity don't jive. We have a maximum of 15 gallons, and we're getting an hour and a half stint based on allowed fuel capacity.
Is that a swap car?
That is a swapped car, so it's a 93 Mazda MX-3. It came with an 88 horsepower, 1.6 liter engine. It now has a 2.5 liter MZR out of a Mazda 3.
It's an MZR.
MZR is just Mazda's latest, well, not latest anymore, but the mid-90s all aluminum engine that was found, the 2 liter variant was found in the NC Miatas. Most Mazda 4 cylinders of that era and Fords used that platform.
So what kind of ECU you guys running with that?
We're running an MS3 Pro.
Is that only for pros?
It's only for pros. No, it's for anybody that's willing to give us money for one.
Yeah, oh, you do that stuff, don't you?
Yeah, I work for DIY AutoZone and MPFI, so it's actually prototype hardware on there. And, if you can't rely on it, you can't sell it.
So race proven.
Race proven. We've got probably about 3,000 track miles on that hardware with nary an issue.
So when can public start buying that?
It's available now. Yeah, it's just prototype for it's paid for, so it works. Why take it off?
There you go. All right, man.
Thank you.
Talk to you later. Good luck to you. So I'm trying to find the Mercury guys. I don't know what pit lane they're in. Do you guys?
It's good that you're prepared for this. This
well, there's only one pit lane we're using, so. No, I don't know what their pit stall is.
There's 2 pit lanes, Bob. Come on.
Yeah, there's only one that we're using, though, Bill. Don't try to cloud the issue with Bill logic.
I'm trying to deflect, but it's not working. You guys are all smart.
I know, we're all jerks. It's really hard for you.
Well, going on 11 hours into the race.
Yeah.
Get a few freebies. Now, this is a long day.
All right, I found an usher, and he showed me where they are, so I'm going to head up there.
Sweet.
Yeah, there's only an Indy 500 to go, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. Well, at least everybody gets a lot of time to go out and play. And
I'm running.
Doesn't sound like it.
Working lap 324, Visceral Racing Group leads over NLS Racing. Freddie Mercury is in third. Leviathan Motorsports in fourth. Hong North in fifth. And then it's Running Bulls Racing on second thought. John Allen Special and their Cooper. In ninth, it's Team Infinity. In 10th, it's the Crane Kinkers Racing Team.
Yeah, some of the times, a lot of the times, have slipped from the high 140s, let's say, to the low 150s or mid 150s. But Visceral Racing pounding out the 144s, 145, NLS a little bit higher than that, and Freddie Mercury a little higher still, but still all under 1 minute 50 seconds.
One might say that Freddie Mercury is under pressure.
I asked earlier if they were going to sing "We Are the Champions" if they get to the podium.
Yeah, they should. That'd be great.
You heard in that interview. talking about engine size, there are 4 classes, A, B, C, and D, based on engine displacement. Class A, 1.9 and under. Class B, 1.9 to 2.4. Class C, up to 3.9. And Class D, anything over that.
Hey guys, down here with Freddie Mercury in their pit stall. They've got a big audio visual setup. They've got like 4 60-inch flat panel TVs with telemetry, cartoon channel on one, which is pretty funny. And how you guys doing out there?
I think this is as good as it gets for us. You know, we wait years and years without finishing a race, and it seems like, the last 5-6 hours in a row, or 5-6 races in a row, we're here getting close to the end. So
You know it's not the end, right?
What? It's not. Seems like it should be. So I think we're doing good. Real happy with how the car's handling, and car's fast. We have to make a lot of stops. The car's pretty thirsty, so but we're down. We can make one more stop for the end of the race, and we're good. So hopefully that puts us in the hunt.
So with it getting colder, does that car eat a lot more fuel?
You would think it would, but I think we actually get better fuel mileage. Probably, maybe because it's dark out, we're just a little bit slower. But yeah, we'll actually get better fuel mileage at night.
We were thinking that was like a 2-liter 4-cylinder in that car. What's actually in there?
It's a fully blown 6.2 LS1.
See, I mentioned LS, and everybody got really mad at me. I guess there's some sort of bad thing about an LS.
I think once you get to D class, it's okay to have a supercharger because you can't go any further than that, right? So,
everyone's competitors all listening up here. You're taking notes. So what is in it?
It's a 5-liter. Yeah, this is a stock 5-liter that it comes with.
5.0.
5.0, yep. Yep, 302.
So any other secrets I can gather from this telemetry there?
The secret seems to be if you can drive really fast, turn the fastest lap times, and not stop for fuel every hour, then you've got a pretty good shot at these things. So we've got decent speed, but not so much on the fuel mileage. So 1 out of 2. I'll take that.
All right, man. Good luck out there.
Thank you, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
All right,
Before
I'm not
you
far from Bissell Racing. I can see their flag out there, so I'm going to walk over there. What time is it here? I got to watch somewhere. We'll come back and talk to those guys up there. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Bill, if you get a chance to ask the guys from Visceral, how badly hurt is the sister car that was in that wreck up in turn 7?
Yeah, all right, I'll do that.
Okay.
You're just trying to get me punched too, aren't you?
Well, that's icing on the cake,
It's good TV.
Catch it on camera.
All right. We went to yellow, then we went to green. I don't know. That's probably a mistake with the Race Hero stuff. So,
or another local.
Well, they were about to throw a full course, but then before they were getting the pace car ready, and then the cars got going again. Whoever stopped on track.
The stricken vehicle.
Well, they've got yellow and white at the start stand right beneath us, so something between there and
there's something going on.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on the situation here, folks. We're going to take a quick break for commercial and be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We will be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. we'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum along with Bob Varsha, Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong, calling the race for you to the end here. Less than 3 hours remain. Marky asking about, does Champ Car check differential ratio on cars? No, we don't check. Differentials are open. We don't mess with those. All right.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, go for it, man. What you got?
So Ron invited me into his massive motor coach. I mean, this thing is bad. I mean, awesome. So
if
Ron,
we only had a camera.
Yeah, well, Ron, this, there's a lot of things Ron doesn't want to give away, and that's kind of like one of them.
No, it's not. But go ahead.
Hold on. His driver's talking to him.
No idea. Don't worry about him.
If they're behind you, don't worry. So, Ron, rough day out there for the 918.
Yeah, we were involved in an incident. Wasn't our fault. Guy lost control, did a tank slapper, came back across the track and took us out, and then we hit the wall, and that car is now totaled. I have to say, the cage was damaged, the interior transmission tunnel was damaged, but the driver was actually good. He just had some bumps and bruises. It was the hardest hit that we've had in 7 years. But the cage did its job, all the safety stuff worked, so we're very happy about that. We can build another car. We can't build another Steve, so.
All right.
Now the 959, that's that car you kind of had issues with earlier.
Yeah, it still has the issues. It's very twitchy, and it's very interesting to drive that car right now. So we're just trying to keep it on track, stay out of trouble. We have a little bit of a gap on second place right now, but we have to wait and see what the pit stops do. This last cycle of pit stops, NLS and ourselves only have one stop left, and we're hoping they're either both under yellow or both under green. If not, there could be a big race at the end, and I'm going in last. So we'll have to see how that goes.
So with the change from going to local yellows to full course yellows, is that gonna help you any?
No, it actually hurts us because NLS has a bigger pit window than we do. We have a 10-minute pit window. Actually, we don't even have a 10-minute pit window. We have an exact minute window, and they have a much bigger pit window than us. So it's going to be interesting.
So you guys have had good races in the past, especially towards the end of the year. 2021.
Yeah, we did. This race is actually kind of important for us. We've never really won a big race like Road Atlanta, or won a race over 12 hours. So we're hoping we can pull this through. This would be, besides winning at Sonoma for the championship, that first race, this is probably our second biggest race if we can pull it through.
So with you getting in the car, lots of experience driving that car, even if in its condition that it's in. How are you at night here at this track?
I'm confident. I actually haven't driven at all today, but I'm not worried about driving at night here. I've got a lot of time here at night and in the snow at night, so I'm not too worried about it. I know the car better than anybody and how it performs, what it can or can't do, and the nighttime here doesn't really bother me too much.
Even in the condition of the suspension right now?
No, the night doesn't have anything to do with that. It's all, for me, it's all butt feel. And I got a sensitive tushy, I guess. So I'm not too worried about it. When in doubt, I just floor it harder, and it gives the rear end a little bit more traction, and we'll pull through.
So the 918, you're going to replace that with a Cayman?
Champ Car, unfortunately, will not give me a VPI for an 06 base Cayman. They just flat out said, no, we're not going to give you a VPI. So I guess I won't be building a Cayman, but if they gave me a VPI, I was seriously considering it. I'll take the penalty laps. Just.
Nope, I think we.
So how about a Boxster?
We actually already have a Boxster.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
We that's our surprise. You're killing our surprise, Bill.
We posted it all over the internet.
That's what happens when you're friends with Bill.
We're not going with a base Boxster though. We're going with something newer.
LS one, right?
With more horsepower.
Yeah, LS1 swaps are free.
Yeah, LS1 swaps are free for 2022. I heard. Paulie said that.
Paulie said that. Perfect.
It's a running joke. Please don't take us seriously, folks.
So, do you guys have any questions for Ron?
Yeah, will you punch Bill for us? We're just trying.
He said he was going to get punched, Paulie. He said he was going to get punched if he did the interview with me.
Hey man, I really am sorry to see your car get bent up today, man. We all feel for you. I'm glad Steve's okay.
Yeah, definitely. Steve's been with me for the whole 8 years we've been racing, and so we were really concerned about that, and he is okay, which is great. the car, we actually already have another replacement besides the Boxster sitting in the garage. We just got to swap over a whole bunch of parts now, and we'll hopefully be ready for NCM in 5 weeks, and then the
Cool.
national championship we look forward to.
Cool, man. Cool. Love it.
I have one last question. So your son's actually been working with you for a while. How's that been?
It's been great. He did a little college thing and decided that wasn't for him, and he needed to earn some money, so we hired him to work for Visceral, and he clocks in, clocks out every time we work in the garage at home, and spending a lot of good quality time with him, which has been great, very, very great. So I'm happy about that, and he's learning a lot too. He doesn't know what he wants to do yet because he's 19.
Yeah.
But I definitely enjoy working with him. It's been a
Major
blast.
props to Riley. Riley's shout out to Riley. He's just been excellent and a great guy to have around.
Yeah, he's a workhorse. Yep.
All right. Back to you guys. I'm gonna get out of here before I get blood on this white leather.
Right.
And the rug.
Your Elvis suit? Right.
Yeah.
It's a Jeep Cherokee, Bill.
Stop giving that away, man. Trying to make myself sound better. Okay, let me get out of the Jeep Cherokee. All right, guys.
All right.
Who do you want me to talk to next? All right, guys. Thank you.
See if you can find NLS.
Yeah, go find
I'll
NLS.
find somebody. I'll get back to you.
See if they can run them down.
NLS, buddy.
Or the quest to find the Freddie Mercury pit.
I think he talked to them already. Yeah.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Okay.
we already talked to them. Yeah, NLS would be fun to talk to. And we lost the Leviathan feed, so this happens a lot. We get towards the end of the race, and the cameras start dropping out.
Everybody starts giving up.
There's some serious light. Bravo.
All right.
Well, a life in motorsports.
I mean, there's worse things you could do with your life.
Oh, absolutely. That's 27, doing the same thing.
So it's, I was just going to say at lap 335 here, working lap 335.
A year ago, that the snowflakes began to fly, and I missed them already.
I don't know if they can hear me or not.
Yeah. I remember last year, I mean, it snowed so heavily that the track gave the paddock special dispensation to extend their departure all the way through Sunday. And I think a lot of folks wound up sleeping in their trailer trucks out in the parking lot because they just couldn't get down the road to their hotel. It was that dramatic.
Hey, Tiffany, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
All right, cool. All right, so working lap 335, Visceral Racing Group leads the race over NLS Racing. You heard Ron, he's concerned about NLS. There's still a race going on here. Freddie Mercury in third, Leviathan in fourth. Hong North is in fifth right now as we're at 7:15 here in the evening, going till 10 o'clock for that checkered flag.
Critical pit stop coming up, as you heard Ron say.
Yeah, he said we really have no window. It's going to be an exact moment, whereas NLS has a window.
Yeah. So we'll be watching for that for sure.
I think a lot of teams are looking at this last 2 hours and 45 minutes-ish as, one stop to the end. So how that plays out for everybody will determine how we get to the end and in what order. And who the racing gods smile upon.
Well, I'm headed down to NLS right now.
Excellent.
Cool.
It's just. So how are you guys gonna do? You gonna be able to beat Visceral?
I don't know if we're going to be able to catch them guys. That thing's a rocket ship out there. We're just trying to hang on to second. Got Freddie Mercury chipping at us away. I think we can hang on and bring it at second.
So Ron's worried about the pit windows. He thinks you have an advantage over that than what he has.
We're right at the borderline. We got to run 2 hours and 2 hours is what we need to do to bring it home. We're right at our limit.
So with it getting cold outside and, that V6 having to really, really work hard, does that hurt your fuel mileage? Are you guys pulling back a little, or are you just 100% the whole way?
We've generally gained mileage, it seems like, at night, enough to go the 2 hours. Middle of the day, we're 145, 150, depending on who's driving. But we feel pretty good, especially we got full course cautions at the nighttime here, so 1 or 2 of those should be good.
So who are your drivers right now?
Right now is Corey Danley. He's in there. Then we got Dan Kohler going in to close it out. He's our fastest driver, so should be in good shape.
Is he good at night?
Yeah, both of these guys are good night drivers, so we save them for the nighttime.
So with the instead of going with local yellows, going to a full course yellow, will that help you or hurt you? So if a local, sorry, their teammates talking to him right now.
All right. I'd like to say
That's all right.
So if with Champ Car moving to a full course yellow instead of locals, is that going to hurt you or help you?
I think we're good either way, being we're real close on fuel for these stints, but it also helps Freddie Mercury out there. They've been coming on strong the last year or two. They've really impressed us. So
yeah, they really haven't lasted in these longer races, and they were already congratulating themselves on that. And I said, you got like a few more hours to go, right?
Oh, I know exactly. VIR last year, we were running the leader down with 50 minutes to go, and left rear tire fell off. So anything can happen. You don't get that trophy until you cross the checkers. So.
All right, man. Good luck. We'll come back, talk to you guys later.
All right. Thanks, Bill.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Bill, and appreciate you doing that.
It's like gives you a sense of how dark it is out there. It's interesting to hear some drivers say, yeah, I like driving at night, or driving at night is no problem, or we're saving so-and-so for the nighttime hours because he's really fast.
Bob, I like how when you talk to these teams in the pits, and you're just like one-on-one with them, you get a much better vision of what it's like for that team at this race. When you're just watching them compete, and you're watching Visceral, and you're like, gosh, these guys can't be touched. There's nobody that can beat them. They're just so fast, and they've dominated this whole race. And then you go talk to them, and you're like, well, actually, we don't have that much of a lead. And if we don't get our pit stop right, we will lose this race. And then because they have an advantage over us. And then you go talk to them, and like, no, we really don't have an advantage over them. It's going to be hard for us too. So it's always easier for the other guy until you're that other guy. And no, it really isn't.
Get down to the crucial moment of the championship, and you ask the guy who's ahead, would you, what's better, being ahead or behind? And he'll say, oh, it's better to be behind. And the other guy who is behind will say, no, it's better to be ahead. and so on and so on and so on. I remember one time when Darrell Waltrip and Bill Elliott were going for the NASCAR Cup Championship, coming down to the last race, and old Bill told me, pressure's all on Darrell because he's behind in the championship and I'm in the lead. So I went to Darrell. I said, Bill says, the pressure's all on you because you're behind in the championship. And he thought about it for a second, and he said, how would he know? He's never run for a championship before. So it's all in your perspective, really.
Right. It's awesome. So funny. So true. Oh, and just so you folks know who are watching, all of our broadcast is cast up to YouTube, as many of you know, and it's DVR'd there. However, they do have a 12-hour limit, and because we have a 14-hour race, there will be a couple of hours that are chopped off the end. I will go back and add that in from our recording, so it'll be, if you go back to view it, you'll notice there is a part 1 and a part 2. So if you're wondering where's the rest of the race, you might notice that it has been split into two parts.
No torches and pitchforks outside Paul's house.
Yeah.
2 7-hour chapters.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like this series has come a long way. Paul, the production on this deal is really just so much improved. It's really, you guys have done a phenomenal job. Watching it earlier today and watching it a lot last year, it really comes over well on an online platform. I turn on YouTube on my big TV and turn on the audio, and it's great. I was amazed at the quality this morning.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Holly puts in a lot of energy to get this thing together. It's incredible, the amount of work. They start days, weeks, months ahead.
You would think it would be better, wouldn't you?
No. We couldn't do it without you, Paul.
Oh, I tell you. Well, when I first started up this whole thing, I was trying to figure out how should I approach it, because it was called Chump Car, and I really didn't know what to do with it. But I knew I wasn't much of a comedian, so I thought, well, you know what? Let me just try and play it serious, like people care about their positions and things like that, even though I didn't think most of them did. But I knew I could play that much better than I could play a comedy thing, which was what Lemons was doing. And so that's what I did. And I thought, well, either they're going to laugh me off the internet or they're going to like it. And they ended up liking it. And then I started working with this Doc Waldrop character. And he started doing this whole self-deprecating thing. And it just immediately clicked. But that's what we were going to run with. And we were going to be self-deprecating to one another. In fact, even to the show. Not only do we suck, but the whole show sucks, and we feel sorry for you guys that have to put up with it. And it just worked so beautifully, and we've had a lot of fun with it. So you hear me giving Bill a hard time, but it's part of it. It's all part of it.
How did you meet Doc, Tracy?
Wow, that's a good question. Probably either through Mardi Gras or drinking or something along those lines.
I mean, I've heard he's good at both.
Yeah,
launching fighter jets off aircraft carriers.
Well, yeah. He, it's funny because Paul, you're saying he was self-deprecating, and he was to some extent, but he was also a pretty professional guy, having worked on an aircraft carrier. He was on the USS Enterprise, and he worked with F-14s and stuff. So his trailer was actually pretty well organized. But he still liked to have a lot of fun, and he had so many different talents. I mean, he was a photographer at IMSA. He was really a very interesting guy with a whole lot of different dimensions.
But he worked in theater, doing lighting.
Yeah, that's right. Event planning, that was like his livelihood, basically, was like lighting and event planning and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I was looking, I had some notes here from when we had the thing at the yacht club. And for Doc,
yeah, the memorial.
And did you see the guy that had the T-shirt? Somebody, like, he had so many quotable quotes.
Oh, with the sayings of it. Yeah, I saw 2 different ones. Yeah.
So I took a picture of it because I just had to remember some of these Doc-isms. Old age and treachery will defeat youth and exuberance every time. I will not be disrespected in the dart area. That was one of his things. My mustache is older than you are.
Heard him say that one.
They love it when I lick their necks. I'm not sure what that's about. Doc, it could be anything. You got the story behind that one?
Well, not the story, but I could certainly see Doc doing that.
I've been drinking since before you were born. Less isn't helping. Try more. When it's raining hard outside, 'tis a fine day for a motor race.
Yeah, yeah.
This is one of my favorites. When he was trying to diffuse an argument between 2 men. Now, ladies, both of your dresses are equally pretty.
That's right.
But stand far enough away that you're out of arm's reach.
Yes, he would do that frequently between Bill and I. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
He had a unique ability. As Paula said, he was very self-deprecating, But, I mean, it's like me sitting in this room. I mean, Doc started in on me about coming here and doing these broadcasts of the races. And I didn't think about it much, but the next thing I know, I was sitting here, and I think it was basically because, Doc kept, not pushing is too harsh a word, but he kept, suggesting and making it easy and, and assuring me of how cool he thought it would be. And he just had that way of persuading people.
Yeah.
Some woo.
Yeah. And he always knew how much pressure to use, like, some totally antagonistic wisecrack like, okay, ladies, your dresses are equally pretty between two bruisers, to getting a knucklehead like me up here in the commentary booth.
Well, Doc got me involved in this too.
There you go.
He's like, come on.
So we've all been tainted.
Uh-huh.
That jerk.
Bored.
I never liked him. I never liked him.
That's one thing about Doc. The one thing he could never be in my mind is the secretary of anything.
That's why he very willingly wanted me to do it.
Uh-huh. He probably just wanted to get into the secretarial pool.
Well, the cool thing about Doc was, like, you could work a 14-hour race, or God, we've done the 24-hour VIR race many years together, and drove all the way up there and drove all the way back, and it didn't feel like work. We were just hanging out and having some laughs, and you could be around him and you're working, but it's fun. He was just a fun, lighthearted guy to be around.
And then you met me.
Human value.
Yeah, very entertaining.
And then I came into your life, and
oh, Polly, I love you.
Well, Bill used to have dark hair when he started working with me.
Bill's another story. We're not gonna...
Now his hair's all gray, kind of patchy. I add years onto your lives. It's not easy working with me.
Well,
you're the wind beneath our wings.
But it's mostly methane gas, you know that.
Whatever works.
Well, today has been a lot of fun, but can we just give Visceral the trophy and head to the bar?
That's what I was thinking. I'm with you, Bob.
I think there might be a few guys behind him that might object to that idea.
Yeah.
But Visceral Racing Group shown leading this race at lap 343. NLS Racing is in second place. Then we've got Freddie Mercury in third. Leviathan Motorsports in fourth. Hong North is ducked into the pits in fifth place. Running Bulls shown in sixth place. John Allen Special in seventh. On Second Thought in eighth. And Team Infinity in ninth place.
And we are at the bottom of our 12th hour of 14 here at Road Atlanta. You're listening to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series 14-hour race. What were we thinking? At Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, the season opener. Well, it's what we do every season. We start out the racing season here at Road Atlanta, and we are quickly closing in on the end of this race. The last 2 years, it's been plagued by snow, poor weather, but this year, fantastic weather, beautiful out. And but night has come, with about 2 hours and 25 minutes unofficially remaining in the race. And we're on board with Visceral Racing Group as they are attempting to pilot this Porsche to a win. Looks like last year they finished in 4th place with the number 918. Ron says that car was written off today, unfortunately. But the 959 car, a more recent build, although very difficult to drive. Ron's confident he can get in there and pilot it to the end and possibly bring out a win. So we'll see how things play out for them. NLS Racing has had an exemplary day as well. They're in 2nd place. Freddie Mercury's done a fantastic job with that D-Class car. Currently in 3rd place right now. They did win D-Class last year. They've led D-Class for the majority of the day today. Leviathan Motorsports also doing a really good job with that Toyota MR2 there in 4th place. I'm also very impressed with On Second Thought Racing, who have held on to that A-class position the vast majority of the day. It's really says something about their car prep, their driver lineup, and the experience that they bring to this race. And I really enjoyed hearing Tracy talk about how impressed he's been with the quality of drivers. It's something that my dad echoed years ago. I just thought, you think about all the wrecks that you have in pro sports, to think that all these amateurs can get out here and race hard like this for hours and hours and hours and hours, and not just have devastating crash after devastating crash. We just don't see it. They really do a good job.
Yeah, and just because these teams are now leading their classes, and they have basically, in retrospect, dominated, doesn't mean they were always out there in first place. I mean, they had to plan their race and race their plan, as the saying goes. They had to have good pit stops. And when they had a pit stop, they'd fall behind some of their rivals, and they had to work their way back up again using the caution flags and all the things that go into being successful, especially in endurance racing over 14 hours by the time we're done with this one. And there are lots of twists and turns in the plot that may come between now and the checkered flag.
Absolutely. So one twist and turn is A2 Racing is out. They just retired that car. That's the 622-94 Mazda Miata. So that one is done for the day.
All right.
I believe there might have been a money shift involved.
All right.
A money shift.
A money shift?
Yeah. When you shove it in the wrong gear and it costs you a lot of money.
Oh, I see.
I thought you meant like somebody paid Bill to look the other way.
Really? I thought there was
that would work out better, probably.
There was a movement in the market that I hadn't heard about.
Yeah, you could imagine, Bob, what would happen if you're going up through the gears first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and you go to a downshift to fourth, but instead you grab second.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out well for like the car.
Yeah, that can be easy to do.
Or your wallet. It's easy to do on some of these cars too.
The early Porsche 917s were plagued by a chassis that would contort, would twist, and that would make it beyond easy for the drivers to snatch the wrong gear.
Wow.
Go for fourth and get second. Go for third and get first. David Hobbs lost a job driving a 917 for John Wyer because he blew an engine, and that happened to him. And then David got a measure of, I suppose, getting his confidence back when Joe Siffert, who was Porsche's favorite at the time, did the same thing right in front of the main grandstand at Le Mans during the 24 hours. So it was very easy to do.
Yeah, several, the E30s and E36s both are fairly easy to do. So Matt Harper is in the Running Bulls car.
Excellent.
Takes so many precise muscle memory based